Someone. Lin Moyu's expression turned pale. His thought actually came true. There were people who really made it here after passing the ancient desolate road, but because they couldn't find the entrance to the treasure land, they stayed there forever. No, it's not that I can't stay, it's that I can't leave. Another thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Moyu realized that it was not that the other party did not want to leave, but that he could not leave. The ancient desolate road is not so easy to pass. The other party must have paid some price, which may be some kind of life-saving trump card. But once this trump card is used up, you will be trapped here and unable to leave. When this thought came to Lin Moyu's mind, he felt relieved. The opponent's strength might not be as terrible as he thought. If one really crossed the ancient desolate road by force and could come and go freely, it would be impossible for him to stay here forever. No one has the patience to wait for countless years for an unknown result. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. With my trump card, it won't be difficult to kill him. All thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and Lin Moyu felt at peace. A big hand emerged in the ancient wilderness and reached out to grab Hun Dunzi. He thought that Hun Dunzi was the key to unlocking the treasure land, and wanted to catch Hun Dunzi and throw him into the abandoned place as soon as possible. Get out of here! Hun Dunzi roared, and a tremendous force surged out of his inner world, shattering the opponent's big hand. You still dare to resist? The other party roared and reached out to grab again, this time even more fishy than before. Hun Dunzi is not weak, but he has not recovered to his prime yet, and is still powerless against a perfect strong man. He had already used up most of his strength in the previous grab. When he grabbed him the second time, Hun Dunzi cried out, "Master, help!" Before Lin Moyu could make a move, Xiaoshu took the initiative. The tree roots pierced through the void, one part of it blocking the small tree, while the other part lashed out like a whip, breaking the big hand into pieces again. In terms of strength, Xiaoshu is still above Hun Dunzi. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and dense swarms of undead servants emerged from the void, occupying a large area. Sublimation. With a thought, Lin Moyu's aura rose to the Chaos Realm, and his undead servants also reached the Chaos Realm. A minor success in the Chaos Realm is naturally nothing in the eyes of a perfect strong man, but facing billions of undead servants, she can't kill them all with ease. Lin Moyu used his undead servants for only one purpose, which was to force the other party out. He didn't know whether the other party was cautious or just like that, but in any case, he didn't show up. No matter what the reason is, it is always right to force him to show up first. The undead servants attacked at the same time, and the massive attack swept across billions of miles of void. Lin Moyu took out the newly refined Chaos Space Array and activated it, disrupting the space. The space of the ancient wilderness is different from chaos. It is more chaotic and more solid than chaos, Ajeb. The effect of the chaotic space formation is not as strong as in the chaotic space, but it can also make the space chaotic. Lin Moyu still stayed in the Dewey boat and did not show up. He could ensure his absolute safety in the Dewey boat. Hun Dunzi took the opportunity to fly back to the Dewey boat and shouted, "Oh my God, there's an old immortal hiding here." Lin Moyu said, "He is not hiding here, but trapped here." Hun Dunzi was very smart and understood immediately. "He dared to attack me, master, kill him." Xiaoshu snorted softly, obviously not wanting to pay any attention to this crazy guy. Outside the Dewey boat, under the combined effects of the undead servant and the chaos sky formation, the opponent was finally unable to hide and revealed his true form. He is human-shaped, over 100 meters tall, and has 2 pairs of wings behind him. The shape of the wings is very strange. One pair of them is fleshy and extremely crude. The other pair is transparent, like butterfly wings, with colorful light flowing on them, which is extremely beautiful and forms a sharp contrast with the ugly fleshy wings. Xiao Peng, who had been dozing off nearby, suddenly shouted, "It's the Flesh Wing tribe." Then he quickly talked about the characteristics of the Flesh Wing clan. The Flesh Wing clan is a race in chaos, and is weaker than the former Chaos Lone Peng clan. The symbol of the Flesh Wing clan is a pair of extremely ugly flesh wings, and most of the Flesh Wing clan members are like this. But when a member of the flesh-wing tribe has a talent, another pair of wings will be born. These wings are extremely beautiful and will form a sharp contrast with the ugly flesh wings. This is the case with the member of the flesh-wing tribe in front of us. Needless to say, he was born with a talent for treasure hunting, so he was able to find this place. The powerful man of the flesh-wing clan had a gloomy expression on his face. He vibrated his wings, stirring up wind and clouds, and in an instant, countless undead servants died. As a perfect strong man, he is very powerful, stronger than the several perfect strong men Lin Moyu has seen. But Lin Moyu was not worried at all, as the Dewey boat alone was enough to keep him safe. What's more, killing him is not difficult. Lin Moyu appeared outside the deliverance boat. The Flesh-Wing Clan warrior snorted coldly upon seeing Lin Moyu. You've reached the great perfection of the primal chaos realm, yet you were able to pass through the ancient desolate road. It seems the treasure boat you're riding on is no ordinary thing. Hand over the pearls and the treasure boat, and the butcher will let you die quickly. His voice was low and full of murderous intent, especially after seeing the Dewey boat. His eyes lit up. Lin Moyu had a blank expression on his face. The guy in front of him was not only arrogant, but also ignorant of his own limitations. Lin Moyu guessed what the other person was thinking. All we have to do is take away the Dewey boat and leave here. After being trapped here for countless years, I'm afraid he has gone crazy. Poor guy. A glimmer of light jumped at Lin Moyu's fingertips, and the soul-breaking needle appeared in his hand. In the ancient wilderness, the soul-breaking needle recovered slowly, but after all these years it has recovered. The soul-breaking needle is not enough to kill a perfect strong man, but it can at least injure the opponent. If the opponent still has any defensive means, the soul-breaking needle can also force them out. The soul-breaking needle disappeared and traveled through the virtual space to the front of the Rudin clan's strong man. Court death. The strong man of the Flesh-Wing clan roared, and a small tower appeared above his head. The tower body sprinkled thousands of streams of light. The soul-breaking needle pierced into the stream of light, and his breath dropped sharply. However, the soul-breaking needle still pierced Liu Guang and penetrated into his head. A scream was heard. The soul-breaking needle still hurt him, but the injury was not serious. Lin Moyu tapped his fingers at the same time. Corpse exploded. Boom! Before the Flesh-Wing clan warrior's previous scream had ended, an even more painful scream suddenly broke out. The pagoda was blown to pieces. It completed its mission and was completely shattered. The soul and body of the Flesh-Wing clan warrior exploded at the same time, leaving a huge hole in his body, almost tearing his body into pieces. Not only the body, but also the soul was seriously injured. He's not dead. Perhaps the pagoda helped him block some of the attacks, so he did not die on the spot. Lin Moyu didn't think much about it and immediately wanted to use the second corpse explosion. But before Lin Moyu could do anything, a second explosion occurred. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion. The strong man of the Flesh-Wing clan was blown into pieces of flesh, and his soul was annihilated at the same time. A perfect strong man fell. After waiting for countless years, he ended up dying. Lin Moyu was a little curious as to why two explosions occurred in succession. After thinking about it, he understood that the minced meat he used contained the essence of several perfect masters. One perfect master was equivalent to a corpse exploding, so it exploded a second time. If the opponent doesn't die, it might explode a third time. The effect is so good. Lin Moyu was slightly delighted. With a wave of his hand, he caught some of the fragments of the Rugio tribe's strong man. The roots of the small tree flew out and swept away all the other pieces of meat, leaving nothing behind. Hun Dunzi shouted, "Fat tree, you stole my things again." Xiaoshu moved very quickly, snatching the corpse and running away. By the time Hun Dunzi reacted, it was too late. Lin Moyu didn't even have the interest to ask the other person's name, and quickly resolved the matter. Hun Dunzi flew out again angrily, "Forget it, forget it. I won't bother with you." He returned to the void, radiating a faint light and opening up his inner world again. The treasure land hidden here was revealed again under the illumination of Chaos Sun. The treasure land rippled in space, slowly emerged, and finally stabilized. Lin Moyu was very curious about this process. The treasure land was not hidden in the cracks of space. If it was just like that, it would definitely be discovered. How this precious land was hidden is worth studying. While Hun Dunzi was opening the treasure land, he was also breathing in the breath coming from the treasure land. Lin Moyu could feel that the aura in the treasure land was very ancient, seemingly even older than the great lord of natural disasters, and it was so ancient that he could not even guess. Lin Moyu had dealt with the Avenue of Time before, so he was very clear about the changes in time and would not be wrong. This also confirmed his guess that the existence of Chaos Sun was indeed older than that of the great lord of natural disasters. The same is true for the small tree, they all exist in the same era. The treasure land was completely stabilized, and an ancient and strange atmosphere floated in this space. Lin Moyu felt this aura for the first time. Could this be the ancient wilderness of the past? It's quite different from now. Hun Dunzi shouted loudly, "After so many years, I'm finally back. Master, follow me, let's get the treasure." Hun Dunzi flew ahead, and Lin Moyu followed slowly from the dewy boat. The shadow of a chubby little tree appeared beside Lin Moyu, and he sighed, "What a familiar scent. So comfortable." Lin Moyu asked, "Is this the spirit of your past era?" Xiao Shu shook his head. "I don't know. I just know it's very familiar and comfortable." He recovered little of his memory, only a sense of déjà vu. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He thought that he would be able to recover sooner or later. Perhaps after this time, Hun Dunzi's memory would be partially restored. The small tree was divided into 6 parts. Chaos Seed existed at the same time and level as the small tree, so the number of Chaos Seeds it could be divided into would not be many. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Suddenly I thought of this word. Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi seem to be like this. Looking around this precious land, what comes into view is the endless flower meadow, with bright flowers blooming among the grass, and lush forests in the distance, like a paradise. The flowers and plants were not ordinary grasses, they exuded a refreshing fragrance, and just smelling it made Lin Moyu feel his mind clear and his soul power became active. It seemed that his understanding of the Tao was deeper, and his cultivation level was also tending to improve. Hun Dunzi's slightly complacent voice came from the front, "Master, the environment here is quite good, isn't it?" Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. "Have you recovered your memory?" Hun Dunzi said, "A part of it has been restored. This place is called Tao Garden, a place for enlightenment. These flowers and plants are all Tao flowers and plants." Lin Moyu asked, "Did you plant all these?" Hun Dunzi thought about it and then denied it. "I don't know, it doesn't seem like I planted it." It seems that some of his memory has indeed been restored, but not much. Lin Moyu continued, "So this is where you attained enlightenment?" Hun Dunzi thought about it and denied it again. "It doesn't seem so. It's really strange. I only know that this place is called Tao Garden and these flowers and plants are called Tao flowers and Tao grass, but I don't have any other information." Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, just keep following your memory, and you'll remember it eventually." Hun Dunzi hummed and continued flying, passing through the Tao Garden and entering the lush forest. The forest was called Tao Forest, and the trees were called Tao Trees. The atmosphere of enlightenment in Daolin is even more intense. Lin Moyu feels that this is simply a paradise for practitioners, and practicing here will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's just the main road here. There is no great road here. Whether it is a Taoist garden or a Taoist forest, no matter how strong the atmosphere of enlightenment is, they are all castles in the air. A good cook cannot cook without rice. If you have the aura of enlightenment but don't have any great way to comprehend it, it will be useless no matter how strong the aura of enlightenment is. However, Lin Moyu knew that if he could bring this Daolin Tao Garden to primal chaos and let the great Tao and primal chaos run through it, it would become a true blessed land, or even the most powerful holy land for cultivation, bar none. Passing through the forest, you will see a lake. Hun Dun-zi stopped by the lake and said, "We've reached our first stop." Lin Moyu steered the boat to the lakeside and looked at the calm surface of the lake, but didn't see anything. There is nothing special about this water, and it is not much different from ordinary water. No, this water is too pure. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. The water in the lake only looked ordinary, but it was definitely not ordinary. 0. Request flowers 0. This water is too pure, not the kind of pure without impurities, but the kind of pure without power and Tao. All water between heaven and earth has roots, and the great way of water is the root. The water here has no roots and no principles. It is completely separated from the principles. In other words, anything put in it can be completely freed from the constraints of Tao, and the water here will disperse all Tao. If I enter it, my cultivation may be dissipated and I will become an ordinary person in no time. Hun Dun-zi said, "This is the purest water. Water that has been separated from the great Tao is also the most poisonous water. But if handled properly, they can also be the best preservatives in the world. Anything can be preserved in them forever, and no one can detect it." 0. As he spoke, Hun Dun-zi flew to the center of the lake, his inner world emerged, and he sucked in the lake water like a whale. The lake water entered Hun Dun-zi's inner world, adding a touch of color to the originally desolate inner world. The lake level was getting lower and lower, and things at the bottom of the lake were gradually revealed. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed as he saw the bodies. The entire bottom of the lake is covered in corpses. There were 18 corpses in total, all of different appearances and sizes, but without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura. The lake water had suppressed them before, but now that the water had been drained, their breath was released uncontrollably. Lin Moyu frowned. These corpses are not perfect. After absorbing the lake water, Hun Dun-zi seemed to have regained some of his memory. Master is right. There are 18 corpses here, 9 of which are great lords, and the other 9 are quasi-great lords. The great master knows, but what is a quasi-great master? Hun Dun-zi said, "I'll tell the master after I put them away." The aura of the corpse was so strong that it rushed straight into the sky, and even the entire treasure land was roaring, as if it would collapse at any time. Hun Dun-zi shouted in a low voice, collected the 18 corpses into his inner world, and then wrapped them up with lake water. It was obvious that he was struggling. These 18 corpses were too strong, so strong that it was terrifying. At this moment, Lin Moyu's heart was shaking violently. The great lord could die, but 9 great lords died together, and the bodies were placed side by side. The impact was too strong. After Hun Dun-zi collected the corpse, he said to Xiao Shu, "We'll each take half of the wasteland mud at the bottom of the lake in the Daoling Dao Garden." Xiao Shu nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, San." Hun Dun-zi and Xiao Shu divided this precious land equally. Lin Moyu naturally had no objection. The things here were of no use to him. He came here mainly for Hun Dun-zi. After absorbing the lake water, Hun Dun-zi's strength was obviously restored. If there were more wasteland forests, he might be able to recover a little more. The same goes for the small tree. The 2 little guys have started to divide up the treasure land. They agreed to take half each, and the little tree was not polite at all. The small tree took the flowers and plants along with the soil into its bag, and gradually a large number of flowers and plants appeared at the roots of the small tree. The small tree has spatial abilities, and all these flowers and grasses are compressed into a fixed space, without affecting the entire soul world. But their aura of enlightenment still emanated, and the soul world was filled with this aura. Lin Moyu's soul world suddenly became a holy place for cultivation. When he returns to the chaos and comes into contact with the avenue in the chaos, he will be able to quickly comprehend the avenue 3/8. This is also of great benefit to me. The barren soil at the bottom of the lake is of great benefit to the little tree. Lin Moyu can clearly feel that the little tree's aura has become stronger after obtaining the barren soil. The little tree said, "The wasteland is one of the sacred lands and can be used to cultivate various rare spiritual plants. Even the great masters cannot obtain it. I seek 1 square but cannot find it." "How many squares are there?" 10,000 squares or more. How did Chaos Child come about? Hun Dunzi said, the wasteland here was originally part of my world. Now I will give you half of it. Fatty little tree, you must remember my kindness. Xiao Shu said, I know what you are planning. You want the Chaos Divine Land, right? I will give you some of it when the time comes. Hun Dunzi's thoughts were exposed, and he laughed awkwardly. You said it, so keep your word. Xiao Shu snorted lightly. He knew exactly what Hun Dunzi was thinking, but he was too lazy to argue with him. The two of them quickly divided up the precious land until nothing was left. Only then did Hun Dunzi say, the residents must be getting anxious. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, no rush, just take your time. Hun Dunzi said, this precious land was originally part of the world within me. I don't know why it was separated and hidden here. Even now, I still don't know why. But I know that there are 18 corpses here, 9 of which are the corpses of great masters, and 1 is a quasi-celestial master. In fact, it's useless for others to come here. The master has also seen that there is no Tao here. There is only Daolin Daoyuan, but in fact, nothing can be done. The pure water in this lake must not be touched. If you do, you might even lose your cultivation. This purified water is also used specifically to cover up the aura of these corpses. After all, they were too powerful when they were alive, and ordinary treasures cannot cover up their aura. Besides that, purifying water has another function, which is to prevent them from mutating. Or, because they are so strong, even if they die, they may develop a new will. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. I understand what you're saying. Could you please tell me more specifically what's going on with these corpses, and what exactly is a quasi-Grand Master? Hun Dunzi said, my memory hasn't fully recovered yet. I think it will take quite some time. That's probably the case. Once upon a time, there was a complete world inside Chaos Sun, a world where chaos combined with ancient wilderness, very similar to the world where Lin Moyu lives today. There are also great masters there. Just like in the real world today, there are 9 great masters in total, which is also the limit that the world can accommodate. Quasi-Grand Venerables are those who are born extremely powerful and have combat power close to that of Grand Venerables. They have surpassed the realm of perfection and are not Grand Venerables, but they can compete with Grand Venerables. So they were called Quasi-Big Holes. The Chaos Wild Ox is in almost this state. It is not a great venerable but is comparable to a great venerable. No matter whether they were great venerables or quasi-great venerables, they were all extremely powerful beings. Yet, they died at the same time and were buried here. Hun Dunzi was not clear about the specific reasons. However, Hun Dunzi knew how to use these corpses to benefit Lin Moyu. Master, with your current realm and strength, you are not yet able to turn the great venerable into a resurrected being. They will develop their own will and resist your magic. Even for a quasi-great master, it would probably be difficult to control him, but I have a method you might want to try. Lin Moyu asked, tell me about it. Hun Dunzi said, you can try to refine some pure water and use it to cast a spell to turn them into resurrected beings. You should also know the function of clean water. If they develop their own will, clean water can be used to cure them. But the pure water you have refined now is not much, only a little or 2 at most. You can only test it on the weakest quasi-grand venerable. If you take some time, you might succeed. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Your method is indeed feasible, but haven't you considered this? Even if I succeed, can he attack in the midst of chaos? This is a quasi-great master from the inner world of Chaos Sun. He doesn't belong to this era, let alone this chaotic world. If I were to make a move here, I'd probably immediately attract the attention of the Tao, who would then surely kill me without even asking who I was or where I came from. Hun Dunzi fell into deep thought. He had indeed never considered this question. Xiao Shu said, this guy is very simple-minded. He won't consider this kind of problem. Even if the master has a quasi-great honored resurrected person, he can't bring him into the chaos. If it's in the ancient wasteland, it's okay. The best thing would be to take the opponent into this guy's inner world, so that I can attack without restraint. However, He is currently unable to forcibly bring someone into his inner world with his abilities, so this method is not very useful. Since we can't force people to come in, we can only trick them into coming in. The quasi-great masters in the inner world can't come out, so their role is greatly weakened. Hun Dunzi suddenly said, I can't take people in by force, but you can. It would be terrible if you tied them up and threw them into my inner world. Xiaoshu looked at him like an idiot and said, why would I need you if I can tie someone up? Hun Dunzi suddenly realized, that's right, the person you can tie up must be weaker than you, so he doesn't need me. Xiaoshu said, so, what you do is useless. Hun Dunzi vehemently denied it. No way, no way, how could what I did be useless? It must be 2.3 that made a mistake. Lin Moyu smiled and said, maybe your memory hasn't fully recovered yet, so you don't know why you're doing this. Don't worry, you'll know when your memory recovers. For now, resurrecting and controlling a quasi-great master is a very good idea. Even if he can't come out to fight, at least he has a trump card. Besides, we are in the ancient wilderness. If there is any danger, he might be able to save our lives. After hearing what Lin Moyu said, Hun Dunzi immediately shouted happily, that's right, master is right, how can it be useless? Xiaoshu said with disdain, it will take who knows how many years to refine the pure water and control the quasi-great venerable. By then we may not even be in the ancient wasteland anymore, so it will be useless. Hun Dunzi said, you dare to say that the master's words are useless and want to cause a reaction. Xiaoshu responded bluntly, and the two of them exchanged back and forth, their friendship capsized in an instant. Hun Dunzi took out a drop of pure water and tried to let Lin Moyu refine it. It was not easy to refine pure water, and it took a lot of time to refine one drop. This is because Lin Moyu has sublimated enough times that the essence of his power has changed. Even if it is suppressed, the essence of his power is pure enough without any impurities, vaguely consistent with pure water. Pure water is water that has been separated from the great way of water. It exists independently of the great way of water, but it also subtly transcends the great way of water, and at the same time it can exclude all great ways. In Lin Moyu's view, the great Tao and the chaos belongs to the third level of power. Even the great venerable's power cannot exceed the third level. Clean water has just crossed this threshold, but it has not yet reached the next level. Because of this, the water purification effect is extraordinary, but its uses are extremely limited. Hun Dunzi didn't know why there was so much clean water in his inner world. He cursed his damn memory, wondering why it couldn't be restored. Lin Moyu calculated that it would take about 10 years to refine a drop of pure water. If one wants to use clean water to suppress the self-will of the 06 quasi-great venerable, at least 100 drops of clean water are needed, which means 1,000 years will be enough. It does take quite a while, and once you return to the chaos, even if there are quasi-great level resurrected beings, they will be unable to take action, which is almost the same as having no one. But no matter what, Lin Moyu thinks it's always good to have a trump card. After the treasure land was completely divided up by Hun Dunzi and the small tree, this independent space lost its support and began to gradually collapse. The collapse was very slow, without causing any fluctuations, just like the smoke and dust gradually dissipated and merged into the ancient world again. In the following time, Lin Moyu did not plan to leave the ancient wilderness. He had to refine the pure water first and turn the corpse of a quasi-great master into a resurrected being. During this time, I will help Xiaoshu find some source soil to fuse with the Chaos Divine soil, and then go to find the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Lin Moyu put the little tree's matter first. In his opinion, the little tree was his own strength, while the formation of the great disaster. Anyway, so many years have passed, I don't mind waiting any longer. The Dewey boat flew back into the vast ancient wilderness, and this independent void disappeared. Lin Moyu once again saw the familiar ancient wilderness divine light. This time it was the little tree who led the way. He was much more reliable than Hun Dunzi. He directly looked for a suitable ancient road and kept approaching the destination. Back then, the small tree was divided into 6 parts, and now 5 of them have been refused, leaving only the last piece of source soil. As long as the source soil is found and reintegrated into the Chaos Divine soil, the little tree will have the conditions to recover completely. Now he has guessed the little tree's former location. As the ancestral tree of chaos, the little tree's power should have reached the 4th level. Perhaps not as strong as the Tao that secretly rules the entire chaos, but not too much weaker, at least stronger than the Great Venerable. No one knows what happened back then, but Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi became like this. All the secrets are hidden in the memories of the two. If you want to know the answers, you can only wait for their memories to recover. The Dewey boat went in and out of the ancient desolate road again and again. The ancient desolate road was still extremely dangerous, but fortunately it was strong enough to withstand it. The ancient wasteland is slightly better than the ancient wasteland road. As long as the full circle strongmen are careful and cautious, there will basically be no fatal danger. Hundreds of years have passed in the process of wandering, and I don't know how far I have flown. Lin Moyu knew very well that facing the vast and boundless ancient wilderness, the paths he had flown out were nothing at all. Even if one always relies on the ancient wasteland road, it would probably take thousands of years to fly from one end of the ancient wasteland to the other. The distance he had traveled now was less than 1/10 of the ancient wilderness. Finally, after 100 years, the Dewey boat stopped in front of the entrance of an ancient desolate road. It was Xiaoshu who asked to stop. Lin Moyu did not see any difference between this ancient desolate road and the ones he had passed before. The little tree whispered, "Master, we'll arrive just by crossing this ancient desolate road." Lin Moyu asked, "Is there anything different about this ancient desolate road?" Xiaoshu said, "The end of the ancient wasteland road is the source earth. After so many years, the source earth may have changed a little." Based on the information he knew, Xiaoshu told what was possible. That year, the small tree was divided into 6 parts, 3 of which were the main body of the small tree, and the other 3 were the chaotic divine soil. The chaos divine land is composed of desolate water, chaos cauldron, and source soil, and none of them can be missing. The source soil will evolve into an independent world, isolated from the ancient wilderness, which is very similar to Chaos Sun's treasure land. But the world evolved from the source soil is more dangerous than Chaos Sun's treasure land. The source soil has the property of dissolving and can dissolve all things in the Tao. At the same time, the source soil contains vigorous vitality and can nurture all things. It is the best fertile soil for all things in the world. These are 2 extreme and opposing characteristics that coexist in the ministers of the Source King. This also leads to a situation where once a living being enters the space evolved by the source soil, it will be affected by the source soil, and will be slowly dissolved, and eventually its soul will be annihilated and its body will be gone. However, because of the huge vitality contained in the source soil, his vitality will be strengthened and integrated with the vitality of the source soil. Coupled with some flesh and blood that has not been completely dissolved, he will eventually become a strange creature that no one knows what it looks like. These creatures often lack complete intelligence, but they possess extremely strong vitality and combat effectiveness. They are quite powerful, and some of them have a sense of territory and are very aggressive. So many years have passed, and no one knows how many powerful creatures have entered it. No one knows how many powerful beings have been buried in the world evolved by the source soil, and how many strange and terrifying creatures have evolved. After listening to Xiaoshu's words, Lin Moyu asked, "Can the creatures born from the evolution of the source earth be controlled?" Xiaoshu whispered, 370 was able to do it before, but not now. When I was separated, the source soil was completely separated from me and we lost all contact. This time, I went in and it takes a while to refine and absorb it again. He was clearly a little worried and added, "And what I just said isn't the worst possible outcome." Lin Moyu continued, "The worst possible outcome is that the source earth itself will emerge." Xiaoshu nodded, "Yes, once he develops his own will, not only will he be unwilling to be absorbed and refined by me, he will even try to find a way to refine me. But it's only 1/6. The possibility of refining me is not high. The most troublesome thing is the creatures that were born. I don't know how many there are and how strong they are. Everything is unknown before entering, and it is hard to say. Hun Dunzi interrupted. What's there to worry about? It's just 1/6 of the source soil. Aren't you afraid of it? What can it produce? How can it compare to its master? Besides, I'm here. My clean water can purify everything. At worst, I can just soak it all in clean water. I'll wipe out any will it has. Hun Dunzi spoke without shame, but he actually told the truth. There is really no need to worry too much. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Huan Dunzi is right. When an enemy comes, we will fight him. There is nothing that cannot be solved. The source soil was originally yours. Now you just take it back. Don't worry. With a wave of his hand, let's go in. I'm already at the doorstep, how can I not go in? Lin Moyu understood Xiaoshu's hesitation, because Xiaoshu's strength had not yet recovered, and due to its characteristics, the source soil might have dissolved many powerful people at the perfect level, thus evolving into a large number of powerful creatures. With his current strength, it would take quite a while to recover the source soil. If the source earth develops its own will, it will be even more troublesome. Originally, Xiaoshu hadn't planned to come over. He wanted to wait until he was stronger. But now that I'm here, I might as well come. It wouldn't be a bad thing to recover the source soil as soon as possible, re-evolve the chaotic divine soil, and recover as soon as possible. The most important thing is that he believes in Lin Moyu and Hun Dunzi. No matter how unreliable they are, the purified water is not fake. The Dewey boat plunged into the ancient desolate road, and a large number of attacks swept over in an instant. This ancient desolate road has obviously been screened, and the destructive power inside is extremely strong. Although it is not as strong as the one outside the Chaos Sun Treasure Land, it is enough to cause harm to the strong calm man. Lin Moyu joked, it seems you weren't split into 6 pieces back then. Xiaoshu said, I don't remember what happened back then, but it shouldn't have been forcibly split. It was not forcibly split, but it was definitely forced. Otherwise, why would it be divided into 6 parts for no reason and not be restored after so many years? If you are unlucky, you may never recover. The Dewey boat was moving forward on the ancient desolate road. A powerful force fell on the Dewey boat, causing it to vibrate violently. There is a force in the ancient desolate road that pulls the boat forward, so there will be no problem with the direction. Suddenly, a black claw appeared in front of me, struggling desperately in the ancient desolate road. The claws were torn apart by the attacks, but the claws had a strong recovery ability and the injured parts could recover in the blink of an eye. The attacks of the ancient wasteland road are continuous. As long as you can't escape, no matter how fast you recover, you will eventually be torn to pieces by the attacks of the ancient wasteland road. Lin Moyu felt that this claw was a little strange. It was clearly just a claw, so why did it look so lively? What kind of creature's claws are these? This question was asked to Xiaoping. Among the few people, Xiaoping was the weakest in terms of strength, but he knew the most. Xiaoping searched his bloodline for a moment and replied, this should be the Black Claw clan. The Black Claw clan is a unique race, born in the ancient wasteland. They can be found in both the primal chaos and ancient wasteland. They are quite powerful, and there are many people in the clan who have reached the perfection realm. This should be one of them. Black Claw clan? It looked like a broken black claw, but Su Moyu didn't think it was the broken claw of some powerful person. The world is so big that there are so many strange things. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, as if laughing at himself for being surprised by everything. Xiaoping said, there are many strange races like the Black Claw clan in the Chaos Ancient Wasteland. For example, there is a tribe called the Blood Heart clan, which is even more bizarre. They look like a giant heart that constantly drips blood. Their talent is to control the blood of other creatures, making them extremely formidable in physical attacks. Well, Blood Heart clan, it sounds weird. The powerful and accomplished warrior of the Black Claw clan was struggling desperately in the ancient wild road. The Dewey boat flew past him. He suddenly rushed towards the Dewey boat and grabbed the Dewey boat tightly with his huge claws. The Dewey boat blocked many attacks for him, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Moyu felt dissatisfied that he did this without even saying hello. Originally there was no cause and effect between the two parties, but now there is a cause and effect. You want to use us as shields? Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He knew that the other party not only wanted to use him as a shield, but also probably had his eyes on the Dewey boat. After all, the Dewey boat can move freely on the ancient desolate road as if it were flat ground, so it is definitely not an ordinary thing. Without Lin Moyu's help, the roots of the small tree had already emerged like lightning. Xiaoshu's strength is now one level stronger than that of an ordinary Chaos Realm cultivator. Although it is not yet perfect, due to the characteristics of his identity, he was hit. Even a strong conman would have a hard time. The thick tree roots whipped Black Claw, and Black Claw's body was covered with black light and turned into a shield to resist the attack of the small tree. When he was resisting Gu Huanbao's attack before, he did not use his own strength to resist, because he knew that Gu Huanbao's attack was too strong and he could not block it. It would be better to use his strength to recover from his injuries. But facing the attack from the small tree, he was able to resist it completely. Xiaoyan whipped out tens of millions of times in an instant, but the effect was not good and they were all blocked by the opponent. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger, and the fire that burned the world silently emerged from the boat. The fire of burning the world ignored the opponent's defense and went straight to the soul. A scream was heard, and Black Claw was suddenly burned by the fire of the burning world, but he did not let go. A glimmer of light flashed between Lin Moyu's fingers, and the soul-breaking needle was shot out. Black Claw screamed again. The soul-severing needle also targeted the soul, and its destructive power was even greater than the current world-burning fire. Black Claw trembled all over and finally let go. He had to let go, as he was afraid that there might be other means. If he didn't die in the ancient wasteland road, but was killed by the people in the Dewey boat instead, it would not be worth it. Treasures are good, but they must be used with life. The Dewey boat flew forward along with the power of the ancient wasteland road, while the Black Claw landed behind him. Lin Moyu could faintly hear the others roar. In the chaos and ancient wilderness, you may not have friends, but you will definitely have many enemies. The saying that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts is very applicable here. Time was chaotic in the ancient desolate road. Lin Moyu didn't know how long he had been flying, but finally arrived at the end. As soon as it left the ancient desolate road, the speed of the boat suddenly slowed down, as if it had entered cotton wool, with huge resistance coming from all directions. Xiao Dao, this is the world where the source earth evolved. Lin Moyu looked around. There were air masses similar to mud everywhere. The space was sticky and thick, looking like cotton wool, but in fact it was more like a swamp. His vision was blocked, and he could see less than a kilometer, almost becoming blind. This place is just like Han Dunzi's treasure land. There is no external road here, only the historical area belonging to the source land. The Dewey boat broke through numerous obstacles and flew slowly. Its speed was many times slower than usual. Xiaoshu closed his eyes and felt the world of source earth. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "The situation is a bit bad." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "He already has self-awareness, right?" When Xiaoshu was sensing, Lin Moyu had already felt that in every inch of space here, Mama Zhao had a wool remaining. The source earth developed its own wool and turned this world into its own territory. His perception corroborated the information obtained by the little tree, confirming this fact. This is the worst outcome, but now they have no choice but to accept it. Xiaoshu continued, "I can sense the presence of many living beings here. As soon as I take action, these guys will definitely come over." Lin Moyu asked, "Give me a rough estimate of how long it will take to completely devour the source soil." The source soil originally belongs to the small tree. If the small tree wants to absorb it forcibly, it will be useless even if the source soil has given birth to will. However, Yuan-Tu's will definitely find a way to stop the little tree, and those creatures born by him will definitely take action to defeat it. Xiaoshu roughly estimated, if he had no willpower, within 100 days at most, his situation would have become 1,000 times worse. Lin Moyu was not surprised. "Then don't rush into it. Let me make some arrangements. The arrival of the Dewey boat did not attract the attention of the Source Earth Will. Over the years, many creatures have come here. Maybe he would have cared about it at the beginning, but now he doesn't care anymore. The characteristics of the source soil itself are here. Anyone who comes in will eventually be dissolved by the source soil, and finally the source soil will evolve and give birth to new creatures with its powerful vitality. The new creatures will be controlled by the will of the source earth and become his slaves. The characteristics of the source soil cannot be used to deal with the Dewey boat. As long as you stay in the Dewey boat, you will not be in danger. Moreover, the Dewey boat concealed their breath, and the source earth will, including the creatures in it, did not notice the Dewey boat. Lin Moyu began to refine the array disk. The array master has a characteristic, that is, he can make use of everything, including power, environment, magic weapons, and so on. The great lord of natural disasters can use formations to imprison the origin bug and absorb the origin power. You should know that the power of origin is the fourth level of power and will also be trapped by the formation. The same was true for the Black Shadow wild beast, which was firmly blocked by the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters could also use the power of origin to deal with the Black Shadow wild beast in turn. This is the Formation Master, making use of everything. The same is true for Lin Moyu now. It is not realistic to set up a formation directly in the source soil, and the runes will also be dissolved by the source soil. He must first study the source soil thoroughly, and then use the power characteristics of the source earth itself to arrange the corresponding formation. The formation can not only kill the enemy, but also help the small tree absorb and refine the source soil faster. Lin Moyu first set up a formation, then carefully introduced a trace of source soil into the formation and conducted in-depth research on it. The melting properties of the source soil were revealed, and the formation was quickly corroded, as if countless years had passed in a short period of time, and the formation gradually collapsed. Time. Not only time, but also the power of corrosion, which is somewhat similar to the power of death. Lin Moyu felt the power of time contained in the source soil. Wherever it touched, time would flow away rapidly. Moreover, the source soil also contains the power of corrosion, which is similar to the power of death. When the two are combined, even a perfect and powerful person cannot stop it. Lin Moyu tinkered with the formation and continued his in-depth research. The roots of the small tree possess the power of space. The small tree was once rooted in the Chaos Divine soil. The source soil is only a part of the Chaos Divine soil, which also possesses the power of time. That is to say, the little tree once possessed the power of time. Then can we use space to restrict the source soil? Ordinary space may not be enough, and we need some special space. It should be said that a special carrier is needed. Lin Moyu analyzed the source soil step by step and took action while analyzing. He used the space formation, but it only lasted a little longer than an ordinary formation and was eventually dissolved. It's not that the space formation is not good, it's that the space formation composed solely of runes is not good. A large amount of precious materials were also used in the cross-domain formation, especially in the core area, where the most materials were used. Lin Moyu realized that he also needed some materials to set up the formation. Ordinary materials would definitely not work, as the source soil would also dissolve ordinary materials. You don't even need to look for the best materials for formation, they are right beside you. Lin Moyu looked at the little tree with a smile. Little tree, bring me some roots. The little tree let out an O sound and immediately stretched out a root. With a slight sound, the root broke into hundreds of pieces, each of which was the size of a palm. Lin Moyu didn't even need to refine it, he could use it directly as a material for setting up the formation. Soon, a space formation with the roots of small trees as its base was set up. The source soil was covered by the formation, but the formation was not affected at all. The ablative properties of the source soil were completely restricted. After all, it had the same roots as the small tree and could not cause any damage to the roots of the small tree. It's done. Lin Moyu clapped his hands. He had been studying the source soil these days, and his efforts were not in vain. He finally succeeded. Xiao Shu asked, "My dear, what are you going to do with the formation?" Lin Moyu said, "This formation is just the foundation, used to study the characteristics of the source soil. I will use this formation as the basis to set up several space-killing formations. At the same time, these killing arrays will be connected together to absorb the power of the source earth and perform preliminary purification and refining. You can use this array to speed up the absorption and refining of the source earth. You don't have to worry about anything else then. Just do your best to refine the source soil. Leave the rest to me and Hun Dunzi." Xiao Shu listened carefully and nodded vigorously. "What else can I do?" Lin Moyu said, "Give me some more tree roots so I can set up the formation." Without a word, the little tree immediately pulled out dozens of roots and broke into countless pieces on the spot. To a small tree, a few roots mean nothing. Perhaps even the little tree itself didn't know how many roots it had. Its roots were intertwined and spread throughout the 5 worlds, the soul world, and penetrated space to connect to the universe, the science world, and the spiritual world. In addition, there are some chaotic spaces, and now there are also small tree roots in the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu began to set up the formation. The roots of the small tree were not affected by the source soil and were the best material for setting up the formation here. One after another, spatial killing arrays were formed and distributed everywhere, but they were not activated immediately. Lin Moyu arranged thousands of spatial killing formations, all of which were of different sizes and locations, eventually forming a complex large formation. The function of this complex formation is to absorb the source soil and perform preliminary refining to speed up the absorption of the small tree. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, it can at least increase the speed by 30%. The most crucial point of the entire formation is that the small tree will serve as the center of the formation. The foundation of the formation is tree roots, and only small trees are suitable to be the center of the formation. Are you ready? Let's start. Lin Moyu looked relaxed, as if everything was under control. Xiao Shu nodded, "We can start any time." The little tree was faintly excited. Once he succeeded, he would be able to reintegrate the chaos divine soil and have a chance to recover completely. Lin Moyu passed the formation manipulation method to Xiao Shu and warned him, "Don't worry about anything else, just worry about Yuan-Tu's will. He might turn around and refine you, so be careful." Xiao Shu said, "Master, don't worry. With the desolate water and the chaos cauldron here, he won't be able to refine me. The source soil is only 1/3 of the chaos divine soil, and the other 2/3 are in the hands of the little tree. He is not afraid." Hun Dunzi also echoed, "Don't worry, if he dares to resist, I'll soak him in clean water." Just as he was about to take action, the Dewey boat suddenly shook violently, and attacks appeared out of nowhere and landed on the boat. At the same time, a roar was heard, "Finally found you." A giant black claw appeared in the swamp-like space, and the powerful and accomplished master of the Black Claw clan arrived. He survived the ancient wasteland road and found himself here. The world of Yuan-Tu is very large. The other party was able to find me because he must have left some traceable mark on Du Tongzhou. But this is not important. Lin Moyu's eyes showed excitement about the arrival of the Black Claw tribe. "You've come just in time. I'll use you to perform the formation." With a thought, the thousands of methods he had arranged were activated with a bang. The small tree responded by coming out and entering the center of the formation. Its branches stretched out and its roots danced, connecting the thousands of formations into a whole. "Kill!" Xiao Shu was filled with murderous intent and shouted loudly. By the time the Black Claw clan's strong men reacted, the formation had already been fully activated. In an instant, the space became chaotic, and thousands of spatial killing arrays formed a terrifying strangling force, and under the manipulation of the small tree, countless spatial cracks were formed. The space cracks turned into lightning, bombarding the Black Clan warriors from all directions. The Black Claw clan warrior roared, evolving countless claw shadows and slapping out. The sound of thunder was incessant, mixed with the muffled groans of the Black Claw tribe's strong men. Lin Moyu's formation level is naturally not enough to deal with a perfect strongman, but these formations are different. He uses the roots of small trees as the formation base. The small tree has the same roots and origin as the source soil. This is the world evolved from the source soil, and the space here is also used by the small tree. With the help of formations to enhance it, the power of source earth was also drawn out to attack. The spatial attack is accompanied by the dissolving power of the source earth, further enhancing the power of the formation. Then the small tree acts as the center of the formation, manipulating the entire formation, making the power of the formation so strong. The Black Claw Clan warrior was already injured, and had been in the source soil for some time, having to resist the dissolving properties of the source soil at all times. His strength was no longer at its peak. So this time, facing the space-killing array set up by Lin Moyu, he was beaten without any ability to fight back, and even escape became a luxury. The screams continued. The Black Claw tribe had a strong recovery ability, so it would take some effort to kill him. Like Lin Moyu, Xiao Shu was multitasking, manipulating the formation while also absorbing the source soil. The source soil in the formation was quickly absorbed. After the initial refining of the formation, the refining speed of the small tree was much faster. The effect was similar to what Lin Moyu expected, an improvement of about 30%. At this rate, all the source soil can be absorbed in less than 1,000 days. The movement here finally attracted the attention of the Source Earth will, and countless creatures in the Source Earth awakened. They looked so strange and bizarre that they could not be described. But without exception, they are not weak, at least they are at the great accomplishment of the Chaos Realm, and there are also many at the perfection level. Lin Moyu opened the Eye of the Dead and saw the soul flames of these guys. Their soul flames are very strange and unique. They are not like ordinary creatures, but like pieces of a puzzle. Someone used a special method to piece together the broken soul flames, turning them into monsters. Source Earth isn't as strong as I thought. Lin Moyu felt the breath of these creatures, and an idea came to his mind. The creatures that can come here and die here must be powerful and perfect beings, and there won't even be one who has reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. However, after their death, they were re-nurturing by the source soil, but it was difficult for them to reach the perfect level. Most of them were only at the Chaos Realm, having fallen a whole level. Lin Moyu had fought against the powerful ones and knew how big the gap was. This also shows that the source of soil is not as strong as imagined. But this is normal. After all, it is only 1/3 of the Chaos Divine Land. No matter how strong it is, how much stronger can it be? The ugliest and most bizarre creatures rushed over from all directions. The breath of the small tree completely alarmed the Source Earth will. Lin Mo could feel the anger and fear of the Source Earth will. He must know what the arrival of the little tree means. As a conscious being, he naturally does not want to be absorbed and refined and turned into nothingness. Lin Moyu came to the outside of the Dewey boat. The source soil here had been absorbed and there was no danger anymore. Bang! He snapped his fingers, and a large number of undead servants appeared in the void. The undead servants did not leave the formation, but merged into it. The formation is controlled by Xiao Shu, and he believes that Xiao Shu can cooperate with the undead servants to form a stronger fighting force. Sublimation. The aura rose, Lin Moyu's aura reached the Chaos Realm, and the undead servants also reached the Chaos Realm. Before the creatures from the Source Earth arrived, Xiao Shu still concentrated his strength on dealing with the strong men of the Black Claw Clan. The Black Claw Clan warriors were beaten to pieces by countless attacks, and their recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of the injuries. His breath was gradually weakening, and he was about to fall from perfection. Lin Moyu watched from afar, with the Dewey boat across his body, and he also used the Dewey boat as a shield. The strong men of the Black Claw Clan are perfect, and the perfect strong men will more or less use some desperate means. The perfect strong men in the chaos can use the power of the realm, as well as the treasures of the realm. Although the Black Claw Clan came from the ancient wilderness and had no boundaries, it was hard to say what desperate measures they would take. For him, Lin Moyu does not seek to achieve anything great, but only to avoid making any mistakes. The undead servants have already rushed over, surrounding the Black Claw tribe strongman in 3 layers inside and outside, and blasting all the attacks regardless of whether they are useful or not. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his fingers, and the world-burning fire flew out and penetrated into the soul world of the Black Claw tribe's strong men, and began to burn their souls. The screams became more intense, and the pain of the wounded soul was unbearable. With the right time, place, and people, this powerful Black Claw tribe member was destined to fall. Lin Moyu watched with a ruthless expression, but his mind was calm, not letting his guard down at all. He was ready to get back into the Dewey boat at any time, and even if the Black Claw clan strongmen self-destructed, they would not be able to hurt him. The strange and bizarre creatures from the Source Earth finally rushed into the formation. The undead servants took the initiative to fight, and the small tree cooperated. The 2 of them easily blocked the creatures from the Source Earth. Hun Dun-Zi came out and chuckled. "I told you Fatty Tree was overly worried. These guys aren't as powerful as he thought." Lin Moyu said, "Little Tree has never been worried about these creatures, but the will of the Source Earth. Source Earth is not that simple. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg now, and the real show has not yet begun." Hun Dun-Zi said, "What else can we expect?" Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, it will start soon. Let's deal with these guys first, and this perfect strong man from the Black Claw tribe." Hun Dun-Zi chuckled and said, "No matter what, anyone who dares to go against the master will end up dead." Lin Moyu rolled his eyes at him. "You were such a big shot back then. Why are you flattering me now? Are you giving up your former pride?" Hun Dun-Zi said, "Is pride worth anything? Back then was back then. Anyway, I don't care about the past, I only care about the present." Hun Dun-Zi has no bottom line and is only interested in flattering Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that something was wrong with this thing, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he was too lazy to care for the time being. The aura of the Black Claw clan strong men became weaker and weaker, and it seemed that they had reached their limit. Their realm was completely unstable and began to fall towards the Chaos realm. But the more this happened, the more Lin Moyu's brows furrowed. Suddenly, a danger warning came from the depths of his soul. Lin Moyu's face changed and he got back into the boat. Boom! An explosion sounded, the void shattered, and the Black Claw tribe's strongman self-destructed. The reason why his aura dropped so quickly was because he was accumulating strength to self-destruct, hoping to die together with the enemy in this way. However, Lin Moyu's spiritual perception was too sharp. He discovered the abnormality a moment before he exploded and hid in the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat was blown away by the huge force but did not suffer any damage. Hun Dun-Zi was a step too late to catch up, and the huge force fell on Hun Dun-Zi, and he and Dewey Zhou were blown away together. However, his body was not much weaker than Dewey Zhou. He just kept screaming strangely, but he was not actually injured at all. Xiaopeng shouted, "Father, he's not dead." The Black Claws blew themselves up to escape. Lin Moyu looked over with his undead eyes and saw a ball of soul flame rushing out of the formation. The spatial force of the formation was unable to stop it. The powerful and accomplished man of the Black Claw clan does have some means. He does not have the power of the realm, nor the treasure of the realm, nor even a powerful magic weapon. But he can self-destruct, and he can still be alive after the self-destruction, and he can use the self-destruction to open a way to survive. The space formation was damaged in the self-explosion, and a passage was blasted out. A Black Claw that had shrunk dozens of times escaped along the passage. Once you escape from the space formation, the outside is the world of Source King. The dissolving properties of the source soil are enough to grind him to death. But now the small tree is absorbing the source soil. If he can hold on until the source soil is completely absorbed, this world will naturally collapse, and he will be able to escape and ascend to heaven. How could Lin Moyu give him a chance to escape? A piece of meat was taken out and then turned into a powder bed. The body exploded. Boom! The Black Claw that had just escaped was blown to pieces on the spot and completely perished. Part of the meat flew out of the formation, and the other 707th part was blown back. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and took away one of the small pieces of meat. The minced meat that Lin Moyu used was the corpse of a powerful and perfect member of the Meat Wing clan. He had not used the corpse explosion technique before because he did not know what trump card the opponent had. Moreover, he could have worn him down to death before, so there was no need to waste precious materials. Now, at least it's 1-for-1, so it's not a loss. Lin Moyu is now confident and doesn't care about the perfect strong man at all. The incredible power of the corpse exploding is undoubtedly displayed. The Black Claw Clan warriors were just an episode, and Lin Moyu turned his attention to the Source Earth world. The strange creatures born from the Source Earth world are rushing over madly. Over countless years, the number of creatures born from the Source Earth world is countless. The powerful and perfect warriors who broke into this place were extremely powerful. One powerful and perfect warrior could give birth to countless weak creatures. For a moment, they rushed over frantically, and the space formation and the undead servants cooperated to strangle them. The creatures of the Source Earth obviously have no intelligence. They are controlled by the will of the Source Earth and continuously launch attacks on the space formation, trying to break through the blockade of the space formation and the undead servants, attack the small tree, and prevent the small tree from absorbing the Source Earth. But their idea was doomed to fail. Facing Lin Moyu's arrangement, no matter how they attacked, they ultimately failed. Yuan Tuizhi never took any action. He was very cautious and seemed very timid. Lin Moyu watched the battle and said, "These Origin Earth creatures exist in very strange forms. The creatures from the Source Earth not only have strange appearances, but also their forms of existence are very strange. After death, their souls are immortal and will be reborn in other places, and they will not leave behind corpses." This prevented Lin Moyu from using corpse explosion, and the battle progress could not be accelerated. Hun Dunzi said, "They were born from the primordial earth, and their bodies are made of primordial earth. They don't have real bodies. The souls seem to exist, but in fact they are already scattered in every corner of the Source Earth. As long as the Source Earth is not destroyed, the souls of these guys will not perish." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. Chaos Child possessed an inner world and was obviously very familiar with the conception of living beings. But it doesn't matter. The Source Earth doesn't dare to take action now, but as long as the stalemate continues and the Source Earth continues to decrease, he will eventually take action. Whatever tricks he has left, they will probably be useless by then. Hun Dunzi also echoed, "It seems that this guy is very cowardly. Yuan Tuzwil is very cautious, or even timid. Even if he has some other means, if he doesn't use them now, I'm afraid they will be useless in the end. Some things are better used early than late." At the same time, the small tree continued to absorb the source soil. The radiant light flowed on his body, and the source soil entered his body and was quickly refined. The former Shinjo Ding, now the Chaos Ding, appeared in shadow, and brilliant golden rays turned into waterfalls and fell, bathing the small tree in the golden light. A little bit of wild water overflowed from the small tree and fell into the Chaos Cauldron, in addition to the source soil absorbed by the small tree. The three began to merge in the Chaos Cauldron, and a strange aura overflowed from the cauldron. Lin Moyu had sharp eyes and saw a tiny bit of colorful soil appear in the Chaos Cauldron. The soil was no bigger than a fingernail, but the aura it exuded surpassed the Great Tao. "Chaos Divine Land," Lin Moyu whispered to himself. He could clearly feel the magic of the Chaos Divine Land. Just by looking at it, he could feel the indescribable vitality. Compared to the treasure land of chaos, the precious soil that gave birth to Tao flowers and Tao trees is obviously superior. The little tree is the ancestral tree of chaos. It is born strong and can be said to be the strongest plant in chaos. In order to grow a small tree, you must have strong enough divine soil, and that is only the Chaos Divine Soil. The Chaos Divine Soil was completely fused in the Chaos Cauldron. Tiny yet powerful, it flew out of the Chaos Cauldron and fell onto the small tree along the golden light. In an instant, the aura of the small tree increased sharply. Just this tiny amount of Chaos Divine Soil almost allowed the small tree to reach perfection from Chaos Great Success. The effect was so strong that it was unimaginable. The changes in the small tree seemed to have stimulated the Source Earth's will. The emergence of the Chaos Divine Earth became the fuse for the outbreak of the Source King's will. The Source Soil comes from the Chaos Divine Soil. The Chaos Divine Soil is the treasure that the little tree needs, and it is also what the Source Soil will pursue. This is instinct, born so hard to change. The Source Earth world shook violently, and thunder-like sounds came from all directions, like a signal for a decisive battle, and all the Source Earth creatures were collectively boiling with excitement. They were already without intelligence, but they became even crazier. Their souls turned into a sea of fire, burning fiercely with the Source Earth as fuel. Giant bodies appeared in the void, composed of Source Earth, which was the appearance of these creatures when they were alive. Countless souls merged into these bodies, the aura of a perfect and powerful being descended, and the pressure swept across the entire Source King world. The Source Earths will briefly resurrected these creatures, allowing them to return to their former lives, but there was still a gap compared to their former lives. Behind the body, the will of the Source Earth descended, revealing an illusory and hazy appearance, and eventually evolved into a human form. There was only one eye on its face, staring at the small tree with greed in its eyes. Lin Moyu looked at the Source Earth will and said casually, although he was born with will, he actually doesn't understand this world. The creatures that strayed into this place brought information from the outside world. The memories of the creatures after death became his knowledge. Thus, he learned about human form and the ancient chaos. But most of that information is fragmented and carries a strong personal will. This guy is specious, that is, Tian Basha. There was a hint of disdain in Lin Moyu's words. He admitted that the Source Earth will was very strong. The 5.4 world was evolved based on the Source Earth. In his territory, the Source Earth will was even stronger than the perfect strong ones. But no matter how strong he is not complete, only 1/3 of the Chaos Divine Land. The little tree restrains him and is superior to him by nature. If the little tree could be stronger, the Source Earths would not be able to cause any waves at all. Even now, it's not impossible to fight. Xiaoshu also stared at the source of the Earth's will. Today, only one person between the two sides could survive, and the one who survived must be himself. The Chaos Divine Soil that had just been fused burst into a rosy glow. The Chaos Divine Soil that was only the size of a fingernail suddenly grew larger, and wherever the rosy glow reached, it turned into Chaos Divine Soil. The small tree stood in the center of the sacred land, and its aura rapidly rose, allowing the small tree to break through to perfection in an instant. Countless branches turned into afterimages and stretched out, crossing the space of the Source Earth world and bombarding the briefly resurrected Source King's birthdays. The Source Earth will glared with its single eye and let out an angry roar. The roar was as resounding as thunder, and the briefly resurrected Source Earth creatures rushed out at the same time. The branches of the small tree penetrated the void, pulled out of thin air and fell on these Source Earth creatures, forcing them to repel. The final war broke out, and the little tree, with the power of the Chaos Divine Land, temporarily sublimated to the state of perfection. The branches were like sharp blades, fighting back and forth with the creatures from the Source Earth. The space-killing array set up by Lin Moyu suddenly expanded, and its range instantly expanded dozens of times, covering all the creatures of the Source Earth. This is the true form of the space-killing array. Not only has the range been expanded, but the lethality has also been greatly improved. The space-killing array is based on the roots of the small tree, and the small tree can fully control it. The Source of Earths will reacted extremely quickly, retreating quickly and leaving the range of the formation. But those Source Earth creatures who were fighting with the small tree were not so lucky. They were enveloped by the formation and had to withstand the attacks from the formation for a while. The undead servants have already rushed out and cooperated with the small tree to besiege these Source Earth creatures. No matter whether it is useful or not, they will fight first. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the world-burning fire burned fiercely, turning the edge of the formation into a sea of fire. 08 The fire of burning world is a powerful weapon against souls. This is done to prevent the souls of these Source Earth creatures from escaping again after death. The creatures of the source earth briefly possess the power they had before they were born, but it cannot last, especially since their souls are filled with impurities and they are unable to exert the power they had before they were born. Song is barely reaching the state of perfection. Xiaoshu used his actions to tell Lin Moyu that even though they were at the same level of perfection, there was a huge difference in their combat power. Under the combined force of the space-killing array and the undead servants, these not-so-powerful perfect warriors began to lose, but they were not afraid of death and fought stubbornly. It would take some time to kill them. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. It is better to act quickly and decisively. Xiaoshu knows this truth very well after following Lin Moyu for so many years. From the branches, fruits fell one by one and landed in the chaotic divine land. In the blink of an eye, saplings appeared in the chaotic divine land. These saplings grew rapidly, and their aura increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they had reached a height of more than 10,000 meters, and Sanchi also reached the peak of the Chaos Realm. What the Source Earth can do, the little tree can naturally do as well, and do it better. The magical effects of the primal Chaos Divine Land were endless, and the little tree created thousands of clones in the blink of an eye. The overall strength of these clones is far less than that of the small tree, but the power they burst out in a short period of time is not weak. They twitched their branches frantically, and a large number of branches shot out from the space, tightly binding one creature after another from the Source Earth. The creatures from the Source Earth struggled frantically, but were unable to break free for a while. The small tree let out a low roar, and its roots pierced through the void. The tree roots turned into sharp needles and pierced the bodies of these creatures from the Source Earth. The creatures of the Source Earth were controlled by the clones created by the small tree and had nowhere to escape. Broken. The little tree shouted loudly, and the creatures of the Source Earth screamed and their bodies twisted. Their bodies are made of source soil, and the small tree absorbs the source soil. The source soil was sucked away and the bodies shattered on the spot. Lin Moyu moved his mind, and the fire that burned the world turned into a rain of fire, targeting the souls of these guys. If it were a powerful and perfect being in his prime, Lin Moyu's world-burning fire would be far from enough. But it's different now. The souls of these guys have long been dissolved by the source soil and have been reassembled. In other words, they are all broken goods full of impurities. Faced with the fire that burned the world, they were unable to resist and could only wail and scream in the flames. Seeing this, Yuan Tuishi's eyes showed obvious anxiety, and he raised his foot and stomped down. Muffled thunder sounded, and countless thunders appeared out of thin air, passing through the space-killing formation and hitting the small tree. Lightning swept across the entire body, the small tree trembled, and many branches broke. Even the glow of the Chaos Divine Land became much weaker. Lightning flashed continuously, and the small tree rolled up its roots to form a barrier to block the lightning. Yuan Tu roared incessantly, controlling the thunder to strike down continuously, as if he wanted to blow the small tree into pieces. How can the will of the Source Earth control thunder? Lin Moyu frowned slightly as he saw the shadow of the boundary. The thunder came from the realm, and the realm was actually merged with the Source King's world. This is where the realms merge. This is not only a world evolved from the source soil, but also integrates the real realm. The realm comes from the perfect and powerful. When the perfect and powerful fall, their realm will collapse. Moreover, the realm will not be carried with you, it is all in chaos, and will not enter the ancient wilderness. There is only one possibility, that a powerful and perfect being used the realm treasure, but the realm treasure was also dissolved. The realm's treasure contains the essence of the realm's power. The Source Earth will uses the power of the realm's treasure to stabilize its own world, giving its own world the characteristics of the realm. In this way, this world becomes more stable, and it becomes difficult for the little tree to leave it. But the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth slightly raised, it really is a fusion of realms, not bad, not bad. Hun Dunzi seemed to understand what Lin Moyu meant. Master, this is your opportunity. Lin Moyu chuckled and waved his hand, and in an instant, the fire that burned the world erupted. Before, the burning world fire only burned within the range of the formation, and its function was to burn the broken souls of these creatures from the Source Earth. But now, the fire of burning the world has begun to play its original function, refining the world. For the fire of the world to grow, it needs the world as fuel. The soul is only a snack for the fire of the burning world. The world is the staple food. The world can be a small world, a big world, or a realm. But you can't refine a powerful realm all at once, as that would cause indigestion. You need to proceed step by step. The world-burning fire had refined many worlds before, but it had never truly refined a realm. Lin Moyu had never been able to find a suitable realm for the burning world fire to refine, but now, the best choice was right in front of 660. The fire of burning world gave up burning these broken souls, threw away the snacks, and turned to the staple food. It exploded with a loud bang, and in the next second it swept across the entire realm. Its burning state changed, the range became larger, the instantaneous damage became smaller, but it began to penetrate every hole. The power belonging to the realm is constantly being burned and refined, becoming nourishment for the fire that burns the world. The source of Earth's will obviously didn't know what was going on. He had no idea that there was such a thing as the world-burning fire in the world. The power of the realm weakened rapidly, and the thunder he summoned became weaker and weaker, until only the sound was heard but no lightning was seen, and it no longer had any offensive power. The small tree launched a counterattack in an instant, its roots flying and turning into sharp blades to slam into the source Earth will. The power of tree roots is stronger than that of branches, and they can penetrate space and arrive in an instant. The source Earth will had no time to react and was shattered into pieces. The small tree took the opportunity to absorb a large amount of source soil, merged it into the chaos cauldron, added desolate water, and transformed it into chaos divine soil. The source Earth will was revealed in another place. His aura was weaker than before, and there was fear in his one eye. The small tree didn't give him a chance to breathe and stabbed him again with its roots. The source of Earth will reached out and took out a mountain-shaped magic weapon. The magic weapon suddenly grew larger and turned into a mountain, blocking the attack of the small tree. The powerful and perfect ones who died here had their magic weapons taken away by the will of the source Earth. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. The garden magical treasure won't last long. The source Earth will relied on the magic weapon and temporarily blocked the attack of the small tree, but it could not last long. He is not a cultivator, nor is he a creature of chaos or ancient wilderness. His own power is extremely special, and it is difficult for him to exert the full power of the magic weapon. After just a short while, the power of the magic weapon began to weaken. If Yuan-Tu had no other means, the outcome of this battle would have been doomed. Xiao Shu, this guy has been around for countless years and has absorbed the knowledge of many people. Be careful, he may have other tricks up his sleeve. Don't rush to absorb him, grind him slowly, little by little. Lin Moyu whispered to the little tree as a reminder. The little tree was cautious and knew what to do. I was just like an old father who was worried about him and gave him some advice. Lin Moyu then said to Hun Dunzi, keep an eye on the source Earth will. I feel like he has other tricks up his sleeve and is ready to use the purified water at any moment. Hun Dunzi hummed, unfolding a phantom of the world, which then vanished. I've been ready for this for a long time. Lin Moyu nodded, closed his eyes and began to control the burning world destruction with all his strength. The burning world fire continued to refine the realm. For Lin Moyu, this was an unexpected gain, very rare, much better than obtaining a powerful magic weapon. The fire of burning the world gradually spread to every corner of the realm, continuously transmitting back information about the realm. The realm created by this source soil is not strong and can be completely refined in a few days. The realm is like a layer of eggshell, wrapping the entire source soil world. And this realm seems to have more than one kind of power. Lin Moyu sensed the situation in the realm and discovered a problem. There was more than one kind of power aura in the realm. He suddenly understood that the source Earth will should have obtained more than one realm treasure. He used his own characteristics to merge these realm treasures together. Therefore, this realm has become strange and has multiple attributes. The realm created with the realm treasure is not a real realm, but more like a semi-finished product made of some fragments glued together. Well, at least let the world-burning fire have a good meal. After refining, the world-burning fire can always be further refined, and the effect will be better if it is refined in other realms in the future. Lin Moyu ate his meal bite by bite, very patiently. In less than half a day, the outer shell of the domain that envelopes the Source Earth world began to shatter under the refining of the world-burning fire. The Source Earth will completely lose the help of the power of the domain. The magic weapon he used had reached its limit under the continuous beating of the small tree. While attacking, the small tree continued to absorb the source soil, fusing it into new chaotic divine soil to support its own consumption. At this point in the battle, the little tree's aura did not weaken, but instead became stronger. One day later, Lin Moyu refined the realm, and the world-burning fire rose to another level, returning in an even more powerful posture, turning into a rain of fire that fell towards the Source Earth will. In a certain sense, the Source Earth will is also a kind of soul body and can also be attacked by the fire of burning world. The will of the Source Earth drives the Source Earth to form a barrier to resist the fire that burns the world. He was attacked from all sides, the pressure doubled, and he became even more embarrassed. He can't escape now. Once he escapes, the entire Source Earth world will be controlled by the little tree, and it will be difficult to turn the situation around. His only chance was to find a way to kill the little tree, but now it seemed that he couldn't do it. Victory seems to be a foregone conclusion. Hun Dunzi said in a relaxed tone, "I told you that Fatty Tree was overly worried. It's just a small source of Earth will, nothing at all. If it's the will born from the chaos divine soil, then we should be more careful." Lin Moyu said he should have some tricks up his sleeve. Even now, Lin Moyu still believes that it is impossible to eliminate the Source Earth will so easily. The guy seemed a little flustered, but he was actually very balanced. The eye of the undead could directly see the soul flame, and his soul did not fluctuate too much. From this, Lin Moyu judged that he must have other tricks up his sleeve. Hun Dunzi naturally wouldn't refute Lin Moyu's words. "Don't worry, I'm watching him. He doesn't stand a chance." Lin Moyu nodded slightly, stepped on the boat, and was ready. If Yuan-Tu really has some other tricks up his sleeve, they should have appeared. The defense of the Source Earth was getting weaker and weaker, and it seemed to have reached its limit. The little tree absorbed more and more Source Earth, and it merged into more Chaos Divine Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth bloomed with 9-colored rays of light, becoming the foundation of the little tree. "Aren't you going to do it yet?" Lin Moyu frowned slightly. It seemed to him that the source of Earth's will was about to take action, but there was no movement. Hun Dunzi asked, "Could it be that he doesn't have any other methods?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, there must be." Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the deepest part of the Source Earth world. A large part of the world collapsed, countless Source Earths rolled up huge waves, and a giant beast made of Source Earth rushed out from the deepest part of the world. The will of the Source Earth moved, it turned into a stream of light and drilled into the body of the giant beast, merging with it. Sure enough, there are other tricks. The giant beast hid so deeply that even Lin Moyu didn't notice it. The giant beast exudes a powerful aura, stronger than the previous Source Earth creatures. He should be an ancient creature that once strayed into this place, but for some reason his body was not dissolved. All we can say is that the giant beast's body is too strong to be dissolved. This is not good news. The guy who can block the source of soil, just the physical defense is enough to give people a headache. Its soul has been annihilated, and now the Source Earth will has taken over, occupying the giant beast's soul and controlling its body. In addition to the giant beast's already powerful body, it is covered with a layer of source soil, which further enhances its defense. Hun Dunzi shouted, "This guy is very strong. His physical body is close to that of a quasi-great master. Why did he hide until now and take action?" Lin Moyu said, "He's too strong. Using him might come at a high price, so if we can avoid it, we'll do it. But there is another possibility." Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he had a second guess in his mind. He felt that the second guess might be more accurate. Hun Dunzi asked, "What else is possible?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Be prepared, he's coming." The giant beast rushed over and smashed the space formation in an extremely unreasonable manner. During this process, Lin Moyu heard the screams from the Source Earth's will. A large amount of source soil was shattered in this process, and the will remaining on the source soil disappeared, out of the control of the source soil's will. These source soils became ownerless, and at the same time, another trace of will appeared in these ownerless source soils. Really? Lin Moyu immediately knew why the Source King's will began to stop, using this horrible body. Although the soul of this body was annihilated, a new will was born in its body. Yuan too couldn't do anything to the physical body, nor could he erase the will within the physical body. Every time he controlled it, he had to consume a lot of energy. His power comes from the Source Earth, and the power he consumes is the Source King. The consumed source soil will be occupied by the will of the giant beast's physical body. If the amount of source soil occupied by the other party reaches a certain level, it may in turn pose a threat to the will of the source soil. Normally he would use source soil to suppress the opponent. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he would definitely not use the body of this giant beast. Now that they have taken action, they must have a bigger goal. His target is Little Tree Towel. The giant beast's body broke through the space formation like a hot knife through butter, and also smashed the barrier woven by the roots of the small trees. The giant beast's body continued to crash into the small tree, and the Source Earth will flew out of the giant beast's body, turning into lightning and rushing towards the small tree. He wants to occupy the little tree's body and kill it. The ultimate means of Source Earth's will was not to use the giant beast's body to kill the little tree. Perhaps he had never thought of killing the little tree from the beginning to the end. He is 1/3 of the Chaos Divine Land, while the little tree is the former Chaos Ancestral Tree, now 5/6. What he really wanted from the beginning to the end was how to wipe out the little tree's intelligence, usurp the tree's nest, and become the Chaos Ancestral Tree himself. The best way to do this is naturally to suppress the small tree with force, or even severely damage it. But he had failed before. Using ordinary means, he couldn't seriously damage the small tree, let alone protect himself. He could only use this giant beast, and at some cost, use the beast's body to injure the small tree, while he simultaneously fought with the small tree's soul, trying to wipe out the small tree. Lin Moyu didn't know where he got the confidence from. Maybe he had other hidden means, but Lin Moyu didn't want to know what those means were, and he didn't want Xiaoshu to be in danger. Just as the giant beast's body was about to hit the small tree, a strange world appeared and the giant beast crashed into this world. This is Hun Dunzi's inner world. Hun Dunzi had been prepared for it long ago. As long as Yuan Tu really has the means to threaten the little tree, his inner world will be the ultimate protective barrier. When the Source Earth will discovered this, it was already too late. Come in. Hun Dunzi shouted loudly, welcoming the giant beast's body and the Source Earth's will to enter, while rolling up a large amount of clean water. The clean water turned into a tsunami and hit over. Chaos Z's methods were rough and simple. No matter who you were, he would greet you with clean water. If it were outside, this amount of clean water would naturally not be enough. But in his inner world, this pure water is enough to drown all enemies. Pure water repels the Tao and has the ability to obliterate all wills. When water is too pure, there will be no fish. This is the truth. No avenue or soul can survive in the pure water. Even the great masters and quasi-great masters can be suppressed by the pure water, not to mention this giant beast and the Source Earth will. Seeing Hun Dunzi's rough behavior, Xiaoshu couldn't help but say, be careful, don't consume too much source soil. Clean water can purify everything, including the source. At this time, the source soil covering the giant beast reached 1/5 of the entire source soil world, which is not a small number. If all of them are purified, the amount of chaos divine soil that is finally fused will be greatly reduced. This loss is too great and not worth it. Hun Dunzi kept saying, don't worry, I will pay attention. I also have a share of the Chaos Divine Land. Just watch how I kill this guy. Ache, the clean water fell like a tsunami. As if knowing the horror of the clean water, the giant beast retreated like crazy. The Source Earth Will that had just flown out screamed and fled back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. His cry was extremely unpleasant, because it was sharp and terrified. At this moment, the will in the giant beast's body and the will of the Source Earth that controls the soul reached a consensus. This thing called pure water cannot be provoked, so hide quickly. If you want to escape, there's no door, not even a window. Hun Dun-Zi snorted coldly, and the pure water turned into lightning and shot straight towards them at such a speed that they had no chance to dodge. This is his world, and he can even change the rules within it, but he is too lazy to do so. Clean water is more than enough to deal with these two guys. The clean water hit the giant beast's head with incredible accuracy, creating a big hole in its head, and the clean water rushed directly into the giant beast's body. The giant beast's proud body and powerful defense are like tofu to Jing Shui. A large amount of clean water penetrated into the giant beast's body and rushed through his body. Wherever it went, there was a constant sound of water pouring into an oil pan. A terrifying scream erupted from the giant beast's mouth, and the will in his body was being wiped away by the clean water. The beast was unwilling to give in and kept roaring, but it had no other choice. He had died long ago, his soul was annihilated, but his body remained intact, and he had even evolved a new will. But he was still dead, his will could not break away from his body and exist independently, and he was helpless in the face of the invasion of pure water. If he were still alive, perhaps his soul could escape, but now there is no way. A sharp cry was heard, and the will of the Source Earth actually escaped from the body of the giant beast, which meant that the pure water had invaded the soul world. The Source Earth will was flying around in Hun Dun-Zi's inner world. Hun Dun-Zi had already closed the exit, so the Source King will could not escape at all. Seeing that he could not escape, he gathered all the source that enveloped the giant beast's flesh and used it to protect himself. Hun Dun-Zi said with a hint of disdain, "If we were outside, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but here, you can only wait to die obediently, it's useless." As he was speaking, a corpse covered in clean water slowly flew over. It was the corpse of a great master. Hun Dun-Zi removed the clean water that was covering the great master. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the great venerable swept out, turning into a thick pressure that rushed straight into the sky. The shadow of chaos appeared and pointed towards the source of Earth's will. The mighty power of the great Lord came crashing down, pressing down on the Source King's will. Amidst the screams, the Source Earth's will was shaken away, and the Source Earth that had just gathered was shattered into pieces. Die! Hun Dun-Zi pointed his finger again, and a stream of pure water turned into a sharp arrow and shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the body of Source King Will. The will of the Source Earth shattered, and the pure water exploded with it, covering all the fragments. Under the cover of pure water, the Source Earth's will was quickly purified. The whole process was quick and smooth, and not much source soil was damaged. The giant beast's body was also preserved almost intact, but the will within the body was completely wiped out, turning it into a true corpse. The battle ended there. Hun Dun-Zi clapped his hands and said with a grin, "Master, I did a pretty good job, didn't I?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Very impressive." Hun Dun-Zi said, "Of course. This is my world. No matter who you are, once you enter, you must lie down obediently." Xiaoshu snorted softly, "Not necessarily." Hun Dun-Zi didn't care at all and said shamelessly, "There are always exceptions." He took out the giant beast's body and the remaining source soil, as well as a bead. The beads are grayish-yellow and exude a rich scent of source earth. After the source earth's will was purified, it condensed into this bead. The little tree said, "This is the essence of the source earth, and also the essence of the source earth's will." Lin Moyu asked, "What's the use?" Xiaoshu said, "This bead is equivalent to half of the Source Earth world. It can also evolve into a piece of Source Earth, but this is a bit of a waste." Lin Moyu said, "Go and merge into the Chaos Divine Land." Hun Dun-Zi's eyes lit up, "That's right, merge quickly, I'm still waiting." Lin Moyu looked at Hun Dun-Zi curiously, "What do you want the Chaos Divine Art for?" The Chaos Divine Soil is necessary for nurturing the Chaos Ancestral Tree, but for others, it is just a kind of top-grade immortal soil and is not irreplaceable. Hun Dunzi said, "My inner world is not perfect, but the Chaos Divine Land can perfect it." The little tree said, "With the Chaos Divine Soil, perhaps a divine tree like me can be nurtured." Hun Dunzi corrected him, "It may not be a sacred tree, it could be a sacred flower or sacred grass." Xiao Shu said, "But it's also possible that nothing will come out of it." Hun Dunzi said, "Although I don't know why I do this, my instinct tells me that the Chaos God is very important to me." Lin Moyu listened to their conversation and felt that there seemed to be a deeper meaning in their words. There must be some secrets hidden in the sealed memories of the two little guys. The will of the Source Earth was wiped out, and the entire Source Earth world no longer had a master. It was only a matter of time before it was absorbed by the small tree. The little tree refined the source soil it absorbed and sent it into the Chaos Cauldron and added the desolate water. After fusion in the Chaos Cauldron, it finally formed the Chaos Divine Soil. The level of Chaos Divine Soil is too high, and a vast amount of source soil can only be fused into a piece of Chaos Divine Soil the size of a fingernail. Even if the source soil world is absorbed, the amount of Chaos Divine Soil that can be obtained in the end will not be too much. And a portion has to be given to Hun Dunzi, so there is even less left for Xiao Shu. Lin Moyu made a rough estimate and concluded that the Chaos Divine Land he could eventually obtain would probably be only about 1 square acre. Compared with the huge and tangled root system of the small tree, the piece of chaotic divine land is really pitifully small. Although the more precious things are, the smaller the quantity, Lin Moyu always feels that it shouldn't be so few. He casually asked, "Is this all the Chaos Divine Land in the world?" The little tree thought for a moment. "It seems there are more, but it seems these are the only ones left." As his memory had not been restored, Xiao Shu's answer was not very certain. Hun Dunzi interrupted, "I think I know a little bit. Chaos Divine Soil should be able to reproduce. It's not a fixed number." His words were also not very certain. Xiao Shu added to Hun Dunzi's words, "Chaos Divine Soil isn't a fixed quantity. It can be multiplied through various methods, but it's rather troublesome and requires meeting many conditions. For example, the precious soils we obtained earlier can serve as the basis for the reproduction of Chaos Divine Soil. They can be assimilated by the Chaos Divine Soil and transformed into Chaos Divine Soil over a long period of time. Of course, the quantity will be reduced. In addition to this, there are some other methods, some of which have very slow conversion rates and some of which have harsh conditions." Xiao Shu mentioned several methods, but Lin Moyu found that Xiao Shu was being too euphemistic. The conditions were not just a little harsh, but extremely harsh. The treasures required were things I had never seen or even heard of. Although there are alternatives, it would take ages to find them one by one. Among all the methods, only one is the simplest and most suitable, that is for the small tree to actively absorb the power of chaos and ancient insects. Transform the power in the chaos into source soil, and transform the power in the ancient wilderness into wilderness water, and then combine it with the chaos cauldron to fuse into the Chaos Divine Soil. This method is the simplest and does not require any materials or treasures, only time. Judging from the current speed of the small tree, it will take about 100 million years to fuse the export craftsman. It seems very slow, but considering the level of the Chaos Divine Land, this speed is already quite good. When the little tree's power level becomes stronger, the speed can be increased a little, but not by much. Lin Moyu said softly, "Things are valuable because they are rare. The Chaos God is indeed extremely precious." Xiao Shu's eyes were filled with thought. "Although my memories haven't recovered, they tell me that the Chaos Divine Soil is not only the source of my power, but can also be used in battle. I should have had a lot of Chaos Divine Soil back then, but I consumed it all. There must have been a major war back then, perhaps more than one." Both Xiao Shu and Han Dunzi were forced to split themselves up to avoid disaster. Lin Moyu said, "Don't think about it for now. Just do the things at hand. As for the memories of the past, they will return naturally when the time comes." Xiao Shu hummed, "I understand." Hun Dunzi said, "There's no point in thinking about it. Anyway, the past is the past, and the present is the present. No matter what happened back then, it's all in the past. I am a brand new person now." Lin Moyu asked, "Have you ever thought about redoing what you didn't finish back then?" Hun Dunzi shook his head. No, I don't want to think about it. If I couldn't do it back then, I definitely can't do it now." A light snort was heard, and Xiaoshu obviously disagreed with Hun Dunzi's remarks. However, Hun Dunzi didn't care at all. Instead, he urged Xiaoshu to quickly merge the Chaos Divine Soil and give him his share. Lin Moyu looked at Hun Dunzi's performance and his heart was as clear as a mirror. Does Hun Dunzi really not care? I'm afraid not, he just pretends not to care. Otherwise, he would not want the Chaos Divine Land. The Chaos Divine Land can perfect his inner world, and the inner world is the root of Chaos Sun. Back then, his inner world was able to give birth to 9 Great Masters and 9 Quasi-Great Masters, which shows how powerful Hun Dunzi was back then. Now that he wants to perfect his inner world again, does he really have no other ideas? Lin Moyu pondered, perhaps Hun Dunzi has awakened some of his memories, but he's just unwilling to talk about them. This guess is very likely. Since Hun Dunzi didn't say anything, Lin Moyu pretended not to know. Hun Dunzi called him master, but Lin Moyu never treated Hun Dunzi as a slave. Instead, he treated him as a friend and gave him enough respect. The small tree continued to absorb the source soil, and the chaotic divine soil was fused out bit by bit. 0. The cup of desolate water given by the Chaos Wild Ox played a crucial role. Without that cup of desolate water, the Chaos Divine Soil could not be conceived at all. The little tree would have to go to the ancient wilderness to absorb the power of the ancient wilderness to temper the desolate water, which would have wasted a lot of time. The refining process lasted for more than 700 days. All the source soil was refined and absorbed by the small tree and fused into the Chaos Divine Soil. The Chaos Divine Soil that was finally obtained was less than 1 cubic meter. Xiaoshu gave 1/3 of it to Hun Dunzi and kept half for himself. Lin Moyu watched as the primal Chaos Divine Soil merged into the roots of the small tree, surrounding it tightly around the waist. The breath of the Chaos Divine Soil flowed along the roots to the whole body of the small tree, and the breath of the small tree rose rapidly. It was not the temporary sublimation before, but a real rise and strengthening. 0. Only a moment later, the little tree reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, only half a step away from perfection. The little tree is the ancestral tree of chaos, not an ancient creature. According to the rules of chaos, he needs the support of the power of the realm to break through to perfection. However, the little tree does not need to look for a realm. He has the chaos fruit. By sending the ripe chaos fruit into the Chaos Divine Land, he can breed a new chaos spirit in it. This kind of chaotic spirit possesses the attributes of both chaos and ancient wilderness. They can evolve the world on their own. When the number of worlds reaches a certain level, they can merge with each other to evolve the realm. This realm is very special and can only be used by small trees. Small trees can use this realm to enter the realm of perfection. The only problem now is that the amount of Chaos Divine Land is somewhat insufficient, and the speed of nurturing the chaos spirit has to slow down. It is estimated that it will take at least 10,000 years to merge into a realm. That is to say, after 10,000 years, the small tree will be able to reach the level of perfection. At the same time, the little tree also needs time to recover. Whether it is its body, realm, or memory, it all takes time and cannot be rushed. Not only Xiaoshu, but also Hun Dunzi is like this. After obtaining the Chaos Divine Soil, he wants to integrate the Chaos Divine Soil into his world, thereby perfecting his own world. His Dao Garden and Dao Forest will be affected by the Chaos Divine Soil and will become stronger. There is even a chance that they will give birth to something like a small tree. This also takes a lot of time. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He waved a ball of immortal flame, covering the body of the giant beast in front of him. This giant beast is extremely powerful and must have reached the pinnacle of perfection when it was alive. If it can be successfully resurrected, Lin Mo will have more cards up his sleeve. The undead flames burned fiercely, engulfing the huge body of the beast. From a distance, it looked like a realm was burning. Lin Moyu asked Xiaoping, but Xiaoping didn't know the origin of this giant beast. There are too many kinds of creatures in the chaos and ancient wilderness. Even the great masters find it difficult to understand them all. It is normal that Xiaoping does not have any of them in his blood memory. After careful observation, Lin Moyu basically determined that this giant beast should come from the ancient wilderness rather than chaos. The rules in the chaos and the ancient wilderness are different, and the environment is also very different, which causes the appearance of creatures in the chaos and the ancient wilderness to be slightly different. At the same time, if the creatures in the chaos want to achieve perfection, they must have a realm. This is the rule of chaos. Even the ancestral tree of chaos, like the small tree, is exempt from it. But there is no need for that in the ancient wilderness. In fact, there is no realm in the ancient wilderness, only real combat power. Realm is just a title used to measure strength. Among the creatures born in the ancient wilderness, at least 750 also possesses the combat power of a small success in the chaos realm, and this is the state when he was just born. With a little growth, the combat power can reach the chaos realm. It is actually very difficult for a chaos realm master to survive safely in the ancient wilderness. Not to mention the dangers, the ancient wilderness divine light alone is enough to wipe out most of the ancient wilderness creatures. After countless years of evolution, the combat power of a large part of the creatures in the ancient wilderness has reached the level of perfection in the chaos realm. Only in this way can they live long in the ancient wilderness. The giant beast in front of him had a body that was almost perfect beyond the chaos realm, and even Yuan-Tu was helpless against it. It has combat power of at least the perfect level, but does not have the power of the realm, so it should be the creature of Gu Huangqian. It is precisely because he has no boundary influence and is not a quasi-great master that Lin Moyu can try to transform him into a resurrected person. If it is a perfect strong man in the chaos, he can only be used to play corpse explosion at best. The existence of the realm has too much influence, and forced resurrection will attract the attention of Tao. The flames were blazing, and the beast's body finally moved, and the injuries it had suffered previously began to recover. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt the fluctuation of souls, and a soul was reuniting in the body of the giant beast. This soul is a bit weak. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the soul. At this time, the soul had just begun to reunite, so it was normal for the breath to be weak. But the weak that Lin Moyu mentioned was not the aura at this moment, but the essence of the giant beast's soul was very weak, not much stronger than an ordinary chaos realm, and far inferior to its physical body. An extremely powerful body, but a relatively weak soul. Although it's very unbalanced, with my strong body, it's enough. The various dangers he encountered in the ancient wilderness along the way were basically aimed at the physical body. Although this giant beast's soul is relatively weak, as long as its body is strong enough, it is enough for it to run rampant in the ancient wilderness. Anything that reaches its extreme is extremely terrifying. Like the Chaos Wild Ox, its size has reached an extreme, and even the Great Venerable would probably have a headache seeing it. This giant beast relied on its body to withstand the attacks in the ancient wilderness road and came here. The source of earth was indeed powerless against his physical body, but unfortunately the source of earth could also dissolve his soul, so his soul was not affected. Lin Moyu has already analyzed the cause and effect. Now he just needs to wait for him to be resurrected. Then he can know his identity and get a thug who is more powerful than the ordinary perfect level. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly the giant beast's soul that was reuniting became unstable. The soul reunion stopped after only 1/3 of it was completed and no longer continued. Then the residual soul shook violently and was about to dissipate. At the same time, a strange will emerged from the body, and the extremely powerful body began to give birth to will. So fast. Lin Moyu was shocked. It took tens of millions of years for a physical body to give rise to a will. How could it be that the physical body gave rise to a will again in just a short time? Unless the purified water failed to purify it, which of course was impossible, I saw it with my own eyes. The unstable soul meant that it was impossible to turn it into a resurrected being. The body began to show its will again, and as soon as it appeared, it began to fight against the undead flame. The giant beast was trembling all over, as if it would counterattack at any time. Chaos, purify it. Lin Moyu shouted softly, and Hun Dun-zi immediately opened his inner world and took the giant beast away again. Clean water gushed out and rushed into the giant beast's body, wiping out the wool that had just been born in his body. The soul in the giant beast shattered with a slight sound, turning into a large number of fragments. Lin Moyu waved his hand, gathered these soul fragments, and then used his own soul power to contact them. Although the soul is incomplete, it contains a lot of information, and perhaps we can get something from it. At the same time, he was wondering why this happened. After the giant beast died, its soul dissipated, but its true spirit remained. His own magic is based on the true spirit, which can gather his scattered soul again. If it does not exist in this world, the magic will also collect soul fragments from other times, and finally complete the reunion. For the spell to fail, the opponent's true spirit must be damaged. In other words, all the fragments of his soul were erased during the time that could be found. There are only these two possibilities, there is no third. In the shattered fragments of the beast's soul, Lin Moyu found clues. There is a very strange memory in the soul fragment. This memory is very vague and comes from different perspectives and different areas. It seems that it is not the memory that the giant beast should have when it was alive. It seems that it only gained this memory after its soul was scattered throughout the world after death. In those memories, palm-sized flying insects flew out from the dark ancient world, flew over the scattered souls, and devoured them. After a living being dies, its soul disperses and cannot be seen normally, even by the eyes of the dead. But these flying insects can see and devour it, not only the present, but also the soul in time. The souls eaten by them are completely wiped out from the world and no longer exist at any point in time. Things that have been completely erased naturally cannot be reunited, let alone resurrected. The reason why these can be seen in the soul fragments is that the flying insects did not devour all of the behemoth's soul, and a part of it remained. Since souls are connected, these memories remain. Now that Lin Moyu has brought the remaining souls together, these memories have reappeared in the world. As for the will in the body, there is no other reason, the body is too strong, strong to the limit. Lin Moyu judged that his physical body was about to reach the level of quasi-great venerable. If no one suppressed him, 2.7 would give birth to his will at any time. Unless the physical body is completely destroyed, but that is not easy to do and it is a waste. At least it can be used to perform corpse explosion, which is enough to kill any perfect strong man, and it is more powerful than the minced meat obtained before. However, Lin Moyu only needed a piece of minced meat, and after discussing with each other, Hun Dun-zi and Xiao Shu divided the rest directly. Xiaoping asked weakly, "Can you give me some?" He is a creature of chaos. In addition to self-cultivation and evolution, he can also strengthen himself by devouring powerful flesh and blood and natural treasures. Lin Moyu naturally agreed and gave him a piece of meat. Xiaoping's strength is not enough, and a piece of flesh and blood will take him a long time to digest. Lin Moyu also asked, "Xiaoping, do you know of any insect that can devour scattered souls, even souls from past times?" Before Xiaoping could answer, Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi exclaimed at the same time, "What a lie!" Raging shadow bug. Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi exclaimed in unison. Lin Moyu was a little surprised by the reactions of the two, and vaguely felt that the wild shadow insects they were talking about might not be simple. On the contrary, Xiaoping had no reaction at all, obviously having no idea what Huang Yingsu was. Xiaoping stared blankly at Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu, his eyes slightly silly. Over the past period of time, he has been very clear about what kind of existence these two big brothers are, and he can't afford to offend them at all. So during this period, Xiaoping was very well behaved. Now he pricked up his ears and knew what the wild shadow was. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you know any information about the wild shadow worm?" Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu exchanged a glance, and Xiao Shu said, "Go ahead and tell me what's missing." Hun Dunzi hummed, "The wilderness shadow bugs are the most troublesome creatures in the ancient wilderness. They are somewhat similar to the black shadow wilderness beasts, and are like the shadows of the ancient wilderness. The wild shadow bugs can manipulate time. They constantly travel through time and space, existing in every past. Therefore, it is difficult to find them, and even more difficult to kill them. They feed on souls, not complete souls, but the souls that disperse after the death of a powerful being. Once they devour that part of the soul, every trace of its existence in time is erased, and even the true spirit is damaged. 09 Every time the desolate shadow worm appears, it means that the ancient desolate and chaos will be in big trouble." Hun Dunzi said, "That's all I know. Fatty Tree might know a little more, so let him add to the information." Lin Moyu knew clearly from Hun Dunzi's expression that this guy definitely knew more than that, but there were some things he didn't want to say, so he let Xiao Shu say it. The little tree snorted, "If you don't want to talk, don't talk. You're just talking nonsense." Hun Dunzi chuckled and said, "You know a lot, so I'll let you speak." Xiao Shu said, "The desolate shadow bug won't appear easily. It will only appear when space and time become chaotic and a space-time tide is set off. Once the desolate shadow bug appears, it will begin to search for food, devouring the souls scattered throughout the ancient desolate world and reproducing. This process will last a long time, at least 1,000,000 years. Once they have multiplied to a certain number, they will enter the chaos from the ancient wasteland and continue to devour the souls in the void. If they encounter any living creature along their path, they will devour it. In the past, many races in the chaos were wiped out by the desolate shadow worms, and many spies were killed by them. In the ancient wasteland and chaos they sweep through, at least 1/3 of their souls will be emptied, their true spirits shattered. No matter how many methods are used, it will be impossible to revive them." The last sentence was for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu murmured, "So, the desolate shadow worms are like scavengers in the ancient wasteland and chaos, clearing away all the excess soul fragments and, by the way, clearing out those unlucky races as well." Xiao Shu said, "That's indeed the case. In my memory, I seem to have fought against the desolate shadow bug before, but I don't know the outcome. I probably didn't gain any advantage, and I even suffered a bit of a loss. So I have a feeling towards the desolate shadow bug in my memory." Xiao Shu looked at Hun Dunzi and said, "This guy is probably about the same." Hun Dunzi didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Lin Moyu asked, "What will be the final outcome of the wild shadow bug?" The little tree said, "Every time they appear, they come from the ancient wasteland to the chaos. Sometimes there's just one group, sometimes there are many. In the end, they disappear at the end of the chaos, re-entering time and space, returning to the past and disappearing. The wild shadow worm lives in the past time and space, and every time it appears, it causes great damage to ancient lie and chaos. You should know that there are a large number of powerful souls scattered in the ancient chaos, and many races have secret methods that can resurrect their own people at the right time and at a certain price. However, once eaten by the wild shadow bug, the true spirit will be shattered and can never be resurrected." This was the first time Xiaoping had heard of this. He murmured, "Wow, there's actually such a thing." Hun Dunzi said, "There are many strange things in the ancient wilderness. The desolate shadow bug is just one of them. There are many things more terrifying than them." Lin Moyu asked, "Have you fought with them before?" Hun Dunzi sighed, "I think we fought, but I don't remember clearly. I probably suffered some losses. Anyway, I really don't like these guys. The wild shadow bugs can travel through time and space, and their ability to control space exceeds that of most races with spatial talents. Perhaps they could directly enter Hun Dunzi's inner world. In that case, Hun Dunzi would definitely fight with them. I wonder if my world-burning fire can deal with Huang Yingdu." Lin Moyu thought to himself that the appearance of the wild shadow bug now meant that a tide had occurred in the past time and space. They are now multiplying in the ancient wilderness, and no one knows how many years it will take for them to rush into chaos. Lin Moyu is not worried about anything else but his own boundary. Every time the wild shadow bug comes, it destroys a large number of realms. I hope my own realm will not be affected. Lin Moyu felt a vague urge to go back. He still had many friends in the 5 worlds and could not afford to lose any of them. The little tree sensed Lin Moyu's thoughts and said, "Master, don't worry. I can sense that the space-time tide hasn't arrived yet. The wild shadow insects haven't yet completed their reproduction. There's still plenty of time. And every time they move from the ancient wasteland into the primal chaos, they first enter the 4 poles, and only after passing through the 4 poles will they enter the 3 realms. At least for 10,000 years, they won't go to chaos." As the ancestor tree of chaos, Xiaoshu also has strong power of time and space, and he has dealt with the wild shadow insects before, so his perception cannot be wrong. Lin Moyu asked, "How do we stop the wild shadow bug?" Xiaoshu said, "There's no good way. If they're few in number, we can kill them. A perfect warrior is enough to kill them. If they're too many, even a great warrior would have to retreat." Hun Dunzi said, "When the number of wild shadow insects reaches a certain level, they can be fused into an insect king, and the power of the master will exceed perfection and be comparable to that of a celestial being. If it really comes to that, unless the Great Venerable takes action, there is no way to stop them, so the best way is to avoid them. But the desolate shadow bug is also a treasure. They possess the power of time and space. Some desolate shadow bugs leave behind time and space orbs after they die. The time and space orbs can be used to comprehend the power of time and space, or to refine magical weapons. They are all top-notch." Xiaoshu said, "Many people died for the time and space pearl. It was not worth it." Hun Dunzi said, "But you have to admit that the time and space pearl is a good thing, especially for strengthening the realm. It is a rare treasure." The little tree said, "No matter how good something is, it needs to be used while you are still alive. If you die, everything is gone." The conversation between the two made Lin Moyu realize that both of them should have recovered a lot of memories, but they had a tacit understanding and did not mention it at all. He didn't ask anymore. Since they didn't say anything, there was a reason for them not to say it. There was no point in forcing him to ask. Perhaps it is because my current strength is not enough, so it is useless to know all this. After the beast's body was divided up, the boat set out again, heading towards the great formation that the heavenly disaster lord had set up in the ancient wilderness. This time, the little tree took back the source soil smoothly. The will of the source soil only caused some minor troubles, which was nothing serious. The small tree that was once split into 6 parts due to some reasons has become complete again. It is just a matter of time before the small tree can reach its peak again. Lin Moyu didn't know how strong Xiaoshu was at his peak, but judging from Hun Dunzi's appearance, he was at least not weaker than Dazun. After all, Chaos Child was able to give birth to 9 great lords in his inner world. Perhaps these 9 great lords could not compare to the great lords in the real chaos, but how bad could they be? How bad could Xiaoshu be? The name of the Chaos Ancestral Tree is not for nothing. It is the strongest tree in chaos and the ancestor of all trees, so it is called the Ancestral Tree. In addition to combat power, Xiaoshu also possesses various abilities, which have become his own talents. Lin Moyu hopes that Xiaoshu will recover to his peak state, and that his own talents will also benefit from it. Apart from anything else, the little tree's growth this time was a qualitative change. The number of times it was reborn had also leaped. Now it had the opportunity to be reborn 5,000 times. And the number of times has been increasing, with no end in sight. It won't be long before it reaches 10,000 times, or even more. With so many freshmen experience, I feel more confident. But at the same time, Lin Moyu also witnessed a new crisis. For example, the wild shadow insects that can make one's magic spells ineffective can devour scattered souls, and these are souls from all time in the future to the present, destroying the true spirit from the soul. If you ever come face to face with the wild shadow bug, you must be careful. Rebirth is not without basis. If one's soul is devoured, and the soul at all points in time is devoured, and the true spirit is damaged, then it is hard to say whether one's rebirth is effective. The danger of the Chaos Ancient Wasteland once again revealed the tip of the iceberg. The Chaos Ancient Wasteland told Lin Moyu in its own language how dangerous it was here. In addition to known dangers, there are many unknown dangers. As powerful as this unknown giant beast was, its physical strength had almost exceeded the limit of the Chaos Realm and was extremely close to that of a great venerable, but it still died in the end. Not only did he die, but his body was also dismembered and became someone else's food. In the ancient wilderness, no one is absolutely safe, not even the great masters. The Great Venerable is only the Great Venerable of Chaos, not the Great Venerable of ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu thought of what the Great Venerable Natural Disaster had said. In order to fight against the Tao, they all went into the ancient wilderness to explore. At that time, he was already a top Great Venerable, but he used the word exploration. This also means that there are dangers in the wilderness that make it difficult for even others to ensure their safety. For a moment, Lin Moyu felt that even with the deliverance boat, it could not guarantee his safety 100%. Let's leave after we find the formation. Lin Moyu made a decision and took out the cause-seeking ring. The cause ring glowed faintly. Whether in the primal chaos or in the ancient wasteland, the cause ring did not change at all. Soul power activates the cause-seeking ring. There is a result but no cause. Lin Moyu planted fruits for himself to ensure that he could find the formation set up by the great lord of natural disaster in the ancient wilderness. The Xuanine ring once again sent out a powerful backlash force, and Lin Moyu was instantly shattered into pieces. Purple light flashed, and Lin Moyu was reborn. Time and again, Lin Moyu is reborn. In his new life, Lin Moyu felt the continuous backlash from the cause-seeking ring. The backlash came from cause and effect, but its power seemed to be greater than cause and effect. Lin Moyu had felt it carefully before, but he didn't understand it before. This time when he saw the pure water, he suddenly understood it. The reason why the backlash of the Seeking Cause ring is so terrifying is that its power is on the same level as that of pure water, and it is a power that transcends the rules of the Chaos Avenue. This is a causal force that is higher than the avenue of cause and effect. It looks like a magical ability. Only a guy who is not afraid of death can use the cause-seeking ring. Even if a great master comes, he will probably have to be very cautious. After dying 18 times in a row, the backlash force finally subsided, the cause-seeking ring began to glow, and the seeds of the seeds were planted. Lin Moyu instructed Xiaoshu, find the ancient desolate road. Xiaoshu naturally understood and started looking immediately. Under the influence of the cause-seeking cycle, one's own results have been established. The first ancient road that Xiaoshu finds may not be the closest, but it is definitely the correct one. Soon the small tree locked onto an ancient desolate road, and the boat flew over. The ancient wasteland roads are spread throughout the ancient wasteland. As long as they are used properly, they can save a lot of time. Feeling the roar coming from the Dewey boat, Lin Moyu quietly looked at the folded and twisted space outside the Dewey boat. The power of Gu Dao Wang fell on the Dewey boat, but it just made a loud noise and did not cause any damage to the Dewey boat. However, occasionally some power of the ancient wasteland Dao would penetrate into the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat had been damaged in the war and was no longer perfect. Lin Moyu felt the power coming in, and he had the idea of repairing the boat. I want to repair the boat. Do you have any ideas? Hun Dunzi replied smoothly, that's easy. Just get a piece of ancient gold. He answered quickly and smoothly without even thinking about it. Lin Moyu knew that this guy must have recovered a lot of his memory, but he just didn't want to say it. He didn't expose the truth and continued to ask, what is ancient desolate gold? Hun Dunzi said, ancient desolate gold is a material unique to the ancient desolate. The reason the Destiny boat is so strong is because it contains ancient desolate gold. Lin Moyu asked, where can we find ancient gold? Hun Dunzi shook his head, I don't know. This thing is hard to come by. I've only heard of it but never seen it. Xiaoshu said, it is said that in the deepest part of the ancient wilderness, there is a desolate vein, and the ancient desolate gold comes from that desolate vein. However, that is just a legend. No one has probably found it, at least not in my memory. Lin Moyu asked, how do we get to the deepest part of the ancient wilderness? The little tree shook his head. You need to go through a specific ancient wasteland road to get there. The master used the Seeking Cause ring to plant fruits, so it should be possible to go there, but it is said that it is very dangerous there. Most people cannot guarantee to come back alive. Even if the master uses the deliverance boat, it cannot be said that there is absolutely no danger. Hun Dunzi said, it is said that the deepest part of the ancient wilderness is a forbidden zone for living beings. Even if master wants to go there, it is not the right time. I think it will not be too late to go there after master becomes a great venerable. The deepest part of the ancient wilderness, a forbidden zone for living creatures. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. I understand. I'll go there when I get the chance. It's not a big deal that the boat has been broken for so many years. I want to see how powerful it is after it's been repaired. Hun Dunzi, Li Zhao, said, no matter how powerful it is just a magic weapon. There was a hint of disdain in his tone, as if no matter how powerful Du Zhou was, he could not compare to him. Perhaps this was the truth, but Lin Moyu did not respond to him and continued looking at Gu Huangdao. He had a vague feeling that if he wanted to understand the meaning of the ancient wilderness's existence, the ancient wasteland road should be a good clue. If all the ancient and desolate roads were revealed, I wonder what kind of pattern they would form. If we can piece together this pattern, perhaps we can uncover the greatest secret of the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu has always felt that there is an enormous secret hidden in the ancient wilderness and chaos. It is a secret that exceeds the Tao, and it may also be the ultimate secret between heaven and earth. But my own ability is far from enough to reveal it. After crossing the ancient desolate road again and again for decades, Lin Moyu finally arrived at his destination. In the void, dozens of giant beasts gathered together, their appearances wary and ready, as if facing a formidable enemy. The beasts were so huge that they blocked out the sky and the sun. Although there were less than 100 of them, they blocked all vision. The giant beast emitted strange power fluctuations, which interfered with the detection of soul power. Lin Moyu was unable to sense what was on the other side of the giant beast. Retreat! The thought came to his mind. No matter what the reason was, Lin Moyu chose to step back and observe carefully before making any decision. Compared to these giant beasts that are like small realms, the Dui boat is like dust. The sudden appearance of the Dui boat did not attract the attention of the giant beast at all. Xiaopeng said cautiously, Father, these guys are called realm beasts, and they evolved from realm fragments or seeds. They possess the talent of shielding soul force perception, and their own strength and defense are astonishing. They also possess a mysterious power that is not contained in bloodline memory. Xiaopeng repeated the information in the bloodline and described the characteristics of the realm beast in detail. Unlike the races in the chaos, most creatures in the ancient wilderness are solitary, and there are relatively few that live in groups. Beasts of the realm are one of the few ancient creatures that live in groups, and they have two kinds of roots. One is the realm seeds. There are many realm seeds in the ancient wilderness. These realm seeds float in the ancient wilderness and have no fixed place. Some realm seeds will fall into the chaos and be influenced by the chaos avenue to evolve into realms. Another part of them turned into civic beasts under the influence of ancient power. 550 are fragments of the realm. After the death of a perfect strong man in the chaos, his realm collapsed and countless fragments of the realm flew in all directions. If the fragments of the realm are in chaos, they may evolve into a new realm after countless years. If you enter the ancient wilderness, it may become a realm after countless years. Although both evolutionary methods will eventually turn into realm beasts, there are differences between them. The realm beasts evolved from the realm seeds have complete foundations, the strongest individual strength, and an extremely high upper limit. It is no problem for them to reach perfect combat power, and they are even stronger than ordinary perfect strongmen. The realm beasts evolved from the realm fragments are relatively weak in combat because they are incomplete. However, the number of this kind of boundary beasts is extremely large. After all, when a boundary collapses, the boundary will be broken into countless pieces. The number of boundary fragments entering the ancient wilderness is also astonishing, far exceeding the number of boundary seeds. But no matter which type it is, its essence is a realm, so the realm beasts gather together and become social creatures. Ordinary ancient wilderness creatures generally do not provoke boundary beasts, but there are exceptions, such as the one these boundary beasts are facing now. The Dewey boat retreated to a distance, and Lin Moyu finally saw the guy who had made these boundary beasts on high alert. Practitioner. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He saw a cultivator from the chaos, a powerful and perfect cultivator. Compared to the huge realm beasts, this cultivator looked extremely small, but the aura he exuded was subtly suppressing nearly 100 realm beasts. Among the nearly 100 realm beasts, there are more than 10 that have perfect combat power. Although the rest are weaker, they are not much different. In such a situation, the one who should be worried is the cultivator, but looking at the current situation, it is these realm beasts who are afraid and nervous. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw in the distance, the corpses of several boundary beasts were floating in the ancient wilderness. Several magic weapons were spinning on the corpses, as if they were refining them. Xiao Peng explained, boundary beasts possess pure boundary power. If used for refining, they can enhance their own boundary. Lin Moyu said, it seems that this guy is going to hunt the boundary beasts. He is very skilled and brave. He is not afraid of so many boundary beasts. Hun Dunzi asked, Master, should we go around it? Lin Moyu shook his head. Where we're going is right here. How can we get around it? The area behind the cultivator is where Lin Moyu is going. The formation set up by the great lord of natural disasters was right there, but it was hidden. He didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that this place would become a battlefield. This battle must have lasted for quite some time. There are traces of fragmentation in the ancient desolate void. This is because the space was broken and automatically repaired again and again. If it is broken only dozens of times, it will not be like this. However, after breaking hundreds or thousands of times, such marks will form within a certain period of time. Just like a scar that is repeatedly dug out, it eventually becomes deeper and more difficult to repair. While Lin Moyu, Ajb, was thinking, the cultivator made a move. He put his hands together and formed a sword finger. In an instant, a bright light appeared behind him, illuminating the ancient desolate void. Out! With a low shout, thousands of rays of light shot out and then turned into countless sharp arrows that blasted towards the boundary beast. The beasts in the realm roared in unison, emitting a terrifying aura. They all evolved from the realm and seemed to have the same origin. Their auras could also be connected into one, greatly increasing their strength. Similar to the rising power of the realm, countless illusory realm beasts appeared in the void to meet the rain of arrows. The battle between the two sides became extremely fierce as soon as they started fighting. The practitioners took out magic weapons one after another, constantly activating them, turning them into various attacks and bombarding the realm beasts. The auras of the beasts from the realms intertwined and actually formed a battle formation, and the combined combat power was even stronger than before. The ancient desolate void was constantly shattered by waves of impact, leaving scars. Lin Moyu sat in the boat, listening to the roar coming from it. The battle had a wide impact. If it weren't for the Dewey boat blocking it, he would have to retreat hundreds of millions of miles, otherwise he would have easily been blown to pieces by the aftermath of the battle. Lin Moyu had fought with several people who had reached the perfection realm before, but none of them could compare to the strength of the one before him. He single-handedly challenged nearly 100 realm beasts, 10 of which were at the perfection realm and extremely powerful. In Lin Moyu's opinion, even if they were not at the peak of the perfection realm, the difference would not be too far, and he might be able to compete with the 3 divine phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix clan. The two sides fought evenly matched. The cultivator seemed to be at ease and did not take the nearly 100 realm beasts seriously. The key point is that Lin Moyu discovered that part of his energy was absorbing and refining the killed realm beast, which means that he was not fighting the enemy with all his strength. The realm beast became more and more excited when it saw its companion being refined and absorbed by others, but it was helpless against the other party. But it was obvious that the boundary beasts were unwilling to give up. They continued to attack, and their huge power exploded in the ancient wilderness. Lin Moyu watched with great interest, as such a scene was rare to see. Finally, a realm beast was refined, its corpse turned into nothingness, and at the same time a sharp sword flew back into the hands of the cultivator. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. This sword was of a very high level, and the aura it exuded made him feel extremely dangerous. Just like the aura one feels, the moment a practitioner gets the sharp weapon, his entire temperament changes. It was as if he had transformed from a cultivator who only knew how to use magic weapons into a swordsman who could cut through the sky and the earth. Lin Moyu had only seen this kind of sharp temperament in his elder sister. Cut! Amidst the roar, the sword light exploded. The cultivator swung out a brilliant sword, and the sword light tore through the void. Several realm beasts were swept by the sword light, screaming and retreating. A large amount of blood spurted out in the void. Ha ha! The cultivator laughed loudly, and with a wave of his hand, the blood was collected, along with a few pieces of flesh. Flames rose, and the flesh was roasted instantly. A wine gourd flew out, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Lin Moyu, who was thousands of miles away on the ferry, also smelled the aroma of wine. Amidst hearty laughter, fine wine gushed out of the gourd and was swallowed in one gulp by the practitioner. At this moment, the aroma of wine filled the void and seeped into the soul. Even the dewy boat could not block the aroma of wine. Lin Moyu even felt like he was getting drunk for a moment. This wine is extraordinary. Not only is the wine extraordinary, this gourd is also a treasure from the realm. Lin Moyu was a little surprised to see the treasure of the realm being used to store wine. How much of a wine lover must this person be that he would specially breed the treasure of the realm to store wine? He has more than one realm treasure, and the same goes for the sword in his hand. He has at least 2 realm treasures. This also shows that his realm is extremely powerful. The treasures of the realm are not produced casually. Only an extremely powerful realm can produce many treasures. Xiaoping suddenly shouted, "I know who he is." The cry was a little unclear, and Xiaoping was obviously affected by the aroma of wine and seemed a little drunk. Lin Moyu shot out a trace of world-burning fire and landed on Xiaoping. Xiaoping's soul shuddered, accompanied by a tingling pain, and he suddenly woke up. "Who is he?" Xiaoping said, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be the wine master." "Please tell me in detail," Lin Moyu continued to ask. Xiaoping said, "Jiuzun comes from the upper domain of the 3 domains. He is an ancient and powerful master of the perfect realm. I don't know how long he has lived. His bloodline memory should be from tens of millions of years ago. He was already perfect and very powerful at that time. He loves wine very much. His realm's most precious treasure is a gourd filled with wine. He also has a sword and likes to drink while fighting. He is very similar to this person." In fact, Xiaoping was not 100% sure of the other party's identity, but there were not many people like him in the entire chaos, and there were very few repeats. According to Xiaoping's description, Jiuzunjia belongs to the human race and is one of the top existences among the perfect strong ones. The reason why he is called Zunjia is because he once fought with Dazun. Back then, the 3 poles of the West, North, and South jointly launched a war against the Central region, and the Upper region also joined in the war. The great lords of the Upper and Central realms faced off against the great lords of the North and South poles, but no one could match the great lord of the West poles. At that time, the strongest and most powerful people in the 2 domains attacked at the same time, trying to hold back the great lord of the Western extreme. There is a qualitative difference between a great master and a perfect strong man, but the performance of the Jiuzuan at that time was amazing. In the end, he single-handedly held back the great lord of the Western extreme for several days. It was not until another great master arrived that he retired. According to records, although Jiuzunjia was injured at that time, his injury was not serious. He was able to fight against the great Lord Shiji for several days and only suffered minor injuries. One can imagine his fighting power. However, some people also said that it was because the great Lord Shiji did not use his full strength, otherwise the Lord Jio would not have been able to stop it. But it didn't matter, his position was solidified by that battle, and he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of perfection. The wine master holds a sword in his hand, drinks wine and kills beasts, with a strong fighting spirit. The boundary beasts, which were originally evenly matched in strength, were beaten back step by step. Several boundary beasts were seriously injured with blood and flesh flying everywhere. A clear voice resounded through the ancient desolate void, "This venerable one will only kill 3. If you insist on seeking death, this venerable one will not be polite." His words were like an ultimatum. Although they were not murderous, they made people feel timid. The realm beast possessed intelligence and clearly understood what the wine master said, but seemed to hesitate for a moment. But they did not give up and continued to attack. "You are so stubborn." The wine master seemed a little impatient and swept his sword across. Sword cut. The sword light suddenly lit up, emitting a brilliance several times stronger than before. Huang was torn to pieces like a rag. Under the cover of the sword light, the beasts in the realm screamed, blood spurted out, and broken limbs flew off. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment and murmured, "One sword cuts the way?" The sword of Jiuzunzan was exactly the same as that of his elder sister, except that it was more powerful. However, it was indeed the same sword. Is there any relationship between Jiuzunzun and my elder sister? Lin Moyu instinctively wondered if Lin Mohan had inherited the legacy of the wine master, but thinking about it, the probability didn't seem high. In the sword light, the beasts of the realm fled in all directions, and a battle that lasted for many days was brought to an end by this sword. The void continued to shatter under the sword light and was difficult to repair. Billions of miles of ancient desolate space were scarred and would be difficult to fully recover in the next few thousand years. The aura of Jiuzunzun's sword will continue to exist, and the sword energy will swirl nearby. Those in the Chaos Realm who are unlucky may be injured by the sword energy. In the void, there was another corpse of a realm beast, and it was a realm beast in the perfect state. The wine master sighed as he drank his wine. They don't know how to act. If they had left earlier, no one else would have died. He waved his hand and the gourd flew out, generating infinite suction force that sucked the huge boundary beast into the gourd. He shook the gourd and heard the clear sound of wine. "I'll use you to make some wine. It's the wine of the realm. Although the effect is average, it tastes good at least. 0 request flowers, 0. Every word he spoke was cheerful and carefree. After taking another sip, his gaze fell on the boat. "My friend, have you seen enough?" The dewy boat seemed unable to block his gaze, and Lin Moyu felt that the wine master saw him through the dewy boat. He immediately boarded the boat and flew over until he stopped in front of the Jiuzun master and bowed, "Junior Lin Moyu, greetings to you, senior." The wine master chuckled. To dare to enter the ancient wasteland with only a minor achievement in the Chaos Realm, even with a supreme treasure to protect him, is truly courageous. Lin Moyu gave a wry smile. "I didn't want to come to the ancient wasteland, but I had no choice but to come because someone asked me to. I've been entrusted with this." The wine master drank his wine, his eyes gleaming as he glanced behind him. "You came from the ancient desolate road for this formation?" Lin Moyu was a little surprised that the great disaster master's formation had been discovered, but he didn't show any expression. Instead, he admitted generously, "Senior, you're right, it's for this formation." The wine master hummed, "This formation has existed for countless years. I discovered it long ago, but I've never been able to enter. This formation must be the work of a great master. I am very curious. I wonder if you could tell me more about it." The wine master seemed to be very curious, and he spoke directly to the point, making his request directly. Lin Moyu thought about it and said with some embarrassment, "There are some things that I can't say." The wine master asked, "Is there someone who forbids you from speaking?" Lin Moyu nodded and bowed again. "Please don't blame me, senior. I do have some difficulties." The wine master said, "If that's the case, then I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? When you activate the formation, can I watch from the sidelines? I won't enter the formation, I'll just observe." There was a hint of arrogance in the seemingly calm tone of the wine master. His request seemed a bit excessive, but Lin Moyu knew that this was the wine master's bottom line, and he was afraid that he could no longer refuse. If he dared to refuse again, not only would Master Jiu attack him, but if he had been guarding here for tens of thousands of years, he wouldn't have to activate the formation. Lin Moyu could only agree. Since the senior wants to see it, the junior naturally cannot refuse. The wine master hummed, "Then wait until I refine these two realm beasts before you activate the formation." "There's no need to rush, young friend." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No rush, please go ahead." The wine master took out a wine glass and poured out the fine wine from the gourd. "I won't look at you in vain. This glass of wine is my thank you gift." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you are too polite." The wine master shook his head. "Everything has its cause and effect. Others only owe me karma. I never owe anyone anything." Well, since it was all about cause and effect, Lin Moyu naturally couldn't refuse and took the wine glass. The wine master said, "You can keep this wine for now, and drink it when you have a realm in the future." Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu had already drunk the wine. In an instant, the smell of alcohol surged out of his body, and 4 directions of boundaries appeared behind Moyu. It is the largest and strongest of the 5 world domains, located in the center. The Great Thousand World is second, slightly weaker than the 5 worlds, but it is also a complete realm. The Science and Technology World and the Spiritual World are the weakest, especially the Science and Technology World, which is not just in its infancy. The 657 aroma of the wine spread into the realm, passing through infinite space, and the breath of the realm suddenly rose. The wine master was stunned by this. He said in surprise, "Young friend, you actually have 4 realms." Lin Moyu hadn't expected that his domain would suddenly reveal itself. Unless necessary, he didn't want anyone to know that he had 4 domains, at least not now. Now that it had been revealed, Lin Moyu readily admitted, "I was just lucky. By chance, I obtained a few realms." The wine master shook his head. "Young friend, there's no need to be so modest. Possessing 4 realms is more than a matter of chance. I believe you must have come from a realm, and when you broke through the Chaos Realm, you must have ascended more than 5 times." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. There was no point in denying it now, so he might as well be generous. The wine master said, "Having a realm upon entering primal chaos means that as long as you don't perish, you will achieve consummation in the future. But you possess 4 realms and have undergone 5 sublimations. You will be qualified to aspire to the position of Great Master in the future." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you are too kind. The position of Great Venerable is too far away." Lin Moyu was telling the truth. It was indeed far away, but it was also a must-win. There should be 9 great masters in the chaos, and now 1 is vacant, and this one is mine. The wine master said, "But it's just that you have the qualifications. There are countless qualified people in the chaos. Whether you can succeed in the end depends on yourself. I have no chance of becoming a great venerable. Meeting you today is fate. I can't help you much, so I'll let you take on the responsibility of your karma." He pointed his finger at the gourd, and a large amount of fine wine immediately gushed out of it. The wine turned into a sea that flooded the void, and the aroma of wine was everywhere. Lin Moyu felt dizzy. In the boat, Xiaoping fell to the ground. He was already drunk just by smelling the smell. The wine master took out another gourd. The style of this gourd was exactly the same as the treasure of his realm, but it was not the treasure of his realm. The wine venerable's gourd has a light green color, while this gourd is golden. "Receive." With a light shout, the golden gourd immediately sucked in all the wine. The wine master stuffed the gourd into Lin Moyu's hand and said, "This wine is for you. Drink a few sips whenever you want. It can strengthen your realm." Lin Moyu knew that these wines were of great value and were treasures that could enhance one's realm. All the perfect strong men are pursuing how to strengthen their own realms. These wines are priceless treasures to other perfect strong men. This cause and effect is indeed not small, but it was forced upon me by the wine master, and I had to accept it even if I didn't want it. Lin Moyu was both happy and helpless. Strengthening his realm was also what he needed, but cause and effect. I dare not refuse the gift from my elders. I thank you. It seemed that there was no other choice but to accept it. The wine master chuckled. There is no such thing as a gift or no gift. I simply wish to establish a karmic bond with you, young friend. Perhaps you'll be able to help me in the future. Lin Moyu's mind moved. Senior, do you want to become a quasi-grand master? The wine master was slightly taken aback. It seems you know quite a lot, young friend. Did the great master who asked you to do something tell you? Lin Moyu didn't deny it. I do know a little, but not much. If you're willing to share, I'm all ears. Lin Moyu was very polite to the wine master. A person who has lived for countless years and reached the pinnacle of perfection must know a lot of things. He is simply an encyclopedia of the ancient chaos. It is much better than Xiaoping's blood memory. The wine master glanced at the two realm beasts that were still being refined and said, we still have some time, so I'll chat with you. He waved his hand and threw out a round stone plate. It was just an ordinary round stone plate, not a magic weapon at all. What made Lin Moyu laugh and cry was that this round stone plate with a diameter of about 5 meters was filled with all kinds of vegetables. The wine master said, the best place to chat is at the wine table. Wine is naturally accompanied by food. Compared to those pretentious tea drinkers, my wine table is much more practical. Lin Moyu nodded in agreement. You're right. The wine master said, the wine is already given to you, pour it yourself, and eat the food here by yourself, and we will talk while we eat. As he spoke, he took a few bites of food while drinking wine. After swallowing, he said casually, after reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm, there is actually only one path, and that is to become a great venerable. But the number of great venerables is limited. I have tried to fight for the vacant position in the Chaos, but I realize that I am doomed to fail. If I force my way to it, I will surely die. Since I can't compete for the title of Grand Master, I can only find another way and take another path to become the Grand Master. Lin Moyu said, as far as I know, the Quasi-Grand Venerable is actually not as good as the Grand Venerable. The wine master shook his head and asked, who says the Quasi-Dagwan is not as good as the Great Masters? Lin Moyu was unable to answer this question for a moment. After taking a sip of wine, he replied, it was my own idea. The wine reverend sighed. Perhaps in the eyes of the great reverends, the quasi-great reverends are indeed inferior to them, but in my eyes, that's not the case. Lin Moyu immediately said, Junior is all ears. The wine reverend said, the great reverends are the most perfect beings in the primal chaos. Their bodies, souls, powers, and avenues are all perfect, but none of them are at their peak. They are still a little short of the true peak. To become a great venerable, there are 2 prerequisites. First, your realm must be strong enough. Only a strong enough realm can support the leap from perfection to great venerable. How strong does it need to be? It's hard to say. There's no specific standard. But based on my experience, it requires at least 5 times the power of a perfect realm. As for the perfect realm, you know it, my friend. Lin Moyu shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Even if he knew at this moment, he would still say he didn't know. He hoped to get a more detailed answer from the wine master. The wine master drank his wine and said, if that's the case, then please tell me in detail. The wine master began to speak tirelessly, and Lin Moyu knew why he was so patient with her. The root of the problem was cause and effect. He thought that he owed more cause and effect, and that all the information and knowledge he talked about were cause and effect. In this way, if he asked for anything in the future, it would be difficult for him to refuse. Of course, this is what the wine master did because he thinks highly of himself. If someone else came, the wine master would probably have chased them away directly. Listening to the words of the wine master, Lin Moyu's understanding of the cultivation system and the chaos became clearer. If you want to become a great venerable, you must first reach the peak of perfection in the chaos realm. If you want to reach the pinnacle of perfection, you need to make your own realm perfect, which is what the wine master calls the perfect realm. But having a perfect realm alone is not enough. Having a perfect realm only means that you have reached the peak of perfection, but you are still far from being a great master. If you want to become a great master, you need the power of the perfect realm of skipping rope. But the reason why the perfect realm is called perfect is because all aspects have reached the limit. If you want to continue to strengthen the realm, you can only compress the power of the realm. However, compressing the power of the realm is not so easy to do, even for the master of the realm. The power of the realm master himself needs to be strong enough. Even if they are at the peak of perfection and have the same realm power, there will be differences in their power. These differences come from the sublimation of power when achieving the chaos realm. When one achieves the chaos realm, one will experience a sublimation of power. It is a qualitative change and also the foundation of a chaos realm powerhouse. Many things were already destined at that time. If the foundation is not strong, no matter how high you go in the future, you will eventually fall. How many times you can compress the power of the perfect realm depends on how many times you have sublimated. This is a very simple truth, but unfortunately most practitioners only learn it later. And if one wants to become a great venerable, based on the experience of wine venerable, one needs to compress the power of the perfect realm by at least 5 times. If you want to compress the power of the perfect realm 5 times, you need to sublimate 5 times when achieving the chaos realm. It was also because of this that when he heard that Lin Moyu had sublimated 5 times and possessed 4 realms, he was sure that Lin Moyu was qualified to challenge the Great Venerable. So when Lin Moyu admitted that he was entrusted by the Great Master, he was not surprised. He even felt that Lin Moyu was a person specially trained by a certain Great Master. After all, the last position of the Great Venerable has been vacant for countless years, and several Great Venerables have coveted it. Naturally, several Great Venerables hope that one of their own will ascend to the position of the Great Venerable, and many wars have broken out for this reason. The wine master drank wine and ate food, speaking slowly, as if he was telling some stories. Lin Moyu realized that if he wanted to become a Great Venerable, in addition to his own cultivation, he would probably have to face attacks from several other Great Venerables. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters has friends and plans, but he certainly has enemies as well, and the road ahead of him is not easy. The wine master said, "Although my realm is perfect, it only compresses the power 4 times, so I failed when I tried to attack the Heavenly Master. I know I can't become a Great Venerable in this lifetime. My foundation is not enough, but there is no end to chaos. I will find another way to become a quasi-Great Venerable." A quasi-Great Venerable is still a Great Venerable. You can regard it as an imperfect Great Venerable. But being a quasi-Grand Master also has its advantages. For example, Chaos Wild Ox, this guy is a quasi-Grand Master. His physical strength has surpassed that of the Great Venerable, but he is still a little behind the Great Venerable in terms of soul. If they really fought, the odds would be evenly split between him and the Great Venerable. If one day I achieve the status of a quasi-Great Venerable, and if I ever meet that fellow from the Western Extreme again, I will definitely give him a few blows, make him bleed, and use his blood to make wine. It turns out that the quasi-Great Venerable is also called the imperfect Great Venerable. Among the body, soul, and the Tao, only one can reach the level of the Great Venerable, and that is the quasi-heavenly Venerable. There are even some powerful quasi-Grand Masters who have surpassed the Grand Masters in certain aspects, and can even compete with the Grand Masters in combat power. Lin Moyu's mind moved. "Senior, you want to follow the path of Kendo, right?" He achieved the status of a quasi-Great Master through swordsmanship. Although his body and soul were not as good as those of a Great Master, his offensive power could easily give any celestial master a headache. The wine master chuckled, I can't tell you. If I tell you, it won't work. But I can tell you, it's not the way of the sword." Lin Moyu was a little surprised. "Senior, the sword you used to kill the realm beast was so sharp. I thought you were a swordsman." The wine master smiled and said, "Although I am good at swordsmanship, others have already mastered this art. To be honest, I also learned this sword from someone else." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and the look of surprise on his face deepened. "Someone has already left the sword path?" The wine reverend said, "What's so strange about this?" Her sword was truly sharp and unparalleled. Back then, even the Great Reverend would have retreated 3 steps away from her. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman has such a tragic fate. The wine master didn't say anything else. He sighed deeply and felt very regretful. Lin Moyu's heart was in turmoil. He tried hard to control his expression and pretended to drink from the wine glass. The words of the wine master about beautiful women having short lives made Lin Moyu instinctively think of his elder sister. All the memories about Lin Mohan were swirling in his mind at this moment. He thought of the sword that Lin Moyu had obtained in the small world. That sword was extremely arrogant and powerful at that time, but when facing Lin Mohan, it was timid and obedient. At that time, Lin Moyahan drew his sword, one sword cut the sky, and the other sword split the earth. Now thinking about it, this is Lin Moyahan's swordsmanship. At that time, no one taught Lin Mohan those swords. Lin Mohan's swords belonged to him and came from himself. Combined with the words of the wine master, Lin Moyu was 90% sure that the beautiful but unfortunate person the wine master was talking about was his own sister. Lin Moyu's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. "Senior, although I don't use a sword, I am quite interested in the way of the sword. Could you tell me about the Quasi-Grand Master who practices the way of the sword?" Lin Moyu said this, firstly, hoping to get some information from the wine reverend, and secondly, to avoid the original topic. He no longer wanted to explore the path the reverend was going to take. A trace of reminiscence flashed in the eyes of the wine reverend. That was many, many years ago. At that time, there were 9 great reverends in the primal chaos. The great reverend position was full, and no newcomers could become great reverends. 530 everyone could only follow the path of quasi-great reverend. She achieved enlightenment at that time. At the time, there was a disciple of the great venerable who also followed the way of the sword. The two fought for the position of the quasi-great venerable. The disciple of the great venerable was no match for her and was defeated in just a few moves. When her disciple was injured, the great venerable shamelessly attacked her, attempting to prevent her from achieving enlightenment. However, she relied on her supreme sword intent to break through the sword path and become a quasi-great venerable. Not only that, after achieving enlightenment, she directly attacked the great venerable. In her words, "Anyone who dares to mess with me deserves a beating." There was a look of reminiscence in Jiuzun's eyes, as if he was reminiscing about what happened in the past. The more Lin Moyu listened, the more she felt like her own sister. Their ways of speaking and acting were so similar. She continued to ask, "What happened in the end?" The wine master said, "The great venerable sealed off the battlefield, and no one knew about it except her and a few other great venerables. But in the end, she was intact, while the great venerable disappeared from the world. In fact, everyone knows the result. At that time, she passed down a sword, claiming it was her sword of enlightenment, open to all. However, that sword was too powerful, and only a few could comprehend it. Even I, after years of studying the sword, have only mastered the basics. What a pity." The wine master sighed softly. "I don't know when, but she suddenly fell, and I don't know why. Such a brilliant and talented person, but in the end. Alas, what a beautiful woman with a tragic fate." Talking about the past, the wine master couldn't help but sigh, but he sighed through the wine, and seemed to be a little carefree. In the long life of Master Jio, there were not many things that could make him sigh, and the quasi-grand master of swordsmanship that he mentioned was one of them. It can be imagined that the wine master must have been a little fan of the quasi-grand master, and his words of amazing talent fully describe his talent. Lin Moyu asked, "What was the name of that quasi-great master back then?" The wine reverend said, "After countless years, not many people know her name anymore. Back then, she confronted the great reverend, telling the world that the quasi-great reverend was no less capable than the great reverend. At that time, everyone respectfully called her the Great Sword Master." Great Sword Master. The 3 words came out of the mouth of the wine master, and Lin Moyu heard 3 points of respect from them. Even though he has been dead for countless years, this top-notch perfection realm expert still has great respect for the former Great Sword Master. But Lin Moyu had a feeling that his sister would not like the title of Great Sword Master. Somehow, this name sounds a bit unpleasant. However, given Lin Mohan's personality, even if it sounds unpleasant, Ji will not correct it. After all, a title is just an external thing, and Lin Mohan doesn't care about trivial matters. Lin Moyu was surprised and said, "The Great Sword Master doesn't sound very nice." The Wine Master suddenly laughed and said, "It's not important at all. The name is just a title anyway." Lin Moyu was puzzled. How could she have suddenly fallen after reaching her level? The Wine Reverend took a sip of his wine. "I don't know. With her strength, even if two great venerables joined forces, they would have difficulty killing her. So her death was very strange. I think there must be a secret, but my realm was not high enough back then, so I didn't have the ability to investigate. But someone did investigate back then. There was once a powerful and accomplished person who was proficient in the great Tao of time. He went back in time in the chaos, but he found nothing. This is a mystery that remains unsolved. But I believe that even if the Great Sword Master fell in the past, her true spirit would still exist due to her strength, and she would return to chaos one day." Lin Moyu didn't respond, but thought to himself, maybe he has come back. Lin Mohan is most likely the reincarnation of the Great Sword Master from that year. If that is true, many things would make sense. Lin Mohan was once a member of the same group as the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, and she was also a part of the entire plan. Given her personality, she would definitely not be willing to accept the existence of the Tao. But she is not someone who doesn't know how to advance and retreat. Even if she is unwilling, she will not die. My sister might not have been murdered, but rather she committed suicide and was reincarnated. Lin Moyu had this guess in mind, and he felt it was probably correct. According to Master Jio, the strength of Master Jinzuan is already at the top in the chaos, not weaker than that of Master Jinzuan. In the chaos, except for Tao, almost no one can kill her. Then her sudden death was most likely suicide. The distant rays of light changed, and several magic weapons flew back naturally. Two realm beasts in the perfect state were refined and their bodies were not left. All their essences were taken away by the Wine Master. If the Wine Master wants to become a quasi-grand master, he needs a large amount of realm power. The Wine Master put away the wine table and clapped his hands. "All right, my final preparations for reaching the quasi-grand master level are now complete. After watching you enter the battle formation, I will depart. Apart from the realm beasts, the biggest gain from this trip to the ancient wasteland is not meeting a friend. To be honest, young friend, I don't know why, but when I saw you, I felt that you had some of the shadow of the Great Sword Master. Perhaps your future achievements will not be inferior to those of the Great Sword Master." Lin Moyu bowed to the Wine Master and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Senior. If I achieve anything in the future, I will definitely remember your gift today. I also wish you success in achieving enlightenment and that you will receive the fruit you seek." The Wine Master laughed heartily and waved his hand, "Little friendship." The smoke in the void dissipated, and the sky became clear in an instant. A tiny crack jumped and flashed in the ancient wilderness void. It was very inconspicuous and so small that it could be ignored. In the ancient wilderness, such tiny cracks were very common. Sometimes, a sneeze, a breath, or the ancient divine light, or even the collision of some other forces from those powerful ancient creatures would cause such tiny cracks. Therefore, this crack is the easiest to be overlooked, but it still could not escape the eyes of the Wine Master. According to Master Jio, he discovered a formation here a long time ago, but was never able to break into it. Over the long years, he had also studied the art of formations and was an excellent formation master himself. His attainments in the art of formations were not top-notch, but he was also among the best. But he was still helpless against this formation, which was enough to show how skilled the person who set up this formation was. He even tried to break the formation with brute force, but he sensed danger and his instinct stopped him from doing anything. He judged that this formation was left by a great master, and he was not an ordinary great master. This formation had another purpose and was not just a common formation. After that, he kept an eye on this formation until he met Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu came to the crack and looked at the crack, which was only slightly bigger than his palm. His soul power naturally penetrated into it. As soon as the soul power entered the crack, Lin Moyu felt a familiar breath and then saw a chaos rune. This chaos rune came from the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. It was created by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters himself, and only he can recognize it. Seeing this chaos rune, Lin Moyu knew he had found the right one. Then the next thing is simple. This rune is not the key to open the formation. First, crack the rune to make the formation completely revealed, and then crack the formation. He had done similar things several times, so it was not difficult to crack this chaos rune. Lin Moyu casually drew a few chaos runes and combined them to form a tiny formation. This formation is the key. When the formation flew into the chaos rune left by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster, the chaos rune suddenly began to vibrate. The vibration grew from weak to strong, and the cracks in the ancient desolate void also grew larger. The formation was about to be revealed, and Lin Moyu quickly retreated to make room for the formation. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and the chaos rune continued to grow larger, stretching the crack open. At the same time, a strange aura flowed in the chaos rune. This aura was firmly sealed in the rune and did not overflow. Lin Moyu could only feel it through the connection between him and the rune. This is the original power from the original insect. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters absorbed the original power from the cross-domain formation and gathered it here through his own means to support this chaos rune. When the chaos rune is activated, the original power will cover the formation through the rune. Under the cover of the original power, the Tao and the chaos will find it difficult to find this place. At the same time, the original power will not leak out, and will not attract ancient creatures, such as the Black Shadow Beast. The technique of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters was so superb that even the Great Lord of Wine beside him could not sense the original power hidden in the Chaos Rune. The Wine Master watched with his own eyes as the Chaos Runes propped up cracks, and a large formation slowly unfolded before his eyes, revealing its entirety. He couldn't help but sigh, "What a great trick!" This great master's attainments in formations are probably about to surpass the art of formations itself. What Master Geo meant was that the great master of natural disasters who set up the formation could become a quasi-great master just by relying on the art of formation. There was obvious surprise in his eyes. In his understanding, every great master was a perfect existence. Their understanding of a certain avenue had reached its peak, but they had not surpassed it. As for the quasi-grand venerable, he has cultivated a certain great way that surpasses the great way itself, but is not perfect in other aspects and is not as good as the grand venerable. For Dazun, the peak is perfection, the limit, and it is impossible to go any further. That is not Dali's path. But what happened before his eyes overturned his understanding of the great master and the great Tao? After sighing, he murmured with doubt, "How could this great lord arrange such a formation? This shouldn't be possible." Lin Moyu asked, "Why do you say that, senior?" The wine master quickly expressed his doubts, and Lin Moyu also discovered the problem. The doubts of Master Geo were something he had never thought about before. According to the current situation, there were only two possibilities. Either the wine master has a wrong understanding of the great Tao. Although the great master is perfect, he is not incapable of surpassing the great Tao. Secondly, the person who set up this formation was not the great lord of natural disasters, but at least a quasi-great lord who had surpassed the art of formations, and they joined in the effort. But Lin Moyu looked around and found that this formation was created by one person, the great lord of natural disaster. If there are traces of a second person, I will definitely be able to see it. Then there is only one possibility left, that is, the great lord of natural disasters has surpassed the great Tao at the level of formation and become a quasi-great lord. Is it possible for a quasi-grand master and a grand master to appear in one person at the same time? Lin Moyu was puzzled, and so was the wine master, but that was the truth. Jiao Zun also studied the Tao of formation. He also saw that this formation was created by one person. He couldn't help but sigh again. It seems that my understanding of the Tao is still insufficient. A Grand Master can also be a quasi-Grand Master. Grand Master is not the limit. Lin Moyu agreed with this statement. Dazun was indeed not the limit. Not to mention Quasi-Dazun, there was also the Tao above it. However, it is obvious that the Wine Master has not yet reached this level. When the Natural Disaster Master made the plan, he was not strong enough and was not even qualified to be a chess piece. Lin Moyu's thoughts were different from those of the Wine Venerable. While the Wine Venerable was sighing, Lin Moyu was thinking about how many more methods the Natural Disaster Venerable had that he didn't know about. At that time, the great Lord of Natural Disasters had undergone 9 sublimations and was already the strongest among the great lords, but he seemed to have taken another path at the same time. Perhaps the level of formation of the great Lord of Natural Disasters is higher than I thought, and what I have seen is not all. The Wine Master saw Lin Moyu's thoughts and thought that he was thinking about how to break the formation. He did not disturb Lin Moyu, but waited quietly. Having lived for countless years, his greatest advantage is patience. The Wine Master doesn't mind waiting any longer, such as waiting for hundreds of years, which is nothing in his eyes. After all, in his eyes, it was normal to spend hundreds of years to break this formation. If he were to crack it, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years, let alone hundreds of years, to crack it. The complexity of this formation was something he had never seen before and was beyond his ability. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and then stopped. It was impossible to get the answer by thinking on his own. If you want to know the answer, then you need to reach the same level of strength as the great Lord of Natural Disasters, and maybe you will know it then. Don't think about it, let's get started. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly, raised his hand and began to draw the Chaos Rune. Jiuzhuns didn't expect Lin Moyu to take action so quickly. He was a little stunned for a moment. He wanted to ask, "Are you really ready?" But he didn't want to disturb Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu skillfully drew the Chaos Talismans, one after another, forming small formations, and then 10 small formations forming 10 larger formations. The Wine Master looked at the formation taking shape in Lin Moyu's hands, and felt that it looked vaguely familiar. The formation arranged by Lin Moyu was completely different from the one in front of him, but they seemed to be inextricably linked. Jiuzhun had a feeling in his heart that Lin Moyu's method was correct and could completely break the formation. Lin Moyu's level of formation skills was beyond his expectations, shocking him. It completely exceeded the level that his cultivation level should have. He could only say that the person chosen by the Great Master was indeed extraordinary. After setting up a formation, Lin Moyu did not stop, but took out the materials and refined it into a formation plate. Then he began to rearrange the formation. This time the formation was somewhat similar to the previous one, but also somewhat different. After setting up the formation, it was immediately refined into a formation disc. 5 formations were set up in succession, and a total of 5 formation plates were refined. Lin Moyu clapped his hands, took out 5 array plates and placed them horizontally in front of him. "All right." The Wine Master asked, "Your level of formation skills is truly admirable." Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you are too polite. I can only play with some formations, nothing else." The Wine Master laughed heartily and said, "My dear friend, there is no need to be modest. I have said before that with your talent, you will most likely become a great master in the future. Even if you don't become a great master, becoming a quasi-great master is within your reach." At this moment, the Wine Master once again improved his evaluation of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's performance was perfect in every aspect. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and pushed, and 5 array plates flew out and landed at the 5 corners of the formation. The 5 array plates were activated, and the formations inside them unfolded and fell at the same time. Like a game of chess, Lin Moyu placed 5 pieces simultaneously, controlling the board. The formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters suddenly activated, and a rosy glow bloomed. An invisible force fell on Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he was already in the formation. This force was composed of the power of origin, and even the Wine Master was unable to react. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters is meticulous. Not everyone can enter this formation. Only those who can break the formation can enter. It will be useless even if others follow. Jiuzun saw it all and naturally understood the reason. He did not leave, but stayed here to protect Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu came into the formation. The view from inside was different from that from outside. What he saw outside was only the surface of the formation. The real core of the formation could only be seen by Song Yu, who was inside the formation. Lin Moyu carefully observed the core of the formation. He was very familiar with the traces of the formation. The techniques of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters were everywhere. The 12 great formations, the ultimate power, all converges here. No, it's not just here, there's another place. There are 7 great formations in the 4 poles, 3 domains, plus 4 cross-domain formations, and 11 great formations in the chaos. All the power will gather here. This formation in the ancient wilderness is the final hub of the 12 major formations. But Lin Moyu also saw that the gathered power would flow to another place. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters did it very secretly, but he couldn't hide it from Lin Moyu. Arriving at a place in the core area, Lin Moyu reached out and pressed a button in an inconspicuous place. At the same time, a drop of blood fell from his palm and turned into a chaos rune. Lin Moyu disappeared again and entered the true core of the formation. A voice sounded in my ears, "You finally found this place, you didn't let me down." There is another space in the core area of the formation, which would be difficult to discover if Lin Moyu was not familiar with the methods of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. He knew very well that this was the protection method of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Even the Great Lord would find it difficult to detect. If someone tried to break it by force, the formation would self-destruct. When the formation self-destructs, the original power collected over countless years will burst out instantly. This is a power beyond the 4th level. You don't need to worry about it when the number is small, but when the number increases, even the Great Venerable can't withstand it. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters believed that no one would dare to do this. Before doing so, the Great Lord would feel a sense of alarm and would naturally give up. Just like Master Jiao, when he wanted to use violence to open the formation, he felt a warning and gave up at that moment. In addition, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters has friends. He is not alone, but a group of people. The plans he has laid out for countless years have been proceeding step by step. Entering the real core area, Lin Moyu heard the voice of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters and looked around at the same time. There were clouds of smoke floating around, each about 10 meters in diameter, like a sky full of stars, endless in number. These fumes may seem harmless, but they are actually filled with the power of origin. The power of each burst of smoke is enough to kill 10 perfect warriors. And here, there are at least hundreds of thousands of groups, maybe even more. Lin Moyu vaguely felt that there was a surge of spatial power in the core area, and guessed that the core area might be divided into many spaces. Each space was like a giant warehouse, storing an unknown number of balls of original power. If these primordial forces were to erupt at once, not to mention the powerful and accomplished ones, even the great masters would probably have to retreat. After countless years of accumulation, you want to make a qualitative change through quantitative change. Lin Moyu sighed, looking at the statue in the air above the formation. There is also a faceless statue here, which is the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Seeing the faceless statue again, Lin Moyu felt a strange feeling. It had no face, as if it was the last face given to Tao by the Great Lord of Natural Disaster. The faceless statue made a creaking sound as it slowly turned and looked towards Lin Moyu. "What do you think?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It may not be enough, but I know you definitely have a backup plan." The Great Lord of Natural Disasters laughed heartily. "I know you can definitely see it." Lin Moyu said, "That's because you never thought of hiding it from me. Now let me ask you, do you think it's enough?" After all, the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is the only one who has fought against the Tao so far, and he knows best how powerful the Tao is. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters did not answer Lin Moyu's question. In fact, the answer already existed, but he was not sure. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters whispered, "Since you found this place, you should have known something. How are they recovering?" Lin Moyu asked, "You mean these 2 guys?" He waved his hand to reveal the shadows of Chaos Child and Chaos Ancestral Tree. He knew that the Lord of Natural Disasters was asking about them. The great Lord of Natural Disasters said slowly in a deep voice, "When we searched the ancient wilderness, we found that someone had fought against it a long time ago. We started to trace back, but there was a gap in time, and everything that happened was erased, but we still found some clues. We tried to trace back the erased time, looking for the fault lines in the years, and finally found them. They must have been extremely powerful and ancient in the past, but due to some circumstances, they were damaged and fell into a dormant state, making it difficult for them to recover. We have come up with a method that may help them recover." Lin Moyu asked, "Handing them over to me is your method?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters said, "Yes, find a master for them, and when the master grows up, take them with him and walk through it again. This is the only way for them to recover. But this also comes at a price. They will lose their freedom because they will be controlled by others." Lin Moyu said, "Everything has a price. This is cause and effect. So what are they?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters shook his head. "You shouldn't ask this question. You are their master, so you should know more than us." Lin Moyu snorted, "Don't you think you're gambling?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters said, "Some things can only be gambled. If you gamble, you may win, but if you don't gamble, you will only lose." Lin Moyu wanted to retort that if he didn't gamble, he wouldn't lose, but when he thought about the existence of the Tao, not gambling was equivalent to losing. Although the great Lord of Natural Disasters had no face, Lin Moyu could feel that he was smiling at himself, thinking that he should have figured it out. Lin Moyu asked, "I have another question. You had already reached the limit of the Great Venerable back then, so how did you become a quasi-Great Venerable?" "Ha ha." The great Lord of Natural Disaster laughed loudly, his voice was exciting, and groups of air wrapped in the original power floated around, swaying like stars. Lin Moyu was confused. "What's so funny about this question?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters asked, "Who said that a great lord can't become a quasi-great lord? Is there a conflict between the two? Can't we just turn when the road ends? And what are we? We are cultivators. If there's no road, can't we make our own? What are rules? Rules are garbage meant to be broken. Practitioners should abide by the rules, but the rules are also the last thing they should be followed." Lin Moyu was speechless for a moment. What the great Lord of Natural Disasters said was right. Whoever becomes a great lord cannot become a quasi-great lord. There is no conflict between the two. Those rules are shackles set by others. Why must I abide by them? The great Lord of Natural Disasters said, "The great lord is the limit of the great Chaos Avenue, the limit of the third level of power, the pinnacle of perfection, while the quasi-great lord is the pinnacle of imperfection. When you become a Grand Master, you will naturally understand that becoming a quasi-Grand Master is also the path you want to take." By the time I realized this, it was already too late. That guy had set his sights on me, and I no longer had a chance. You must lurk, learn to hide, and break free from the shackles in one go. When you're in a position similar to that, plus what you have, victory will be yours. Otherwise, it's hard to win. You can't imagine how powerful he is now. You only have one chance, but he has countless chances. But you are different. Maybe you have more than one chance, or maybe you have many chances. Too many predecessors paid a price for this, too much, really too much. You are different, very different. Lin Moyu listened carefully. The information revealed by the great Lord of Natural Disasters was very important. However, the voice of the great Lord of Natural Disasters became weaker and weaker. He seemed not to want to say too much but wanted to tell himself something important. Then he asked, "How am I different?" The great Lord of Natural Disasters ended his whisper and spoke again after a moment, "It's not the time yet, not the time yet. Some things can only be felt by you. You are our hope, perhaps our only hope. If there really is cause and effect, if there really is fate, perhaps we can win this time. We should be able to win, we should be able to win." The tone of the great Lord of Natural Disasters was full of uncertainty. He had confidence, but also seemed to have no confidence. The failure that year had a significant impact on the great lord of natural disasters. Lin Moyu said, "At least I will try my best. Let's refine the formation first. I will find the answers to some questions myself." Lin Moyu began to refine this great formation. This matter was already easy for Lin Moyu and did not require any effort. He was even multitasking, refining the clean water provided by Hun Dun Zi and chatting with the great lord of natural disasters. During several contacts with the remaining wool of the great lord of natural disaster, Lin Moyu discovered a problem. Although they all came from the will of the great lord of natural disasters, there were subtle differences between them. Perhaps over countless years, each will has evolved a trace of its own thinking. This is normal. After all, he is the great lord of natural disasters, and a trace of his willpower is comparable to that of an ordinary chaos realm. As a result, these wills showed various personalities. The will in front of him obviously liked to talk more. He started talking nonstop from the moment he came in, and sometimes he would even talk to himself and sigh like an old man. Lin Moyu was chatting with the great lord of natural disasters and learned some of the past events from him. The great lord of natural disasters has a bottom line and will not say anything that should not be said, but Lin Moyu can analyze it from the marginal conversations. There are quite a few people in their group. In addition to those who are in the open, there are also people who act in secret, in order to prevent themselves from being wiped out by the storage network. Those who could come together with the great lord of natural disasters were all unwilling to be ruled and enslaved by the Tao and wanted to resist. After discovering the existence of Tao, they began to search for the root of Tao. They believed that everything has a root. During countless years of searching, they discovered many doubts and analyzed some important points from the doubts. Before them, many people had rebelled against the Tao. The Tao once tried to enslave the entire chaos, but was stopped and even injured. Over the long years, Tao's injuries will heal, and he will once again enslave the entire chaos, and even swallow up the ancient wilderness. This is the reason why the great lord of natural disasters and others resisted the Tao with all their might. Otherwise, they would not necessarily resist, but would only chase after it. The great lord of natural disasters and his men analyzed this information from their own discoveries, and Lin Moyu also analyzed this information during a casual chat with the great lord of natural disasters, but neither of them had any evidence. In fact, there is evidence, and the evidence is Chaos Seed and Chaos Ancestral Tree. According to the great lord of natural disasters, these two should have something to do with love. Lin Moyu thought about the first time he heard about the existence of Tao. He was shocked, but Xiao Shu was obviously much calmer than him, and later Hun Dun Zi was the same. Perhaps we can get the answer from them. Lin Moyu thought to himself, although he would rather the two of them speak out themselves and not embarrass them, some mysteries still need to be solved. Lin Moyu knew that the two of them didn't say anything, and they must have their own concerns and reasons, but could they tell her the reason? A few days later, Lin Moyu completed the refining of this formation. The aura of the great lord of natural disasters gradually changed. He seemed to have completed his mission and felt relieved. A space tunnel appeared behind the faceless statue, and he was about to leave. "My mission is over, and it's up to you next." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I'll try my best. We've been talking for so long, don't you have anything to say to me? Wish us success." The statue flew into the space channel and disappeared. The statue's mission has ended, but the next one has not yet begun. The layout of the great lord of natural disasters has just begun. After the formation was refined, the 12 light spots in Lin Moyu's soul world became brighter and their positions became clearer. Lin Moyu could vaguely feel that the accuracy of the positions of several other large formations had been greatly improved compared to before. This large formation is the hub of the entire formation. It should have been the last to be refined, but now it has been refined by myself in advance. But it's also good this way. With the guidance of this hub formation, it becomes easier to find the other formations. After the great lord of natural disaster left, Lin Moyu was the only one left in the core area of the formation, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. Lin Moyu carefully felt the formation. Now he could finally see the prototype of the formation. It was almost the same as he imagined, or even stronger. The great lord of natural disasters regarded the entire chaos as a magic weapon. He used the 11 major formations in the chaos to penetrate the chaos, gather the huge power in the chaos, gather all the power here, and then launch an attack from the ancient wilderness. The attack power of the formation is divided into 3 parts. One part comes from the avenue of chaos, one part is the original power of the origin worm, and the other part is not here, which should be related to Taiyang Suzi and others. As for why the power had to be divided into 3 parts and the attack had to be launched from such a distant ancient wilderness, Lin Moyu didn't understand it before. After a long chat with the great lord of natural disasters, he finally understood the whole story. Tao controls chaos. If you attack it in chaos, it is like slapping yourself in the face with its hand, which is simply hilarious. Therefore, the attack must be launched from the ancient wasteland, absorbing the power of chaos and then launching the attack from the ancient wasteland. This can not only attack the Tao, but also slightly weaken the power of chaos. To ordinary practitioners, the power of chaos is endless, but to the great venerables, they see a different kind of chaos, and the power of chaos has its limits. In addition to the power of chaos, the origin of the primordial insect must also be used. The power of origin is at the same level as the Tao, but the power of a single origin worm is limited, and even if they are gathered together, they are not very strong. But when the power of the origin worm is collected for countless years and then gathered together, it becomes considerable and may be able to play a role. These are 2 parts, and there is another part that Lin Moyu doesn't know about. He is only responsible for these 2 parts. The 10th part is not completely weak. This is a plan that has been planned with the joint efforts of countless people. I am the most important part of it, but not the only one. Lin Moyu withdrew his mind from the formation and entered the soul world. You 2 little guys, is there anything you want to tell me? Lin Moyu still didn't want to force them to answer, although if he really wanted to do so, Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu would eventually tell him. But he hoped that the 2 of them would tell him on their own initiative. The 2 little guys, Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu, transformed and looked at each other, with obvious hesitation in their eyes. After a while, Hun Dunzi whispered, "Why don't you just speak? I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing." At this moment, Hun Dunzi's attitude was extremely good. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Shu's consent. He whooshed back into the Chaos Pearl and shrank back, refusing to come out. It seems that he and Xiao Shu 1.7 have actually already discussed this secretly. The little tree snorted softly, "What a coward, so afraid of cause and effect." Lin Moyu said, "If you have any difficulties, then don't talk about it." Xiao Shu shook his head. "Actually, we don't know if there are any difficulties. The cause and effect back then were too complicated. Even though many years have passed, we don't know if the cause and effect have passed. I originally wanted to wait until Master reached the great venerable realm before trying to tell him, but now that Master has asked." Lin Moyu interrupted him, "Wait a minute." As he spoke, he took out the causal ring and poured his soul power into it, activating the causal ring. There is effect but no cause. Lin Moyu's thoughts surged into the cause and effect loop. In the next day, no matter what happened or what was said in the soul world, it would not involve cause and effect. He wants to abandon cause and effect. The backlash force surged, and Lin Moyu was shattered to pieces on the spot. The force of causal backlash surged violently. Lin Moyu had never seen such a crazy backlash force. The Xuaning ring hummed, making a sound like muffled thunder. The cause and effect are so great. Cause and effect are very wonderful. They are invisible and intangible, yet they are everywhere. It is integrated into destiny and travels through time. There is cause and effect in everything, even a word or a thought. Cause and effect can change at any time, and it can change with some behaviors and some things. It seems to have no bottom line, but it also seems to have amazing principles that are unshakable. This time, what Lin Moyu wanted Xiaoshu to say involved a huge cause and effect, so huge that even Han Dunzi didn't dare to mention it for fear of saying the wrong thing. So he used the Seeking Cause ring. The backlash force brought by the Seeking Cause ring was unprecedentedly strong, which shocked Lin Moyu greatly. He was reborn and died again and again, even more than 10 times in a row, but the backlash showed no sign of decreasing. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that he had sown the seeds of his own death. Fortunately, after this qualitative change, the number of new births of the little tree has skyrocketed to more than 5,000, which should be enough for 11. That should be enough. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. He was not very confident at this moment. When being torn to pieces has become a habit, and being reduced to ashes is considered a child's play, there is no great terror between life and death. Lin Moyu feels that he has really become indifferent to life and death. What about life and what about death? I have always been on the brink of life and death, so just get used to it. After being reborn 100 times, he still didn't feel any relief from the backlash. This also showed how amazing the fruit he had planted was, and it might involve some real secrets. In the past, no matter what kind of fruit we planted, if it died a dozen times, it was considered a lot, and it never died 100 times. Now, the 100 times seems to be just the starting point, and I have no idea where the end point is. The little tree quietly watched Lin Moyu being shattered and reborn again and again. All he could do was speed up the absorption of power and transform it into new life. He didn't know how many times Lin Moyu would have freshmen this time, so he could only try his best to increase the number of freshmen just in case. 200, 400, 800 times. Lin Moyu was completely speechless. What could have happened? What could have caused him to die so many times? Between life and death, Lin Moyu suddenly found that he had changed. When he completed his 5th rebirth, his newly formed body unexpectedly became stronger. Not only does the body become stronger, but the soul also becomes stronger. As a cultivator who has achieved minor success in the Chaos realm, he has precise control over his body and soul, and even the slightest change cannot escape his perception. I have indeed become stronger, not in terms of strength, but in essence. This kind of change is more precious than increasing strength. There are many ways to increase your strength. In addition to improving your cultivation level, you can also use external objects such as elixirs, magic weapons, and formations. However, it is very difficult to improve the essence of the physical body and soul. Even if there are some treasures, they are often only temporary improvements. The higher the realm, the more precious the essential changes. How so? Lin Moyu was surprised. Although it was only an increase of 1%, it was indeed an increase. He had experienced rebirth again and again before, but had never discovered this. It's not that they didn't discover it, but the situation where both the body and soul turned into flies never happened at all. Amidst doubts, rebirth continues. During the subsequent rebirth process, the body and soul remained unchanged. Until the 600th rebirth, both the body and soul became stronger again. It didn't get much stronger, still only 1%. And it is only 1% of the already strong foundation, not the initial 1%. That is to say, it is 0.03% more than the first improvement. It may not seem like much, but if it can continue to accumulate, it will be no small number. You have to know that at this level, every little bit of improvement is extremely precious. If a treasure appeared that could enhance the essence of the physical body and soul by 1%, countless powerful and accomplished people would fight for it, even at the cost of destroying their own domains and clans. Even the great master might take action for this. Is it because I've become stronger again, because I've reached a certain number of new students? After becoming stronger twice, Lin Moyu saw a pattern. The 500th and 600th rebirths started at 500 and intensified at 600, with intervals of hundreds. This is definitely not a coincidence, but a kind of law. The talent of rebirth came from the small tree. Before, Lin Moyu always thought that it was the innate ability brought to him by the Chaos Ancestral Tree. But now it seems that is not the case. If the little tree can bring this ability to me, then it can certainly bring the same ability to me. But the little tree itself does not have the ability to be reborn, otherwise it would not be like this. So, where does the newborn power come from? Why does it connect with the little tree and finally fall upon oneself? The rebirth continues. Time and time again, Lin Moyu carefully feels the changes in his body and soul. In the next dozens of rebirths, the physical soul was not strengthened again until the 700th time. After the 700th rebirth, the body and soul were strengthened again, and the enhancement rate was still 1%, which was 1% of the previous one. 500, 600, 700. Every 100 times it will strengthen you. Lin Moyu felt that he had found a pattern. If he followed this pattern, he would be reborn over and over again, and would be strengthened 10 times every 100 times. Theoretically, as long as the number of rebirths is sufficient, one's body and soul can be infinitely strengthened, thus undergoing a qualitative change. Even if the realm remains unchanged, the combat power will be greatly improved. Although the improvement of his own combat power does not involve some magic, compared to magic, Lin Moyu hopes to become 797 stronger. Although the magic is your own, it may be restricted. Only the body and soul are the real foundation. This unexpected discovery gave Lin Moyu new ideas about his own path. He thought that while improving his realm, he could also improve the essence of his body and soul. After the 800th rebirth, his body and soul were strengthened again, and Lin Moyu was now completely certain of his thoughts. This is a hidden ability of the new talent, and it requires certain conditions to be activated. Looking back, even if I knew I had this hidden ability before, it would be useless. I only had so many rebirths before reaching the Chaos Realm. How could I possibly activate this hidden ability? All change begins with chaos. After the 900th rebirth, the body and soul became stronger again. When the number of rebirths reached 1,000, the backlash force of the ring finally weakened. Lin Moyu has already been strengthened 6 times, and now he actually hopes that the backlash force will last a little longer so that he can be strengthened again. Xiao Shu's voice came from my ears. Master, your body and soul seem to have become stronger. Lin Moyu spoke at the time of the rebirth. Yes, I'll tell you why later. Before he could finish his words, he was shattered into pieces again. Reborn again and again, Lin Moyu felt both pain and joy, enjoying the process of strengthening and transforming his body and soul. Finally, after dying 1,867 times, the backlash force was exhausted and the fruit planting was completed. It's finally over. Lin Moyu was covered in purple light and spoke softly, with a hint of regret in his tone, as if he felt sorry that the freshman year was over and wished he could have a few more. Of the more than 5,000 opportunities for rebirth that the little tree had accumulated, 1/3 had now been used up, leaving less than 4,000 opportunities. But 4,000 times is enough under normal circumstances, and the small trees can continue to accumulate. Lin Moyu said, Isn't it strange that both my body and soul have become stronger? Xiao Shu nodded. It's really puzzling. After Lin Moyu's rebirth just now, which took less than an hour in total, his body and soul have been strengthened by 14%, which is not a small number, equivalent to taking a big step forward in the Chaos Realm. Not to mention the realm or the physical body, just in terms of the soul realm, Lin Moyu is already very close to the perfection of the Chaos Realm. But Lin Moyu's realm did not change at all, which made Xiao Shu very confused. If Lin Moyu's strengthening is related to the new life, then why didn't it happen before? Lin Moyu said, I discovered it by accident. During the 500th rebirth, I became stronger for the first time. After that, every 100th rebirth, my body and soul will become a little stronger. Xiao Shu said, so, if a new student uses it more than 500 times in a row, it will activate its hidden ability. Lin Moyu said, it seems to be the case at the moment. We can try again next time if we have the chance. But isn't the new student the one who brought the talent? You don't even know about it? The little tree shook its big, round head. This is the master's gift. I'm just the carrier. Ah. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. This talent of mine comes from you. He still remembered that he had obtained 3 innate flames, which were the predecessors of the small tree and 3 of the 6 parts of his split. After that, the system optimized the talent, and it was at that time that I obtained this most useful new talent. He always believed that this talent came from the little tree. Xiaoshu denied, "No, this is the master's talent. I am just the carrier. I have always known it. The information between the two parties is not symmetrical, and everyone has his or her own feelings." Lin Moyu said, "Then tell me about your understanding and feelings about this talent." The little tree expressed his feelings. At that time, Xiaoshu had no will, but this talent already existed. The talent belonged to Lin Moyu, not him. He is just the carrier of this talent and can be considered a steward. The power required for this talent all comes from him, and it is uncontrollable. The power consumed by activating the talent will be replenished through him immediately, even if Xiaoshu doesn't want to replenish the power for the talent. In Xiaoshu's understanding, this talent belongs to Lin Moyu, but now it is a part of himself, and part of his power will be supplied to the new talent first. He can speed up the accumulation of the number of new births, but he cannot prevent the increase in the number of new births. Xiaoshu explained his understanding of talent in full detail, and Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. If what Xiaoshu said was true, this talent actually came from the system. The system has been gone for countless years. The last time it appeared was after I entered the big world, and it has never appeared since then. What exactly is the system? What is its relationship with me, and where has it gone? These are all still mysteries. Lin Moyu was baffled and finally gave up. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Now I know that after more than 500 rebirths, the body and soul will be strengthened. From now on, the little tree will accumulate more rebirths. I will then use the Seeking Cause ring to plant some difficult-to-complete fruits to strengthen the body and soul. This is Lin Moyu's plan. The fruits cannot be planted randomly. If you plant too much, you may even lose your life. But if the fruit you plant is too simple and the number of new fruits is not enough, there is no way to enhance it. After all, the first 499 rebirths were useless. The result would allow him to be reborn at least 500 times, but it would still be a loss. It would not be a loss if we had to create more than 1,000 or 2,000 new students like we do now. Lin Moyu said, "Let's put this aside for now. Now that the fruit planting is complete, you can tell me what happened back then." Xiaoshu was obviously still a little hesitant, but now that Lin Moyu asked him this and had already planted fruit, he had no choice but to say it. "It's not that I don't want to tell the master, but some things involve serious consequences, and I'm afraid that telling the master will be detrimental to him. Also, my memory and Hundunzi's haven't fully recovered. At most, only 70% has been restored. Through mutual exchange, Hundunzi and I have barely recovered 80% of it. There are still some core things we haven't figured out. Originally, we planned to wait until our master became a great master and our memories recovered a little more before telling him. Many, many years ago, no, we couldn't say years back then. Strictly speaking, there wasn't a complete definition of years back then. That was a barbaric era. The pattern of chaos and ancient wilderness had already taken shape. Both the chaos and ancient wilderness gave birth to a huge number of living beings. The individual strength of creatures in the chaos is slightly weaker than that of the ancient wasteland creatures, but they are more intelligent and can form groups, greatly increasing their strength. In the ancient wasteland, fighting is mainly done alone, and there are also groups, but they are rare. I am the first tree born from chaos. I am known as the Chaos Ancestor Tree and the ancestor of all trees in chaos. At my peak, my branches and leaves flourished, and my seeds, branches, and roots extended to every corner of the chaos, entering one realm after another. At that time, my power reached its peak, and I was the top existence. And Chaos Seed was the first realm seed in the ancient wasteland. He didn't evolve into a realm, nor into a realm beast. Instead, he absorbed a large amount of chaos energy and evolved himself into a Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl contains an independent world. This world is like a replica of the Chaos Ancient Wasteland, with almost no difference. Chaos Child evolved realms in his own world, nurtured life, and cultivated powerful individuals. He wanted to transform himself into another Chaos Ancient Wasteland. In the ancient Chaos, Li, Qian, and Zhao, at that time, there were many creatures like us. Later. At this point, Xiaoshu hesitated, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. As he said, the memory has not been fully restored and there are still many missing parts. Their memories are self-sealed, and Lin Moyu knows that those missing memories must be the most important parts. What Xiaoshu said now was partly the memory he had recovered, and partly what he learned after communicating with Hun Dunzi. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoshu seemed to have made up his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Chaos and Ancient Desolation started fighting. Why did the fight break out? I haven't recovered my memory of that period yet, but both sides fought fiercely, with heavy casualties. I don't know if I participated in the war or not. I'm not sure how long the war lasted. I may have participated, but I may not have participated. I only know that many people have perished, and all of this was for one thing. One thing. Xiaoshu did not say it was a magic weapon or some other treasure, but described it as an object. This also means that the little tree has not recovered its memory of this area. The Scourge Scepter appeared in his hand. Is this it? Xiaoshu shook his head. I don't know, but I don't think so. Lin Moyu asked curiously, are you so sure? Trying hard to search in his memory, Xiaoshu frowned, looking at the young face, which exuded a strong sense of time. The little tree lived for a very long time, surviving from an era when time was not counted. Although it almost died, at least it is alive and well now and is recovering. After thinking for a while, Xiaoshu shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. I don't have any memory of it. I don't have any impression of it at all. I talked about it with Hun Dunzi before, but he didn't have any impression of it either. So it seems that it's not for this. Then you continue. He put away the scepter of natural disaster and continued to listen to the little tree story. Xiaoshu said, I don't remember what that thing was, but because of it, the entire primal chaos and ancient wasteland were in chaos. That's when it showed up. It was very strong, it overpowered everyone, killed a lot of people, and finally stood in that position. If I'm not mistaken, it must have obtained that thing, and it was thanks to that thing that it was able to become a doctor. It was probably around that time that 920 and Hun Dunzi were severely damaged. We chose to disband in order to survive. The risk of disintegration was huge, but we had no choice at the time. Lin Moyu interrupted him. Didn't you say before that you didn't remember participating in the war? And that war was all about that thing. If you hadn't participated, how could you have suffered such heavy damage? Xiaoshu shook his head. That memory hasn't been restored. If I hadn't participated in the battle, I might have also participated in the fight for that treasure. Participating in a war is participating in a war, and seizing treasure is seizing treasure. They are two different things. Xiaoshu might also hide until the last moment before taking action, and Hun Dunzi might do the same, so they might not necessarily participate in the battle. Lin Moyu said, so, you and it are actually from the same era. Yes, we are from the same era, so I didn't feel surprised when the master knew of its existence. The it that Xiaoshu mentioned was naturally the Tao, but Xiaoshu didn't dare to say it out loud. However, Hun Dunzi and I still don't understand something. It seems like something is wrong. According to my understanding, after it took control of chaos, it should have annexed the ancient wasteland and achieved true unification. However, it didn't do so. I don't know what happened afterwards. Lin Moyu said, there must be other reasons. It doesn't matter. What does what you said have to do with cause and effect? Xiaoshu shook his head. It's very relevant. Hun Dunzi and I have different backgrounds, and every move we make will be affected by the great Tao of chaos. That's why we sealed our memories. If we didn't, it would definitely find us. Also, when Hun Dunzi and I exchanged information, we were very careful and avoided all topics that shouldn't be discussed. We often replaced many of our words with other languages. If the master hadn't cut off the cause and effect, I wouldn't have dared to say those words just now. As soon as I mentioned that thing, that battle, it would have triggered the great Tao, and then it would have discovered it. Lin Moyu asked, you and Han Dunzi will eventually fully recover, and the Tao will surely sense it. Have you thought about what to do? We have thought about it. Our idea is simple. Before the Master is able to fight it, we will continue to suppress ourselves and not return to the Great Way. Well, although doing this can avoid the eyes and ears of the Tao and can help you survive, it will not allow you to recover to your peak condition. The little tree is the ancestor tree of chaos, the first tree in chaos. It controls many avenues, and time and space are in its hands. If he does not return to the great Tao, he will not be able to recover to his peak state. However, if he returns to the great Tao and stands on it again, he will be discovered by the Tao and then wiped out. The situation of Han Dunzi is similar. They have now placed their hopes on Lin Moyu. When Lin Moyu is able to fight against the Tao, they can truly return. Oh, how shameful! Han Dunzi's voice suddenly sounded. This guy showed up again out of nowhere, his face twisted into a ball. Come to think of it, we're top tier, but we had to disintegrate to protect ourselves, BCFH. Xiao Shu said, this is not shameful. Although we are not as skilled as others, at least we are still alive. How many of those fellow Taoists back then could survive? The fellow Taoists that Xiao Shu mentioned were not cultivators, but extremely powerful beings. They are all born different species, either the first in the ancient chaos, or born from heaven and earth, but now they are gone. Han Dunzi said, they are indeed all dead, but not completely dead, there are always some left. Lin Moyu understood what he meant and showed the cause-seeking ring. Is this what you're talking about? Han Dunzi said, that's about right. Although his memory hasn't recovered yet, I can guess a little. This guy must have been one of the people vying for that item back then, and his intelligence was wiped out, but at least his true form was preserved. Lin Moyu finally understood the origin of the Xuanin ring. The Xuanin ring is a treasure born from heaven and earth. It controls cause and effect and stands on the road of cause and effect. With the seeking cause ring as its body, it evolved into a spiritual intelligence and took on a physical form. However, it eventually died in the fight for that thing, and its spiritual intelligence was wiped out, leaving only its body. No wonder the cause-seeking ring is so powerful. It is an existence born from heaven and earth and stands above cause and effect. In addition to the seeking cause ring, there are still many similar magic weapons that have survived to this day, most of which are relics of the Great War that year. Lin Moyu asked, what was that thing you fought over back then? Xiao Shu shook his head. This part of my memory hasn't recovered yet. It might be because I was afraid. When I disintegrated, this memory was sealed tightly. Han Dunzi said, although I can't remember exactly what it is, it's probably something like this. Han Dunzi conjured up a phantom, which looked like a flower. But this flower is very strange. It has many petals, large and small, folded together. You are in me and I am in you, and they are countless. Lin Moyu had seen all kinds of flowers, but never one like this. Boom! The core of the formation vibrated violently, even the soul world was trembling. Thunder roared from outside the soul world, and Xiao Shu's face changed. Han Dunzi was also startled, and the shadow disappeared in an instant. Hasn't the cause and effect been cut off? He thought he was discovered by the Tao. After all, he did something he shouldn't have done. Xiao Shu's face was also extremely ugly. If they were really discovered, they and Lin Moyu would surely die. Lin Moyu was much calmer. His body in the core of the formation slowly opened his eyes, and with a glance, he knew what had happened. Outside the formation, Jiu Zun was fighting with a few guys. The fight was very fierce and the thunder was caused by the battle. Lin Moyu said to Xiao Shu and Han Dunzi, someone is fighting with the wine master. Don't worry. Han Dunzi let out a long breath. I was scared to death. The little tree snorted softly, coward, I'm worried about the master. If we die, we die. The master is useless. Han Dunzi glared at the little tree and said, you fat tree, you're still thinking of flattering me at a time like this. In that era, what countless top experts fought for was a flower. In fact, Hun Dun-zi has not yet recovered his memory. The only reason he knows that he looks like a flower is because there are 18 corpses in his inner world. These corpses were all great masters and quasi-great masters in the past, but they were just strong men in his inner world, not the real strong men of chaos and ancient wilderness. These strong men can be regarded as Hun Dun-zi's subordinates. They once fought for Hun Dun-zi and have been seen before. Hun Dun-zi recently obtained some information from their remaining memories, including the appearance of this flower. But he didn't dare to say it. If Lin Moyu hadn't isolated the cause and effect this time, he would never have been able to say it. But the memories he obtained were still incomplete and not completely certain. Even though the appearance is similar, we still don't know where this flower came from. Lin Moyu didn't ask any further questions. They had already said everything they needed to say. Lin Moyu already knew what happened that year. These two guys with extraordinary identities who finally broke up to survive are now tied to him, and they all rise and fall together. If he died, they would not be able to live either, so Lin Moyu could rest assured in them. Even if they recovered their memories and powers, they would never betray him. Lin Moyu did not use any means to control the two of them. In Lin Moyu's opinion, doing so was too unnecessary. Trust is sometimes a very wonderful feeling. This time I gained a lot. I learned that what happened that year was only one of the things. The really important thing was that by chance I found out that after being reborn 500 times in a row, the body and soul can be strengthened. This allowed him to find another way, and if that way could work, his future would be limitless. At the same time, Lin Moyu also thought about his new talent. It seemed to come from the system, but why did he have a system? Where did this technologically sounding name come from? I learned some things, but new questions also arose. I can only say that there are too many secrets in the world. With his mind back, Lin Moyu felt his body and soul become much stronger and left the core of the formation. Outside the formation, a great battle is going on. The wine master held the wine gourd in his left hand, drinking sip after sip, while a sharp sword whistled in the air. He had 3 opponents, all of whom were powerful and accomplished, and all of them were cultivators who came from chaos. These 3 people are very strong, and are only slightly inferior to the wine master. The 3 of them joined forces and fought back and forth with the wine master, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. Lin Moyu did not leave the formation. He was not qualified to intervene in a battle of this level. Even the aftermath was enough to kill him. He stood in the formation, and with the protection of the formation, he could watch it like a play. After watching for a while, Lin Moyu found that the wine master did not use his full strength. Not to mention his full strength, he probably did not even use 60% of his strength. Senior Jiu seems to be waiting for something. Although Lin Moyu's realm is a little lower, his vision is not bad. He had experienced countless battles, both large and small, and his experience was no less than that of any powerful and accomplished warrior who had lived for billions of years. He saw that Master Jiu had concealed his strength. Although he seemed to have used more than 90% of his strength, in fact, he had only used 60% or even less. The wine master's attention would occasionally shift to another place, which also meant that the wine master was actually waiting for someone, waiting for the enemy hiding in the dark. These 3 people are just bait to test the wine master. The real master hasn't appeared yet. The ancient wasteland is so vast, how did they find the wine master? It seems there's something fishy going on. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced, and he thought of a lot at once. The wine master drank his wine while sweeping across with his sword finger. His realm treasure sword also swept across, slashing out endless sword light and forcibly forcing the 3 people to retreat. The wine master looked back at the formation and saw Lin Moyu. He smiled and turned to look at the ancient desolate void. "Old man, how long are you going to hide? Do you really think I won't kill anyone?" A sneer came from the void. "No wonder you refuse to leave here. It turns out you are here to protect this little guy. Is this little guy your disciple? I didn't expect that an old guy like you would accept a disciple." An old man in a black robe appeared from the void. His aura was powerful, not much weaker than that of the wine master. There was a scar on his face that ran through his entire face like a centipede, making him look extremely hideous. Lin Moyu's heart moved. The other party regarded him as the disciple of Jiuzun and thought that Jiuzun did not leave because he was protecting him. And the look that Jiuzun gave him just now also had a similar meaning. The wine master clearly told himself that he was not leaving because he was protecting him. Well, it's about cause and effect again. Others are eager to cut off all cause and effect, but the wine master wants to force cause and effect. Of course, he wouldn't bring karma to everyone he met. The reason he treated himself like this was because he had high hopes for himself. Jiuzun's is a smart man. He generally won't do anything that has no benefit. It was the first time the two met, and they became friends for life after just a few drinks and a chat. Asterisk. The reason for this is nothing more than the word interest. If I can achieve something in the future, maybe I can help Master Shangjiu a little. If the wine master achieves something, it is possible that he can help himself in return. In short, this is a win-win situation, so Lin Moyu didn't refuse and decided to do it. The wine master looked at the scarred old man, raised his head and took a sip of wine. Old centipede, young friend Lin is not my disciple, but you are right. I will not leave. I will stay here to protect young friend Lin. The old centipede man's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked at Lin Moyu with murderous intent without hiding it. Little friend Lin? You're just a piece of trash who has only achieved the minor success in the chaos realm. You're actually making friends with such trash. It seems like you're really going backwards as you grow older. The wine master paid no attention to old centipede's words. I'm giving you a choice now. Take your 3 dogs and leave immediately, or don't blame me for taking up my sword and slaughtering them today. The wine master drank his wine with a hint of arrogance in his tone, not giving the old centipede man any face at all. His 3 powerful subordinates were called 3 dogs in Jiuzun's mouth. The expressions of these 3 people were full of anger and murderous intent, but because the old man centipede was present, they did not respond. The old centipede said coldly, "You dare to speak so arrogantly when you are about to die? You will die today, and that little trash behind you will also die. This formation should belong to you." As he spoke, the old man centipede took out a triangular formation plate. He threw the triangular formation plate upwards, and the formation plate was instantly activated and expanded, and a large formation took shape. The formation was extremely large, covering tens of millions of miles. It not only enveloped Master Jiu, but also the formation where Lin Moyu was located. The 3 dogs mentioned by the wine master moved quickly and entered the triangle of the formation respectively, while the old centipede stood in the center of the formation. The wine master didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Old centipede, are you stupid? Have you forgotten that I'm good at large formations? Your formations. He was interrupted by the old centipede. I certainly know, but you may not be able to break this formation. He took out 2 more array plates and activated them, and 2 similar arrays unfolded. The overlapping arrays greatly increased their power and became more stable. It is twice as difficult to crack it. A terrifying force poured out from the formation, causing Jiuzun's body to tremble slightly. He was obviously suppressed, and his aura weakened a lot. But he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the formation with great interest and said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, this formation was created by fellow Taoist Erdong." The wine master was inside the formation, suppressed by the power of the formation, but he looked unconcerned, which made the old centipede even more angry. He didn't know where the wine master got the confidence from, and he was still not panicking at all at this moment. Not only Master Jiu was like this, but even Lin Moyu, the trash who was only at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm, behind him was like this. He said coldly, "Since you know that it is fellow Taoist Erdong's formation, you should know what the consequences will be today." The wine master chuckled, "Fellow Taoist Erdong's formation is indeed powerful, but do you think you can kill me with it?" He took a sip of wine, his tone of disdain growing stronger. Not to mention you, even if fellow Taoist Erdom came in person, he wouldn't dare say he could do anything to me with just a large formation. Without waiting for the old centipede to reply, he turned to look at Lin Moyu. Little friend Lin, what do you think of this formation? Lin Moyu has been watching. The 3 array plates overlap to form a large array, increasing the power of the 0-20 array. It is indeed a very interesting technique. If this is the case, not only can 3 formations be stacked, but even 10, 100, or 1,000 formations can be stacked. This will also lead to a problem. The more arrays you stack, the greater the power will be, but the stability will naturally decrease. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. On the other hand, as long as the power is strong enough to kill the enemy in the shortest time, sacrificing some stability does not seem to be a big deal. The large formation before him was composed of 3 layers, and its power had more than doubled. It was indeed quite powerful, but in Lin Moyu's opinion, it was not enough to suppress the wine master. Hearing what the wine master said, Lin Moyu said frankly, it's okay. He didn't know who fellow Taoist Erdong was, but he should be a cultivator who was very good at formations, and his level of formation skills should be higher than that of Master Geo. But compared to myself, it seems to be a little worse. The word make do made the wine master laugh out loud. Since it's just make do, then can you possibly break this formation? Lin Moyu said, yes, but my realm is not high enough, so I still need the help of the seniors. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the old centipede laughed heartily. You little brat, a mere Chaos Realm minor success thief, actually dares to speak such nonsense. You're really courting death. Lin Moyu ignored the old centipede man and asked, did you break it? The wine master laughed and said, of course, I broke it. Okay. He responded, and his fingers created afterimages and instantly drew several chaos runes. The runes combined with each other to form an inconspicuous formation. Then he took out a piece of unknown material and placed it in the formation. With a push, the formation automatically flew out in front of Master Geo. The senior could break the formation by injecting his soul power into it. The wine master's soul moved, and a tremendous force fell into the material. Bang! The material exploded. The soul power of Master Geo was too strong. This unknown material, which was only at the low level of Chaos Realm, could not withstand it at all. When the material shattered, the formation was activated, and as if stimulated by something, the soul power of Master Geo had been integrated into the formation through the fragments of the material. This inconspicuous formation expanded instantly, and happened to collide with the old centipede man's threefold formation. Lin Moyu's formation was inconspicuous, but it was like sharp needles piercing into the triple formation, disrupting the formation's logic. With a crisp sound, the triple formation instantly fell apart and turned into 3 independent formations again. How could this happen? The old centipede man was extremely shocked. How could the powerful threefold formation be broken so easily? But breaking the formation did not end there. Lin Moyu first broke the balance of the triple formation, causing it to fall apart, but this was only the beginning. The interiors of the 3 formations were invaded by Lin Moyu's formation, and with the help of Jiuzun's soul power, the formations suffered a lot of damage and became unstable. The 3 formations collided in the void and then exploded. The billions of miles of void covered by the formation were shaking, and countless cracks appeared. The old centipede and his 3 subordinates were blown away by the powerful force. Although they were not injured, they were in a very embarrassing situation. Watching this scene, the wine master laughed even louder. Young friend Lin's ability in formations is even better than I expected. Such a wonderful thing should be made public. Lin Moyu said, Senior, you are too kind. Without your help, I would not be able to break the formation. Not at all, not at all. He raised the gourd and drank the wine in big gulps. The aroma of wine mixed with his laughter floated freely in the void. The old centipede man's face, on the other hand, became extremely ugly. Lin Moyu said this very modestly. In fact, Master Geo knew very well that even if he didn't do it himself, it would not be difficult for Lin Moyu to break the formation. It would just take some effort. The competition between formation masters has never been about realm power. Realm is only auxiliary. What they really compete for is the understanding of the track. Lin Moyu's understanding of the Tao of battle was clearly better than his own. The old centipede gnashed his teeth. "You little b******************, D, how dare you ruin my business?" The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Moyu was full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to eat her. Lin Moyu ignored him completely and continued to talk to the wine master. "Senior, what should we do next?" The wine master smiled and said, "Before, I just wanted to see what other tricks this guy had prepared, but now it seems there's nothing new. Then let me show you how to kill insects and dogs." The expression of Master Jiuzun suddenly became solemn, and a terrifying fighting spirit rose up and swept across the void. The power of the wine master erupted in full force, and the void of billions of miles seemed to be solidified, and the space turned into stone and became motionless. In this state, even if you have any spatial talent, it is useless. With just his fighting spirit, the wine master solidified the space, leaving the enemy with nowhere to escape. "So strong!" Lin Moyu exclaimed. He knew that the wine master was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. It can be seen how much Jiuzun had let the opponent go before. Even when facing the realm beast, he was just fighting for fun. The sharp sword flew in front of him, and a realm appeared behind the wine master. It's not an illusion, but a real realm. The wine master was unlike those powerful and accomplished masters that Lin Moyu had met before. He actually carried his realm with him. The realm emerged, and the sword, which was the realm's most precious treasure, roared continuously. Waves of sword sounds resounded through the void, and invisible sword energy surged out. The old centipede groaned, and his 3 men screamed miserably. The invisible sword energy penetrated directly into their souls, causing them to feel unspeakable pain. Several of them showed shock. The 2.9 wine master was so terrifying before he actually made a move. They couldn't help but want to retreat. But Master Gio would never let them retreat. He flicked his finger and shouted, "One sword cuts the Tao." The sword light swept across, and a sword light that was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than before suddenly rose. The void solidified by the will to fight was shattered on the spot. The sword light shattered the ancient wilderness, cut off the avenue, and even destroyed the soul. Everything was cut wherever it went. "Impossible, how can you be so strong? You've reached that level. Impossible. This is impossible. Ah!" There were screams mixed with cries. The screams came from the old centipede, while the cries came from his 3 men. The sword light lasted for several breaths before it went out. Lin Moyu saw from afar that a huge centipede the size of a Japanese centipede was fleeing into the distance. Is this the true form of the old centipede? The old centipede turned out to be a centipede. Lin Moyu had seen a centipede before, a creature from the ancient wilderness, but this old centipede came from the chaos, so how could his true form be a centipede? The old centipede transformed into his true form and escaped, but was badly injured by the Jiuzun's sword strike. Some broken limbs and skin were left in the ancient desolate void. Lin Moyu saw from afar that it was almost cut in half. As for his 3 men, none of them survived and were turned into corpses. The 3 people were not human. After death, their true forms were revealed. They were 3 dog-like creatures. The power of the wine master was clearly revealed at this moment. He was indeed teasing them before, and even now, he still didn't use his full strength. The wine master said that he wanted to become a quasi-great master and return to the way of the sword. This time, Master Gio used his sword instead of his strongest power. The wine master drank his wine and said, "It feels so good. I haven't felt this good in a long time." Lin Moyu flew out of the formation and came to the side of the wine master, smiling and asking, "Senior, how much did you use in this sword move?" The wine master said, "About 80 or 90%, enough to deal with the old centipede." He said it casually, but that was only for him. The old centipede was not a weakling. Including the 3 subordinates who were killed, each one was stronger than the ancestor of the Eastern dragon python. Although both are perfect strong men, the difference in strength between them is also astonishingly large at 1.3. Lin Moyu was a little confused. How come this old centipede man is actually a centipede? The wine master laughed heartily and said, I understand young friend Lin's confusion. Old Centipede is actually called the 10,000-foot master. Old Centipede is a nickname I gave him. His true form is a centipede. He once strayed onto an ancient desolate road and arrived in the primal chaos. He ate a strange fruit and shed his ancient desolate body, merging into the primal chaos and gaining the ability to cultivate. Later, he transformed and became the Wanzu Reverend. However, his foundation was too weak, so it was difficult for him to advance any further. As for why he became my enemy, it was simply because of some treasures. It's too long ago to mention. As for his 3 men, they were from the Tengu clan in the chaos. The Tengu clan wasn't a large clan, and they clashed with him back then, and he killed most of them. Later, he used some special methods to control the Tengu tribe. These 3 guys were his lackeys. The Tengu tribe is acting as a lackey. This sounds very interesting. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. It seems that he came here specifically to kill you this time. The wine master laughed and said, It's not the first time. He and I have a deep grudge against each other. But after this, I'm afraid he won't dare to come to me again. There will be no fun in the future. This time, Venerable Jio used his sword to tell Venerable Wanzu, Come if you are not afraid of death. This experience also made Venerable Wanzu realize the difference in strength between himself and Venerable Jio. Lin Moyu listened to the sigh of the wine master and understood the hidden meaning. It turned out that the wine master had been teasing the 10,000-foot master. The seemingly powerful 10,000-foot master was actually just a toy in the eyes of the wine master, who could be used occasionally to relieve boredom. The habit of this top-level expert is really weird. Lin Moyu declined to comment. So, will the impact be huge next? The wine master said, It's almost time, but after this incident, you might be in some trouble. Lin Moyu thought, Senior, are you referring to the senior named Erdong? The wine reverend laughed again and said, My friend is indeed smart. It is pleasant to talk to smart people. Fellow Taoist Erdong is a formation master and has a small reputation in the chaos. He's a pretty good person, but a little narrow-minded. This time, my friend broke his formation, and he will definitely not let it go. Lin Moyu asked, The chaos is so vast, even if Venerable Wanzu told him about this, he would have difficulty finding me. The wine master shook his head. Taoist Erdong certainly has his own methods. Others have broken his formation before, but he always managed to defeat them. But you don't have to worry, young friend. He's a reasonable person. Most of the time, he comes to you just to challenge you to a duel, and he won't kill you. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, so Senior Erdong must be obsessed with the Tao of formation. The wine master said, Yes, he is just an array fanatic. Perhaps he wants to break through the shackles through arrays and become a quasi-great master. God knows, anyway, nothing serious will happen. At most, it will just be a minor trouble. The wine master felt that there was a great master behind Lin Moyu, and if there was really any problem, the great master would naturally take action. Well, it's time for me to go. Take care, my friend. The wine master drank his wine and turned to leave. He left as soon as he said he would, very casually. Lin Moyu bowed to the wine master and said, See you next time. I hope you have attained enlightenment. The wine master drank with his head tilted back and disappeared into the darkness, his laughter echoing in the void. Lin Moyu whispered, It's time for me to go too. He waved a chaos rune, and the formation disappeared into the void again, leaving only a small crack. Then his fingertips glowed slightly, and the light on his body flowed, turning into thin strands of light that converged towards his fingertips. These thin lines contained a faint aura that did not belong to Lin Moyu. Is this how Senior Erdong finds people? These thin lines came from the formation he had broken before, and were left on the person who broke the formation by Erdong on purpose. His technique was so clever that even a powerful and accomplished person would find it difficult to detect. In this way, he could find out who broke his formation and then go find the person. Just as Jiuzun said, Erdong did not have any ill intentions in doing this. He simply wanted to compete in formation skills. This was his formation obsession. However, his method could not be hidden from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's soul was too sharp. She only needed a brief search to discover Erdong's tricks. After cleaning Erdong's hands and feet, Lin Moyu took out the boat and flew into the darkness. After Lin Moyu left, a large number of tree roots suddenly emerged from the void, sweeping across the void and erasing time. Even if someone goes back in time, they won't be able to find out what happened here. This 367 void became quiet again, and the previous events had been completely erased. A few days later, a formation disk flew over and unfolded to form a space channel. A middle-aged man flew out of the space channel. He looked around in confusion. It was clearly here. Why did it suddenly stop? Has anyone discovered my methods? Impossible. Even those old guys, who knew my methods well, couldn't discover them. Who is the one who can break this venerable master's formation? After scanning the surroundings, he took out a formation disk and activated it to evolve the formation. The great formation exuded a strong breath of time, but nothing was found. The time here had been taken away by the little tree. Erdong whispered, "You're really clean, even erasing the time. But do you think you can hide it from me like this?" He quickly took out several array plates, which flew into the distance and unfolded, forming a giant array that covered billions of miles of void. The formation also goes back in time, but it does not go back to this place, but to a distant place. Shadows appeared in the formation, which were exactly what happened before. The shadows of Jiuzun and Lin Moyu were among them. Erdong chuckled and said, "There are projections in the ancient desolate void. What happened here will also be recorded elsewhere. Even if it's not clear, it can be seen. They are still not clean. Hey, what is this?" Erdong suddenly noticed a crack not far away. Erdong discovered a tiny crack, and when he saw the situation inside the crack, his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, he was like the blazing sun in the darkness. His entire temperament had changed. His aura surged wildly, and a series of illusory formations emerged behind him. He saw a chaos rune that he had never seen before. The complexity and high level of this rune shocked him. And behind the chaos runes, there is an unimaginable formation hidden. Erdong's attention was completely drawn to the rune formation, and he had completely forgotten what had just happened. At this moment, all he could see were the chaos runes left by the great lord of natural disasters, and the formation behind the runes. He had never realized that in the formation hidden behind the chaos runes, a pair of eyes were staring at him. In the boat, Lin Moyu saw Erdong and his reaction. He's really a formation geek. Just as Master Jiu said, Erdong is a formation fanatic, and his obsession with formations has reached a certain level. But then Lin Moyu shook his head again. Unfortunately, this formation geek can't become a great master through formation cultivation. He's on the wrong path. Xiaoshu listened from the side, puzzled. Master's words seem to make sense, but it doesn't feel right. Isn't it easier for formation geeks to attain enlightenment? Lin Moyu said, "That's not the case. Being a formation maniac can only allow him to reach the pinnacle of formations, but it will be more difficult for him to surpass the peak than for others. I only recently figured this out. If you're obsessed with one path, you'll definitely believe in it. If you believe in it, it'll be hard to break through it. The wine master has his own Tao, but he doesn't use it because he is forgetting. Only by forgetting his own Tao, abandoning his belief in the Tao, and building a Tao that belongs only to him, can he break through that Tao. Someone like Erdong is too obsessed with the Tao of formations. He even believes in it. That's why it's difficult for him to transcend the Tao of formations. Sometimes, belief is a shackle. You can use it, but don't trust it too much. You can use it, but don't trust it too much." Xiaoshu listened to this thoughtfully. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't think about it. These principles are what I have learned in the past few days. If you and Hun Dunzi's memories can be completely unlocked, you will definitely understand this principle. The realm you once held was much higher than mine. Xiaoshu shook his head. No, our strength doesn't come from self-cultivation, so we don't have much understanding of it. Master's words have been very inspiring to me. We rely too much on our own strength, which is why we can't move forward. If I had understood this truth back then, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Lin Moyu smiled and did not continue the topic. He just said it casually. Whether what he understood was right or wrong would take time to prove and could not be fully guaranteed. Xiaoshu found the ancient wilderness road again. The things in the ancient wilderness had been done, and they were going back to chaos. During his previous conversation with Jiuzunzan, Lin Moyu already knew that this place was relatively close to the westernmost point of chaos. This short is relatively speaking. If the Dewey boat were to fly at its current speed, it would take at least several thousand years. Fortunately, Xiaoshu can find the ancient desolate road, which can greatly shorten the time. Ancient wasteland roads are everywhere, even in the wastelands. As for whether you can reach the westernmost point directly, it depends on luck. After returning to the western extremes, he will be able to look for the formation left by the great lord of natural disasters in the western extremes. Ever since he refined the hub of the great formation in the ancient wilderness, Lin Moyu could more accurately lock onto the location of each great formation. At least he wouldn't wander around like a blind man. Xiaoshu quickly found an ancient desolate road, and the boat entered it and flew towards the westernmost part of the chaos. The force tore through the ancient desolate road and landed on the boat, making a sound like hammering iron. Lin Moyu continued to refine the pure water while observing Erdong's movements. Erdong is still studying the chaos runes, but it seems that the progress is not going smoothly. Lin Moyu knew that he would not use brute force to break the chaos rune, as that would damage his status. By observing Erdong, one can roughly judge his level of formation skills. After observing for more than 10 days, Erdong began to take action. However, his technique was clearly wrong, and the chaos rune showed no reaction. He tried again and again, but still couldn't get in. Lin Moyu noticed that the patience in his eyes didn't change at all. Perhaps it is just a few dozen days, or a few hundred days, or even decades or hundreds of years. For practitioners at this level, it is all the same. A year later, Erdong still hadn't cracked the chaos rune. He temporarily stopped and released a large number of formation plates again to observe what was happening here again. The time here has been erased, and he is using the light recorded in other voids to check what has happened here. This method doesn't give a very clear view, as all you see are blurs, but it gives you a general idea. This is old wine, and that old fellow Wanzu. Wanzu asked me about buying the triple formation. Turns out it was to deal with Laojiu. It seems he has no self-awareness at all. With his strength, dealing with Laojiu is tantamount to suicide. Behind Laojiu is a formation. He saw the great formation behind Master Jiu. Although it was only an illusion of the formation, it was enough. An idea suddenly came to his mind, to go find the wine master and ask him for clarification. Old wine, go find some old wine. Erdong whispered. At this time, the void twisted and the wine master came from afar. No need to look for me, I'm here. Erdong looked at Jiuzun's and whispered, why are you back again? The wine master said, of course I came to see you. Erdong said, I didn't know that old Wanzu bought the formation to deal with you. I owed him a favor, so I sold the main formation to him. The wine master said, I'm not here for this matter. This is just a small matter. Even if Wanzu has your formation, it's just a toy to me. I came to you to tell you something else. You can't hurt that young man. He's my friend. I don't have many friends, you should understand. When Master Jiu said this, it was already a warning. He has a pretty good relationship with Erdong. If it were someone else, they might have already taken action. Erdong was not angry. I didn't intend to do anything to him. It's just that I will find someone who has cracked my formation to discuss the formation. However, this guy is very smart. He erased all the traces I left behind, and I can't find him. And there's a large formation here that's more worthy of study than this one. The wine reverend said, "That's good. You should have seen that this formation came from the great reverend, Zhao Zhao, and even you can't easily break it. That young friend has a connection with the great reverend, and was sent here by the great reverend to break this formation. If you want to compete with him in formation, use this formation as a starting point and see if you can break it." Erdong said, "I thought so too. How long did it take him to break the formation?" The wine master held up a finger, and Erdong asked curiously, 100 years? The wine master shook his head. 1 day. This is impossible. Erdong screamed suddenly. He had been researching for a year without any progress, and the other party only took 1 day. How could this be possible? The wine master whispered, "It's just 1 day. Believe it or not, I never say anything nonsense." Huh? Suddenly, he looked up at his wife in the distance. After a while, Guodongshi looked up. In an extremely distant place, a sharp aura rose. Erdong was shocked. What a strong sword energy. The wine master's eyes revealed joy. She's back. As soon as he finished speaking, the wine master disappeared. In the distant ancient desolate road, Lin Moyu turned his head and looked into the distance. Through the dewy boat, he could only see the scenery of the ancient wasteland road, but at this moment he felt a hint of sharp sword energy. The sword energy came from the blood, and for the first time, Lin Moyu felt his blood moving. "Sister." Lin Moyu knew what was happening almost instinctively. It was Lin Mohan who used all his strength in the fight with others, thus activating his bloodline. Bloodline will not be activated easily, which means that the enemy Lin Mohan is facing at the moment is very strong, forcing her to go all out and even exceed her own limits. Lin Moyu closed his eyes and felt the throbbing of his blood. He wanted to go over, but he was in the ancient desolate road and couldn't. Once you enter the ancient wasteland road, you can only leave from the end of the ancient wasteland road. There is no other exit. The ancient desolate road in front of us is not short, and there is still a long way to go to the exit. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and whispered, "Xiaoshu, go in that direction and see if you can find Lin Mohan." He pointed in a direction. Now only Xiaoshu could break through the limitations of the ancient wasteland road and use the power of time and space to explore the situation outside. The little tree immediately did as Lin Moyu said, and its roots pierced through the void, searching for Lin Mohan's trace. Although 890 is not as good as Lin Moyu, the tree's intuition is quite sharp, and it can work in many ways. With thousands of roots evenly distributed, it can explore billions of miles of void in an instant. The little tree searched again and again, and when it found nothing, it continued to search in the distance. Lin Moyu felt the throbbing in his blood and kept pointing the direction for his little finger. The throbbing of his blood could only tell Lin Moyu the approximate direction, but not the specific location. Coupled with the interference of the ancient desolate road, the search became difficult. Lin Moyu did not give up. As long as the throbbing of his blood was still there, he would go find it. Found it. After searching for more than half a month, we finally made some discoveries. Xiaoshu discovered that a void was filled with sword energy, and the owner of this sword energy was Lin Mohan. Lin Mohan's sword energy is very special, filled with her unique aura. The little tree sent back the image of the void, but unfortunately, there was only the image, and no breath. The sword energy was still raging in the void, the space was cut into pieces, and sword energy was flying. The roots of the small trees were accidentally hit by the sword energy and were cut off on the spot. The sword energy sometimes turns into a sharp sword, and sometimes turns into a sharp light, which is dazzling to watch. Although no breath was transmitted back, Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this was Lin, BDDF, Mohan's sword energy. The throbbing in his blood still existed. Lin Moyu knew that the battle was still going on. He continued to point in the direction, that direction. Xiaoshu continued to search without saying a word, again and again, getting closer and closer, and the sword energy became stronger and stronger. The tree roots were cut off again and again by the sword energy, but fortunately this was nothing to the little tree. It's getting closer, almost there. Suddenly, the throbbing in his blood took a sharp turn for the worse and quickly weakened. Lin Moyu was startled, not knowing what had happened. At this time, a person appeared in the picture sent back by Xiaoshu. It was not Lin Mohan, but Jiao Zun's. His body was covered with wounds, blood was flowing, and sword energy was swirling in the wounds. He looked extremely miserable. But he was in very good spirits, with bright and shining eyes. That look was like a pilgrim seeing his own god. His lips trembled slightly, as if he was saying something. The wine master walked away with injuries and disappeared. At this moment, the throbbing in Lin Moyu's blood completely disappeared, and he could no longer point in the direction. Xiaoshu continued to search in the direction where Jiao Zun came from, and the sword energy became more and more dense and powerful. Soon, huge corpses appeared on the screen. A large number of corpses of ancient creatures were cut into pieces and floated in the ancient void. Xiaoshu said, "I can't get any closer. There's sword energy all over the front. I can't get through." In the image transmitted back through the small tree, Lin Moyu did not see Lin Mohan. "It's a good thing that I didn't see it, which means Lin Mohan should be fine." Lin Moyu asked, "Can we go back in time?" Xiaoshu shook his head. "No, time here has been shattered and there is no way to go back." Time was not erased, but shattered by an extremely powerful force, making it impossible to even turn it back. "So we can only analyze it based on what we see now," Lin Moyu whispered to himself. "These corpses of ancient creatures must have been killed by my sister. My sister should be fine, but why is she slaughtering the creatures of the ancient wilderness here? Sister, I wouldn't do something meaningless. If I did it, there must be a reason. Why?" "Xiaoshu, what did Senior Jiao just say? Can you analyze it?" Xiaoshu said, from the movement of his lips, he must be saying, "She's back." This makes sense. Jiao Zun has great respect for Lin Mohan and believes that Lin Mohan will come back sooner or later. At this time, Lin Moyu saw something vaguely in the picture. Lin Moyu asked, "What is that? Can you see it clearly?" Xiaoshu continued to zoom in on the image and finally saw an outline. It was a sword, an extremely huge sword. It had existed here and distorted space when it existed. Even though it is gone now, its traces still exist. Lin Moyu instantly understood what happened here. Lin Mohan came here to get the sword. And these ancient creatures were used by her to sacrifice to her sword. Combined with what the wine reverend said, the once brilliant and brilliant quasi-grand reverend has returned. After analyzing this, Lin Moyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." He didn't care what Lin Mohan's past identity was, he only cared whether Lin Mohan was okay. Connected by blood, the affection between him and Lin Mohan will not change despite time and distance. Now that he knew Lin Mohan was fine, he could rest assured. Lin Mohan obviously has her own things to do, and she is getting stronger step by step, which is the best thing. "Okay, come back." Lin Moyu put aside his worries and felt relaxed. The little tree retracted its roots and said, "Don't worry, master. She will be fine." Lin Moyu asked, "Why are you so sure?" Xiaoshu said, "I can feel that the sword energy just now contained an extremely powerful force. It must be her will. I seem to have seen this kind of willpower somewhere before. I have a feeling that even a great master would have a hard time killing her. And even Master Jiao was injured by the sword energy just now, which shows that her power is very strong." Lin Moyu nodded. "Your analysis is good. My sister has become stronger again. It seems I have to work hard on changing the rope too. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to reaching the Chaos Realm, but I want to strengthen my body and soul as much as possible before I reach that level. Xiaoshu, do you have any ideas for accelerating the accumulation of new students?" When Lin Moyu thought about strengthening his body and soul, the first method he thought of was to use his new talent. Becoming stronger through constant rebirth is simple and fast. But this requires the cooperation of the small tree and the cause-seeking ring. The current number of new births is less than 4,000, which is far from enough in Lin Moyu's opinion. The little tree thought for a moment and said, "Now I will fully absorb and refine the power of the ancient chaos, and with the help of the chaos divine soil, I can regenerate the 10th type of Lin 10 times at most. If you want to speed up your accumulation, you need to go to a place, and that place happens to be in the westernmost part of the chaos. That place is called the Western Pure Land." The Western Pure Land? A memory was brought back to Lin Moyu, who joked, "The Western Pure Land of the Great World Buddha Clan." Could it be related to the Buddha Clan? Xiao Shu said, "It shouldn't be a problem. There's an area in the westernmost part of the chaos known as the Pure Land. That area is very special. At its core lies a pool of chaos divine water. Refining the chaos divine water can significantly increase the number of rebirths, but obtaining the chaos divine water shouldn't be easy." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "What's the relationship between your chaos divine soil and the chaos divine water there?" Xiao Shu shook his head. "Actually, there's no connection. If there is, it's just the names. Chaos divine soil is my companion creature, and chaos divine water is the essence of water in chaos." Lin Moyu was surprised. Shouldn't the essence of water be ancestral water? When he set foot on the other side, he saw a pool of water called Zushui. The owner of the ancestral water is the old man in white robes, who is also a great master in the group of the Great Master of Natural Disasters. I just don't know what special relationship there is between this ancestral water and the chaotic divine water, and which one is stronger. The little tree said, "In my memory, there's only chaos divine water, not ancestral water. However, I've seen the ancestral water that the master obtained. The essence of ancestral water is somewhat similar to chaos divine water, but ordinary ancestral water is not as good as chaos divine water." Xiao Shu had obtained the chaos divine water during his prime, so he had a say. The chaos divine water has similarities with the essence of ancestral water, but it is not the chaos divine zone. However, ordinary ancestral water is much inferior and cannot be compared with the chaos divine water at all. Lin Moyu asked, "Besides increasing the number of rebirths, does chaos divine water help with your recovery?" The little tree spoke frankly, "There will be a little, but not much, so it's dispensable. If the master wants this from me, then there's no need to risk going to the Western Pure Land. If it's to increase the number of rebirths, then it's worth a trip. The Western Pure Land is not safe, but Xiao Shu has not recovered his memory of the specific dangers." Lin Moyu could only judge from another perspective that Xiao Shu had once obtained the chaos divine water, which meant that when Xiao Shu was at his peak, he could withstand these dangers. In this case, since I have the Dewey boat with me, it shouldn't be a problem to protect myself. Hun Dunzi suddenly appeared and asked, "Are you going to the Western Pure Land to find the chaos divine water?" Lin Moyu looked at him. "Why, you want the chaos divine water?" Hun Dunzi hummed twice. Yes, I want it, I want it. The chaos divine water can complete my world sea. The chaos divine water and chaos divine soil are two rare treasures in the chaos. They are the essence of the evolution of chaos. If they can be obtained, it will be of great benefit to Chaos Z. In that case, let's go there after we reach the westernmost point." Lin Moyu made a decision. Even if it wasn't for Hun Dunzi, it would be worth the trip just to accumulate new lives for himself. Lin Mohan's sword energy shipped the ancient wilderness, spreading outward along layers of space at an astonishing speed, and finally crossed the wilderness and entered the chaos. Suddenly one day, the great Tao of sword in the chaos began to hum and unusual movements occurred. Countless people who practiced swordsmanship were awakened, and in the 4 poles and 3 realms, ancient beings slowly opened their eyes. Is she back? Yes, this is her sword intent. She really is back. After being lost for countless years, he has returned. It seems that the ancient chaos will be in turmoil again. Back then, she and those people seemed to be planning something. Was it going to succeed? In that case, then wake up and move around. Murmurs echoed from every hidden corner of the chaos, and then these ancient beings slowly awakened. The ancient chaos has become lively. The boat passed through one ancient and desolate road after another. The little tree kept searching for the ancient and desolate roads, shortening the journey time again and again. Lin Moyu completed a journey that took thousands and tens of thousands of years in just 10 years. After passing through the last ancient desolate road, I saw the desolate traces. That is the boundary between ancient wilderness and chaos, and it is the wound in the world formed by the conflict between the two forces. The traces of desolation exist between the four poles and three domains of chaos, and also between chaos and ancient desolation. Moreover, the wasteland between chaos and ancient wasteland is larger and more chaotic. In comparison, the desolate marks between the four poles and three domains in the chaos are just the end. Xiao Shu said, although the desolate mark is not as dangerous as the ancient desolate divine light, it is actually even less safe. During the collision between primordial chaos and ancient wasteland, a large number of creatures from both primordial chaos and ancient wasteland were thrown into the wasteland scar. These creatures absorbed both the energies of primordial chaos and ancient wasteland. Most of them exploded and died due to the conflict, while a few were able to adapt and survive. However, they were abandoned by both chaos and ancient desolation, and can only live in the desolate scar. These creatures are called the double abandoned creatures. They lack intelligence, and their powers have become extremely strange due to the influence of chaos and ancient desolation, giving rise to some special abilities. Requesting flowers. 0. What Xiaoshu said was to remind Lin Moyu to be careful, and even with the Dui boat, he should not take it lightly. Lin Moyu said, the desolate scar is equally vast. If we fly at normal speed, we'll waste quite a bit of time. Is there any way to fly across it quickly? Xiaoshu Dao, yes, when the ancient wilderness and chaos collided, many space-time cracks were created. Through these space-time cracks, you can quickly travel through them, but they have too much uncertainty. Space-time rift? Lin Moyu pondered the characteristics of space-time and asked casually, is it more dangerous than the ancient desolate road? Hun Dunzi interrupted, it's not the danger, it's the uncertainty. Time and space are chaotic in the space-time rift, and no one knows where the exit is. Perhaps you enter through a space-time rift and come out in Hundun, or perhaps you return to Guzei. It's also possible that I traveled through it for a moment, but thousands of years passed outside. Xiaoshu added, there are dangers. There are creatures called time maggots living in the space-time rifts. They have a strange ability that allows them to take people back to the past. They don't really go back, but rather see what happened in the past. It might not necessarily be their own thing, but they could be someone else. Going back to the past will affect the soul. If the impact is too profound, it will cause the soul to be obscured and eventually sink into time and space. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi talked to each other, explaining clearly the various things to pay attention to in the space-time rifts and wastelands. The different dangers coupled with the certainty make many people prefer to fly out for thousands of years rather than enter the space-time rift. However, sometimes, space-time rifts will suddenly appear, and you can't just avoid entering them if you don't want to. Lin Moyu pondered, Xiaoshu, with your time and space abilities, can you pass through the time and space rift and see the end? Xiaoshu said, some are okay, some are not. Lin Moyu quickly made a decision. Well, then, you give it a try. If you can determine the end point of the space-time rift, then we'll go in. If you can't, we'll avoid it. Xiaoshu hummed, I think so too. Han Dunzi suddenly said, if we encounter a chaotic vortex, should we enter? Xiaoshu was obviously a little embarrassed, and the problem of chaos seemed to stump him. Chaos vortex? Lin Moyu was a little curious, what is a chaos vortex? Han Dunzi described the situation of the chaos vortex to Lin Moyu in great detail. If there are any inaccuracies, Xiaoshu will make additional supplements. The chaotic vortex only exists in the wasteland, and is also formed by the collision of the ancient wasteland and chaotic forces. It is similar to a spacetime crack, but different from a spacetime crack. However, from the surface, it is basically difficult to distinguish. Unlike the well-known spacetime rifts, very few people know about the chaos vortex. Even among the perfect strong ones, most of them don't know that there is such a thing as a chaos vortex. It leads neither to a specific location nor to the past, but to the very core of the ancient chaos. According to legend, when the ancient chaos was evolving, there was a real core where the greatest secret of the ancient chaos was hidden. If someone could reach there and crack the secret, they might be able to control the entire ancient chaos. Lin Moyu felt strange. If this legend was true, then the Great Venerables and Quasi-Great Venerables would definitely spare no effort to find it. To dominate the ancient chaos, what a huge temptation it would be. Not to mention the Great Venerable and Quasi-Great Venerable, the Tao will definitely go looking for it. But the reality is that no one is looking for it deliberately, which is very strange. Xiao Shu said, "Some people in our time went looking for it, but I don't know if they found it." Hun Dunzi said, "Those guys probably didn't find it. This thing can't be found just by looking for it. Anyway, I have looked for it, but I didn't find anything." Xiao Shu said, "I don't think I've found it in my memory either, but it's hard to say. Maybe I've found it. After all, some memories haven't been restored yet. The existence of the chaos vortex is just a legend. Perhaps it really exists, or someone may have entered it. But no matter what the result is, there is no ruler in the Chaos Stone Wasteland. Tao is still the strongest existence in the chaos, and below him are the Great Venerable and the Quasi-Great Venerable." Lin Moyu laughed and said, "Don't worry about things that are hard to come by." Hun Dunzi said, "We are just wishful thinking. What if? There are indeed some unexpected events in this world, but the possibility of such an unexpected event is too low. Lin Moyu does have a way to increase the likelihood of an eventuality and make it a certainty, such as using a thick cause ring. But when I think about it, it probably won't be useful. If the seeking cause ring was useful, it would definitely have been able to find the chaos vortex before its intelligence was wiped out. But why it doesn't look for it already explains a lot of problems. But now that I have come up with the idea, I feel a little reluctant not to give it a try. Dominating the ancient chaos is an unspeakable temptation. Even with Lin Moyu's heart of Taoism, it is difficult to ignore. Will it work?" He took out the cause-seeking ring, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart tempting him to give it a try. But just as the thought came to his mind, a terrible sense of danger rose from the depths of his soul and instantly swept over his body. Lin Moyu broke out in a fine sweat, and his soul trembled uncontrollably. Even at his level of cultivation, he could still break out in cold sweats. The sense of danger in his soul was so strong and astonishing. Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu looked at Lin Moyu in confusion, not knowing what had happened. The strong sense of danger wiped out the thought that had just emerged, and Lin Moyu calmly pondered the source of the danger. In his opinion, there are two sources of danger. One is the backlash force of the cause-seeking ring. The number of rebirths may not be enough to support the fruit he wants to plant. Once the huge backlash force exceeds the number of rebirths, he will die. Secondly, the danger level in the chaotic vortex is far beyond imagination. Once you enter it, not only will you not be able to unravel the secrets, but you will die in it. Whatever the reason, my soul has already issued a warning. I have always believed in the feeling of the soul, and this time is no exception." Lin Moyu gave up decisively. Looking at the puzzled Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi, Lin Moyu shook his head gently. "It's okay, we should proceed as planned. We shouldn't encounter the chaos vortex, so don't worry about it." After the experience just now, Lin Moyu was sure that encountering the chaos vortex was not something that could be achieved by sheer luck. Its existence and appearance must be based on some unknown law, which even the Tao does not understand. To become the master of the ancient chaos is extremely difficult. The Dewey boat silently left the ancient wilderness and entered the wasteland. Lin Moyu immediately felt a strange breath. The aura of ancient wilderness and chaos mixed together and penetrated into the Dewey boat. This aura was very chaotic. Lin Moyu could feel the existence of a great way in it, but this great way had been scattered and shattered, and could not be comprehended at all. As Xiao Shu said, the power crystal systems of the creatures in the wasteland are also chaotic. They don't have any realm, similar to the creatures in the ancient wilderness, but they can borrow the power of the Tao to a certain extent, and are a bit like chaos. There are even some creatures in the wasteland that can possess the power of the realm. Under the impact of this chaotic aura, their intelligence will gradually disappear and eventually be dominated by instinct. Neither chaos nor ancient wasteland can tolerate them, so they are called double-abandoned creatures. Shortly after the boat entered the wasteland, Xiaoshu suddenly said, "There's a space-time rift thousands of miles to the right." The little tree had already spread its roots out to search for rifts in space and time. With the Dewey boat as its center, the search range was within 1 billion miles. Following the direction pointed by the small tree, Lin Moyu first saw a space-time rift. The space-time rift looks no different from an ordinary space rift. It looks like a lightning bolt that will never disappear, just like the space that was broken during a battle between powerful people. When Lin Moyu saw the space-time rift, he felt a sense of danger. When he used the Eye of the Dead, he vaguely saw the soul-confined flame dancing in the cracks in time and space. The creatures living in the cracks of time and space are the maggots of time and space, a kind of strange creatures. This kind of creature cannot leave the space-time rift, and will be annihilated and die immediately if it leaves. There were powerful people who wanted to use them to comprehend the avenue of time and space, but without exception, they all failed. The maggots of time and space are not strong, and it is precisely because they are weak enough that a unique living environment is created for them. Lin Moyu asked, "Where does this space-time rift lead to?" The little tree had already dug its roots in and soon found the answer. It leads to a place about tens of billions of miles away. Well, if we enter this space-time rift, the Dewey boat will fly backwards for tens of billions of miles. While the little tree was exploring, its roots penetrated into the crack of time and space for a while before being retracted. According to Xiaoshu, it is absorbing the power of time and space overflowing from the time and space cracks to strengthen itself. This is Xiaoshu's ability and also his instinct. After absorbing the power of time and space, Lin Moyu can clearly feel that Xiaoshu's breath has recovered. It's not much, but at least it's useful. The boat of salvation advanced silently through the desolate ruins, cutting through the chaotic void of the dark world. Xiaoshu found one space-time rift after another, but most of them were useless. Occasionally, when he found the right direction, Lin Moyu would control the boat to fly in. Through the rift in time and space, they crossed infinite distances and shortened a lot of time. The power in the space-time rift did not have much impact on the Dewey boat, and it was even much easier than on the ancient road. The maggots of time could not affect Lin Moyu and others through the Dewey boat. The presence of the Dewey boat provided great protection for Lin Moyu's safety. 3 years later, after passing through a rift in space and time, Xiaoshu said, "We're almost halfway through the flight. The aura of chaos ahead will become increasingly intense." Lin Moyu nodded. "Not bad, faster than Qian." They estimated that it would take 10 years to fly out of the wasteland, but now it seems that it will not take that long. Suddenly, a strong light burst out from the side, and a large sword appeared in the void, fiercely slashing at the Dewey boat. The knife came too fast, and Lin Moyu had no time to react before the knife had already cut into the Dewey boat. The Dewey boat was chopped off on the spot and flew backwards uncontrollably. Lin Moyu looked at the suddenly appeared big knife with cold eyes. Fortunately, there was the Dewey boat, otherwise he would have died. The opponent's power is very strong, at least perfect, and even stronger than the ordinary perfect strong man. But when he looked over, he didn't see the other person. Even with the Eye of the Dead, he still couldn't see the other party. The heavy giant knife flashed through the void and appeared in front of Duozhou again, slashing down for the second time. Boom! The Dewey boat was chopped off again. The force was too strong and Lin Moyu was completely unable to control the Dewey boat. Fortunately, the boat was strong enough, and although it was chopped off, it was not damaged. Lin Moyu knew that this was his own problem and that his realm was not high enough. If you also reach the perfect state, the other party will not be able to cut down the flying boat. However, if the Dewey boat can be restored to its original state, the other party will also be unable to stop it. Unfortunately, he has neither of them now, and can only watch Duozhou 14 being cut into pieces during the attack, with no way to stop it. Xiaoshu wanted to take action to stabilize the Dewey boat but was stopped by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not afraid of strong enemies, the key was that the strong enemy had not appeared yet. The one who attacked him was a knife, and the opponent did not appear at all. With one blow after another, the Dewey boat became like a ball in the swordlight, being chopped back and forth. After a while, Lin Moyu still didn't see the other person's shadow. Xiao Shu said, "Is there a possibility that it was actually this knife that attacked us?" Hun Dunzi snorted, "You're talking nonsense. Wasn't it this very knife that attacked us?" Xiao Peng, who rarely interrupted, finally spoke up, "There's a race called the Warblade clan. Their true form is a sword. Could it be them?" Lin Moyu said, "If so, it should have a soul, but I don't see where the soul is." Xiao Peng said, "The Warblade clan should not have souls. They are weapon spirits, but not true weapon spirits." Lin Moyu's heart moved. "Tell me in detail." Xiao Peng said, "A long time ago, there was a race in the chaos. All of them loved to wield swords, so they were called the Warblade clan. It said that they discovered some treasure in the Wasteland Scar and brought it back. Not long after, all the members of the Battle Blade clan disappeared. Later, someone found the Battle Blade clan's swords in the wasteland, but no members of the tribe were found. Finally, someone confirmed that all the members of the Warblade clan had died, leaving only the swords. These swords had spirituality, but they were not ordinary weapon spirits. It was very strange, and there was still no answer. I only know that the Warblade clan roams the Wasteland Scar, and they will indiscriminately attack any creature that passes by." Lin Moyu found it a bit magical that such a thing actually existed. When a race is captured, their weapons become spirits. Xiao Shu and Han Dunzi looked at each other. Both of them were shocked, and it was obvious that they had thought of something. The long time ago that Xiaoping mentioned was a long time ago, which was far different from the era in which Xiao Shu and Han Dunzi lived. It was unknown how many billions of years had passed. When they existed, even the years had not been counted, and there was no trace of the so-called Warblade clan. But what they can think of from this means that the matter of the Warblade clan is quite serious. Just tell me what you think. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry now. He wanted to figure it out first. The sword was still playing with the Dewey boat as if it were a ball. Just let it play with it. It couldn't cut the Dewey boat anyway. Hun Dunzi coughed lightly and said, "According to what Xiaoping said, we thought of a guy. I don't know if it's true, but the possibility is not small. That thing is called the Chaos Spirit Pearl. It has an ability, which is to disguise itself as any kind of magic weapon. Actually, it can't be called a disguise, it just becomes whatever you want most in your eyes. And it will affect everyone who sees it at the same time, creating countless clones, making everyone think they have obtained a unique treasure. Then when you are happily refining it, it will refine you in reverse. This guy will only absorb the essence of the body and soul, and will not take the extra things. But it cannot be wasted after it has been refined, so it will attach the excess things to a magic weapon and turn the magic weapon into its own subordinate. That's pretty much it. It had quite a few subordinates before, but they were all so powerful back then that it had little room to maneuver. What this means is that the times have changed. It is no longer the era when strong people are everywhere, and the Chaos Spirit Pearl can instead fully exert its power. That seems to be the case. The Warblade clan obtained the Chaos Spirit Pearl, which created countless clones. When everyone in the Warblade clan saw the Chaos Spirit Pearl, they thought they had obtained the treasure they had always dreamed of. From that moment on, the fate of the Warblade clan was sealed. When they refine the Chaos Spirit Pearl, they will be refined in reverse by the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Their flesh and blood will turn into mud, their essence will be sucked away, and the dregs will be used by the Spirit Pearl to possess magic weapons. So they were exterminated, and the sword became the weapon of Chaos Spirit Pearl. Lin Moyu said, "So, isn't the Chaos Spirit Pearl invincible? It only needs to continue deceiving the various races and then reversely refine the powerful people from all sides, and then its subordinates will increase." Xiao Shu shook his head. "That's not the case. Its existence has its limits. First of all, the target it can confuse can't be too strong. At least it must be weak. Secondly, the number of objects it can control is limited. Once a certain number is reached, there must be a trade-off. We don't know what that number is, but it won't be too many. When one's strength reaches a certain level, unless their numbers are incredibly numerous, they can no longer influence the outcome of the battle. The Chaos Spirit Pearl isn't that powerful compared to us. Back then, he wasn't even qualified to participate in the battle. Hun 343 Dunzi also said, perhaps it is because it is not qualified that it has survived until now. However, it seems that it must have been injured. Perhaps it participated in the battle without knowing its own limitations. The little tree nodded, that's very likely, but even if it survives, it's probably going to be hard for it to return to chaos. Hun Dunzi said, it's okay to go back occasionally. As long as your luck isn't too bad, nothing will necessarily happen. The one who rules the primordial chaos now is the Tao. If the Chaos Spirit Pearl is discovered, it will be a sure thing. One of the main reasons why the Chaos Spirit Pearl hides in the Desolate Mark is to take advantage of the chaos in the Desolate Mark to hide. The second reason is that it is originally in the Desolate Mark, and the Desolate Mark is its hometown. Where else can it hide if not in its home? Xiao Shu said, the Warblade clan likely didn't obtain the Chaos Spirit Pearl by accident. It's very likely that the Chaos Spirit Pearl sought them out. For the Chaos Spirit Pearl to recover, it needs the essence of flesh, blood, and soul. His words were agreed by Hun Dunzi, and Luan Lingzhu regarded the Warblade clan as nutrients for his own recovery. Lin Moyu said, okay, now that we have figured out the other party's identity, the next step is how to deal with it. The sword attacking Duozhou was very powerful, even stronger than the ordinary perfect warriors, and it had no soul, so some of Lin Moyu's methods were difficult to deal with it. Xiao Shu said, Master, you can release the undead servants to lure the Chaos Spirit Pearl over first. If you can't deal with the war knife, you can use it. Lin Moyu immediately understood what Xiao Shu meant. This is a good idea. The Chaos Spirit Pearl needed a vast amount of souls and bodies to restore itself, but he did not dare to enter the primal chaos to collect them in large quantities, fearing that it would attract the attention of the Tao. He may have done it a few times cautiously over the years, but he certainly never fully recovered. This is a timid guy and a little cautious. It is estimated that the sword attacked the Dewey boat this time because it was targeting the soul in the boat. In that case, give him a chance and lure him over with enough numbers. Undead minions are not strong, but they are numerous. Lin Moyu ignored the sword outside and released the sea crystal undead servants. As soon as the undead servants appeared, they scattered in all directions, as if they were running for their lives. Xiao Shu said, if he needs a soul and a body, he should stop attacking after the master releases the undead servants. This sword is too powerful. It can kill a large number of undead servants with one strike. This is a huge loss for the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The undead servants alone can test whether it needs a soul and a body. Sure enough, when the undead servants appeared, the sword's attack came to an abrupt halt, and the boat suddenly stabilized. But the sword was obviously still guarding the Dewey boat to prevent it from escaping. Lin Moyu released tens of billions of undead servants, flying in all directions. Such a number was more than enough to lure the Lingzhu. The roots of the small tree penetrated into the void, transmitting images from afar. The small tree monitored the entire void from all angles and directions. Although the undead servants look exactly the same, they have independent souls and are different from each other. There are all kinds of races in chaos, and it is not surprising that some races look exactly the same. In the void, swords appeared one after another. In addition to swords, there were also various magical weapons of various shapes and sizes. As soon as they appeared, they released an astonishing aura, which merged into a circle and forcibly trapped the undead servants. Seeing this, Hun Dunzi shouted, it must be him. Although the magic weapons are of various shapes and colors, they all have the same aura, which shows that the person behind these magic weapons is the same person. Lin Moyu glanced over, 10 million magic weapons, no more, no less. It seems that the limit of what the Spirit Pearl can control is tens of millions. Xiao Shu hummed, it should be. The number of magic weapons is exactly 10 million, representing at least 10 million powerful creatures. These magic weapons are strong or weak, which should be related to the strength of their owners in their lifetime. There are not many magic weapons of perfect strength, only a dozen or so, and most of them are at the minor level of Chaos Realm, or even below the Chaos Realm. Under the connection of the Chaos Pearl's aura, even magic weapons that are not at the Chaos Realm can exert powerful combat power. This also shows that the Chaos Spirit Pearl can refine anyone, and in order to recover, he is no longer picky about food. Xiao Shu said, just looking at these magic weapons, he is still far from recovering to his former self. Hun Dunzi said with a hint of disdain, he wasn't that strong before. He didn't have much fighting power himself, so he had to rely on the help of others. Xiao Shu shook his head. In any case, the fact that he survived until now is already more than most. Master, send out more undead servants and have them attack the encirclement at the same time. That guy is very cautious and won't show up if there's even the slightest suspicion. As contemporaries, Xiao Shu and Han Dunzi knew Chaos Pearl very well and knew how to trick him into death. Once again, tens of billions of undead servants were released, and at the same time, a large number of undead servants began to attack the encirclement. They attacked from all angles at the same time, with the goal of making it impossible for the Chaos Spirit Pearl to take care of both ends. Although the Chaos Spirit Pearl can control so many magical weapons, it is impossible to operate them precisely when the number is too large. The undead servants are different. They have independent souls and can act independently with just a thought from Lin Moyu. Moreover, the undead servants can be resurrected continuously, and once they start to attack the encirclement, it will be difficult to stop them. If the magic weapon fails to stop it, Chaos Spirit Pearl will have to take action himself. The undead servants attacked in waves, not afraid of life or death. The encirclement soon had loopholes, and the Emperor's undead servants broke out all of a sudden. The moment the undead servants successfully broke through, Lin Moyu clearly felt all the magic weapons vibrate, and then a powerful will descended. A bead appeared in the void, glowing with rosy light. The moment Lin Moyu saw it, a large number of hallucinations appeared before his eyes. Countless objects flashed before his eyes, many of which he didn't recognize, but he felt very familiar with them. What's going on? Lin Moyu was a little dazed. He knew for sure that he had never seen these things before, but for some reason, the moment he saw them, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this be something I have used and seen in a previous life? But these things seemed to be extremely powerful, no less powerful than the Inwan. In the scene that flashed before my eyes, a small tree suddenly appeared, and then the Seeking Cause ring also appeared. The images flashed by so quickly that they disappeared in less than 2 seconds. Then, Lin Moyu felt a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to take the bead for himself. This bead is what he wants most, nothing else. Danger! The soul sent out another warning, and at the same time, the Scourge Scepter automatically emerged, and the soul gem sparkled. The khaki light was emitted from the soul treasure and rushed straight into Lin Moyu's soul. Lin Moyu woke up with a start. The little tree placed a branch on itself, and soul power continuously flowed in. Hun Dunzi prepared clean water, as if he was ready to purify himself at any time. Lin Moyu knew they were worried about him being tempted by the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not overweight. Xiao Shu hummed, Master is sure to be fine, we are just taking precautions. The Chaos Spirit Pearl is still very troublesome in some aspects. When Lin Moyu looked at the Chaos Spirit Pearl again, his eyes had regained clarity, and he no longer had any greed for this pearl that shone with endless rays of light. The Chaos Spirit Pearl is indeed powerful. If the soul gem of the Calamity Scepter had not suddenly activated, I might have been killed. Now that I'm awake, the countless images that flashed by before have been deeply imprinted in my mind. There are so many treasures inside, of all kinds, and all of them are extremely powerful. The little tree and the Chaos Pearl were just one of them, and he even saw the Chaos Garden Pearl among them. He had never seen most of these things in his life, and he had no idea why they appeared now. Apart from attributing them to his previous life, he really couldn't figure it out. Regardless of this, Lin Moyu prepared to take action. Wine's good. Hun Dunzi said, Master, don't worry. This is not his true body. Xiaoshu nodded. He will make a move soon. Then I will force his true form out. If the master makes a move again, he may only have one chance. It's still not his real self. This guy is really timid and cautious. Lin Moyu felt that he was careful enough, but compared with some old guys in ancient times, he seemed to be a little less beautiful. The tree seemed to understand Lin Moyu's thoughts and said slowly, the environment we lived in was very harsh. Before the war between Chaos and Ancient Wasteland, we also had constant internal wars. When the realms were first formed, the creatures born within them were extremely powerful. Each one of them kept saying, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. They were constantly at a loss as to what to do. In that environment, we all became cautious. Lin Moyu naturally understood this truth. The more severe the environment, the more experienced people can survive. Hun Dunzi suddenly shouted, that guy has started to work, Fat Tree is ready to start. Hun Dunzi seemed a little excited. It didn't seem like he was just there to watch the fun, but rather he was coveting the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Lin Moyu didn't ask in a hurry, he would know soon. The Chaos Spirit Pearl launched an attack, and the power of tens of millions of magic weapons increased significantly, turning into countless rays of light like ropes, which tightly bound the undead servants who had just rushed out and dragged them back. Perhaps in his eyes, these undead servants are delicacies and nutrients for his recovery. But he seemed to have overlooked one point, why the undead servants were not bewitched. Even the most cautious person will have loopholes in some special circumstances. Now is the most special situation for Luanlingzu. There are too many undead servants, so many that he cannot refuse them. The moment Luanlingzu took action, Xiaoshu also followed suit. The Chaos Spirit Pearl targets the undead servants, while the small tree targets the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Countless tree roots shot out densely from the void, instantly interweaving into a giant net, covering millions of miles of void. The power of time and space swept through the void like a wave, and the entire void churned, as if an invisible giant hand was shaking the void again and again. No matter which layer of space or time the Chaos Spirit Pearl is hidden in, it will be turned out. It was also the first time that Lin Moyu saw Xiaoshu use the power of time and space in this way. Compared with Xiaoshu's power, his own chaotic space formation seemed a little ridiculous. Space-time. Lin Moyu realized that single space or time was far inferior to the combined power of space and time. It's just that the power of time and space is too difficult. I have come into contact with it before, but my cultivation was weak at that time and my understanding was relatively shallow. It can still be used in the big world, but it is not good enough for the entire domain, so it can only be split up and used. If it is placed in chaos, it will be much worse. The chaotic space is much more stable than the realm, and so is time. I can influence space or time individually, but it's not so easy to combine them. However, with the little tree around, Lin Moyu felt that he could gain insights from the little tree, and eventually he should be able to integrate the power of time and space into the formation. Enveloped by layers of time and space power, the light emitted by the Chaos Spirit Pearl twisted and fractured, and the illusion he created quickly shattered. A bead appeared, and the true form of the Chaos Spirit Pearl emerged. The little tree shouted anxiously, he is adapting to my power and will create illusions again. What I meant was that I couldn't hold on for much longer and needed to get started quickly. As he spoke, the small tree had already locked onto the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and Lin Moyu also followed the small tree's breath to lock onto the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The body exploded. The two pieces of flesh from the Perfection Realm Masters turned into powder. Lin Moyu currently had 6 pieces of flesh from the Perfection Realm Masters in his hand, 5 of which were mixed flesh that could cause multiple corpse explosions. Another one comes from the Black Claw clan. It is relatively weak, but it is still a perfect and powerful tribe after all, so how weak can it be? This time, Lin Moyu detonated a piece of mixed flesh and the flesh of the Black Claw tribe. Lin Moyu has invested a lot of money. He only has one chance. He wants to wipe out the spiritual power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl. As for the body of the Chaos Spirit Pearl, there is no need to worry. It is very strong and can be left there without being destroyed by any bombs fired by Lin Moyu. Boom! A muffled sound was heard from the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and an explosion occurred inside the Chaos Spirit Pearl, followed by the Chaos Spirit Pearl's scream. The screams turned into soul attacks, sweeping over, but were all blocked by the Dewey boat and could not hurt Lin Moyu and others. There were more than one explosion, especially on that piece of chaotic corpse flesh. Lin Moyu didn't know how many times he could detonate it, but it wouldn't open lower 3 times anyway. Every explosion was accompanied by Luan Lingzhu's screams, which gradually became weaker. The rosy glow had disappeared, and millions of magical weapons had lost control, remaining motionless in the void. The Chaos Spirit Pearl was blown up 5 times in a row. When the 4th explosion occurred, there was no movement in the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Is he dead? Lin Moyu looked at the Chaos Spirit Pearl. He wasn't sure. Even though the eyes of the undead showed that the Chaos Spirit Pearl no longer had any soul flame, he still couldn't be completely sure. After all, things that have been hidden from the eye of the dead have happened more than once or twice, and the eye of the dead is not omnipotent. Not only him, Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi were also unsure. After all, Luan Lingzhu survived from that era, so maybe he has some hidden means of saving his life. It doesn't matter if you're not sure. Lin Moyu left the boat and swung out the world-burning fire. Even if Chaos Spirit Pearl is still alive at this moment, it only has 1 breath left at most. It would be best to use the world-burning fire, Bika, to put an end to it. He was cautious, and Lin Moyu was even more cautious than him. The fire that burns the world is pervasive. It enveloped the Chaos Spirit Pearl and penetrated into its interior. Faintly, Lin Moyu heard a slight scream. As if it was his last cry before death, Lin Moyu whispered, "Sure enough, he is still alive." Before he could finish his words, the Chaos Spirit Pearl suddenly burst into a rosy glow and rushed towards the Dewey boat. The small tree's big net always exists, and the power of time and space rolls to block the Chaos Spirit Pearl. But the next moment, the small tree suddenly stopped, and all its movements stopped instantly. The Chaos Spirit Pearl took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement of the small tree. At the same time, among the tens of millions of magic weapons, the strongest dozen or so launched attacks at the same time, and together with the Chaos Spirit Pearl, attacked the Dewey boat. A last glimmer of hope, a dying counterattack. Lin Moyu had a cold and handsome expression. He knew that this was the last counterattack of the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The power it unleashed even affected the small tree. But it was useless. He was protected by the Dewey boat, and the opponent's dying counterattack would be useless. All the attacks landed on the Dewey boat, and there was nothing else except the deafening sound. After a wave of attacks, the Chaos Spirit Pearl became quiet again, allowing the fire of burning the world to burn, and it was completely silent. Lin Moyu whispered, "He should be dead this time." The little tree had recovered. It should be dead. Hun Dunzi said, "Just in case, I'll try it with clean water." Xiao Shu snorted softly, "You want to eat the 10th one, right? Although I am greedy, how can I compete with my master for food?" Hun Dunzi cursed and flew out of the Dewey boat, opened his inner world and released clean water. Lin Moyu also put away the world-burning fire and replaced it with clean water to wrap the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The Chaos Spirit Pearl soaked in the clean water for a while, but there was no reaction. Hun Dunzi said with certainty, "This guy is really dead." The little tree sighed, "I finally managed to survive, but in the end I still have to die." Hun Dunzi snorted, "He asked for it. If he hadn't come to provoke the master, he wouldn't have died." As soon as he died, all those magic weapons stopped moving. Lin Moyu naturally would not be polite. He waved his hand and asked the undead servants to bring them all back. When the time comes, melt them all and throw them into your own realm for absorption, which can make the realm stronger. The Chaos Pearl came into his hand. Lin Moyu looked at him carefully, then looked at the Chaos Pearl with some curiosity. "This thing looks a bit like you." Xiao Shu said, "They are all beads, so they are naturally similar." Hun Dunzi shouted, "Don't compare this guy to me, he's not worthy." Some things were difficult to say, so the two did not continue to dwell on the issue. The two looked similar, but their backgrounds were different. Hun Dunzi felt that his background was much nobler than Wan Chen Zhulu's. Xiao Shu said, Master, although the Chaos Spirit Pearl is dead, it contains a large amount of essence. You can absorb it and it will enhance your cultivation realm and domain. The Chaos Spirit Pearl is very powerful. Its essence is at the same level as the Seeking Cause Ring. It is a spiritual object nurtured by heaven and earth, but it has its own characteristics and cannot be used by humans like the Seeking Cause Ring. Xiao Shu and Hun Dunzi were concerned about cause and effect, so they couldn't describe the Chaos Spirit Pearl in too much detail. Lin Moyu knew that in addition to cause and effect, they were also worried that if they talked too much, the Tao would hear it. Having survived that cruel and terrifying period until now, the two have become more cautious after recovering some of their memories. The reason for this is that after recovering some of their memories, they understand more clearly the cruelty of the world and the horror of Tao. This is their instinct, and there is nothing wrong with it. But just because they are unwilling to say it doesn't mean Lin Moyu can't know. After the death of Chaos Spirit Pearl, a huge amount of essence was left behind. These essences could help Lin Moyu improve his realm and strengthen his domain. At the same time, these essences also contain a large number of memories belonging to the Chaos Spirit Pearl, which naturally includes some things that happened at that time, as well as some things that the Chaos Spirit Pearl experienced later. However, these memories require some special means to extract. Lin Moyu does not have this ability, but Xiao Shu does. However, it also requires the help of Hun Dunzi to achieve perfection. The essence refined by the Chaos Spirit Pearl contains a vast amount of chaotic will. Due to the special nature of the Chaos Spirit Pearl, these chaotic wills will not have any effect on the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Beishir can also enhance his strength. But for others, these chaotic wills are poison that will affect their Tao heart and even cause their souls to shatter. What Lin Moyu needs is memory, the pure power of the essence, not these chaotic wills. But when absorbing the essence, it is inevitable to absorb some of the chaotic will, so the Chaos Seed's clean water is needed to purify it. Xiao Shu said, I used the power of time and space to extract the essence from the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Chaos Child is responsible for purification, and the Master absorbs and refines it simultaneously. Hun Dunzi hummed, no problem, leave it to me. The inner world unfolded, and Lin Moyu entered Hun Dunzi's inner world with the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and the roots of the small tree also drilled in. In Hun Dunzi's inner world, he can manipulate the purified water more precisely to prevent it from not being purified completely or purifying things that should not be purified. The power of time and space surged, and wisps of mist rose from the Chaos Spirit Pearl. These mists were the essence refined by the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The fog may not exist at this moment in time, it may also exist in the past. Some of the essence has been consumed in previous battles. But the small tree used the Chaos Spirit Pearl as its root, pulled back these essences from another point in time, and condensed them into shape again. This behavior is very unnatural, which is enough to show how powerful the little tree is. The essence condensed into mist, changing into various forms in mid-air. Lin Moyu could feel the will of Haizaoyu and Xingzhan contained in it. These wills come from various living beings and also from the Chaos Spirit Pearl. They are mixed with hatred, resentment, obsession, etc. For the Chaos Spirit Pearl, these chaotic wills are the best weapons, but for practitioners, they are deadly poisons. Hun Dunzi brought in the clean water and said, I'm going to start. Okay, Lin Moyu was ready. The clean water turned into a trickle and fell into the mist, making a sizzling sound like cold water entering a frying pan, and an unpleasant scream came from the mist. The messy wool is wiped away by the pure water, leaving only the essence. But without the chaotic will, these essences are quickly dissipating. Lin Moyu opened his mouth and sucked, immediately absorbing the purified essence into his body. The essence exploded in his body, and Moyu's aura rose rapidly. Over countless years, the Chaos Spirit Pearl has absorbed and refined countless lives, and the amount of essence is extremely astonishing. Although Lin Moyu can only absorb and utilize a very small part of it, it is enough for him to take a big step forward. Lin Moyu's power is increasing, and at the same time, the realm far away is also benefiting from it and gradually increasing its strength. The small tree continued to condense essence, Hun Dun-zi was busy purifying it, and Lin Moyu was busy absorbing and refining it. The three of them cooperated well and there was no waste. While absorbing the essence, Lin Moyu received a large amount of memories. Some of these memories come from various living beings, and some come from spirit beads. Pictures flashed through his soul, and these pictures combined together told Lin Moyu a story. Lin Moyu saw the chaotic ancient wilderness of that era from the memory of the Chaos Pearl. The void was filled with corpses. Under the impact of the Chaos Avenue and the power of the ancient wilderness, these corpses gradually shattered and turned into nutrients that nourished the chaos and the ancient wilderness. In that era, no matter how powerful one was, even if one was on par with a great master, after death, the body would disperse and return to heaven and earth. Unlike now, even if one has only achieved a small level of success in the chaos realm, the body can remain intact for billions of years after death. Lin Moyu could understand why this happened, because those powerful beings at that time were all creatures born from heaven and earth, and were fundamentally different from those today. They come from heaven and earth, and will return to heaven and earth after death. 10. But not all corpses will return to heaven and earth. Some precious creatures, such as the Xuanane ring, will not return to heaven and earth unless they are destroyed. This was a terrifying war that affected the entire chaos and ancient wasteland. The number of powerful people who died was far beyond imagination. If you pull each one out, they are not comparable to the Great Venerable, but they are definitely stronger than the perfect. As they died and returned to heaven and earth, the entire world began to gradually stabilize. Luan Lingzhu had been hiding. He watched the battle but did not participate in it. In one of the pictures, a towering tree appeared. Little tree. The towering giant tree is actually a small tree. When it is at its peak, the small tree is extremely powerful. It sweeps across the ancient chaos and kills countless strong men. Until he encountered a terrifying existence, Xiao Shu was seriously injured and fled far away. Lin Moyu knew that Xiao Shu had encountered the Tao. After being seriously injured, Xiao Shu had to disintegrate himself and sealed his memory in order to survive. And Luan Lingzhu, who was hiding in the corner, didn't even dare to look at that terrifying existence. It is timid but greedy. That terrifying existence was killing everyone and had no rivals. Even if countless powerful people in the ancient chaos joined forces, they would only be defeated by him. Finally, in one picture, Lin Moyu saw what so many powerful people were fighting for. A flower, a strange flower with countless petals, which was 80% similar to the flower that Hun Dun-zi had condensed for him at that time. The moment Luan Lingzhu saw the flower, the greed in his heart could no longer restrain him and he finally rushed out in a timid manner. Then the scene was interrupted, and Luan Lingzhu was seriously injured and fell asleep. He hid back in Wanhen with his last thought and survived. He even didn't know how he got hurt. From beginning to end, he had never seen the Tao. It is also possible that you have seen it, but then dared not remember it and forgot it. Countless years later, Chaos Spirit Pearl finally awakened, and he began to find a way to recover. He became more timid and cautious than before, tempting living beings again and again, but never daring to enter the chaos recklessly, and was very cautious every time he entered. This also made it impossible for him to fully recover. Between returning to his peak and surviving, Luan Lingzhu chose to survive. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu saw clearly what happened that year from the remaining memories of the Chaos Spirit Pearl. Although I still haven't seen what the Tao looks like, I already know the situation. That war, which affected the ancient chaos and lasted for countless years, finally ended with the victory of Tao. Tao obtained the flower, and with it, he advanced even further, becoming the strongest being in the chaos. Logically speaking, the Tao, in control of chaos, should have ruled over the ancient wilderness as well, but in reality, it did not. Lin Moyu hadn't figured it out before, but now he finally understood that Dao was also seriously injured in that battle, and very seriously. Although he got the flower and made a step forward, his injuries were not healed. The more powerful a being is, the harder it is to recover once it is injured. It is precisely because of this that chaos remained peaceful for countless years thereafter. Countless years later, times changed, groups of creatures were born, races were nurtured, cultivators were born in the realm, the cultivators multiplied and grew, and became great masters. During that period, the Tao was like an invisible man in 050, always hiding behind others. The war that year was so fierce that even time was shattered, so it was impossible to use the avenue of time to go back to the past. As a result, no one knew about the existence of Tao at all, and everyone thought that Tianzuan was the pinnacle. Until later, someone accidentally discovered the existence of Tao, and then the great lord of natural disasters made plans to find a way to deal with Tao. Lin Moyu continued to absorb and refine the essence of the Chaos Spirit Pearl, while he was also thinking about a question: what exactly was that flower? Why do I feel that the Great War in the chaotic ancient wilderness was like a conspiracy, deliberately instigated by someone? This was just a feeling. Lin Moyu had absolutely no evidence. If we must provide evidence, perhaps the Scepter of Scourge can be considered. After all, the Scepter of Calamity is the only treasure in the ancient chaos wilderness that is known to the public and is at the 5th level of the heavenly calendar. Even the Tao is only the 4th level. So the Scourge Scepter can severely damage the Tao, so where did it come from? Could it be that it was also born from heaven and earth? If it was not born from heaven and earth, then it is possible that it was refined by humans, or even that it once had an owner. Thinking further ahead, if the Scourge Scepter really has another owner, then the flower that caused the Chaos Ancient Wilderness War could also be the work of the Scourge Scepter's owner. A great battle caused the loss of 99% of the powerful people in the ancient chaos, but the nutrients after their death made the ancient chaos perfect and powerful. The one who truly benefits is actually Chaos Ancient Wilderness, not Tao. Just like Chaos Child is trying to find a way to perfect and nurture his own inner world, is there anyone else doing the same? Otherwise, the existence of the Scepter of Scourge would become very unreasonable. Lin Moyu thought a lot at this moment. He felt that he might have touched upon a terrible secret. Maybe what I think is the truth. But there are still many problems that I haven't figured out yet. And with my current strength, this is not something I should touch. What he thought of was just a possibility, which was extremely difficult to verify, so he could only take it one step at a time. This time I gained a lot. I got the secrets of ancient times and also learned the origin of Tao, which is very important to me. Now it is completely certain that the Tao is not invincible, and the plan of the great Lord of natural disasters can be realized. In that era, the Tao swept across the ancient chaos. Now, under his rule, the great Lord of natural disasters wants to overthrow it, which shows how bold the great Lord of disasters is. Now that he was on the same boat with the great Lord of natural disasters, he had to stay on it till the end, with no turning back. As he absorbed and refined the essence left by the Chaos Spirit Pearl, Lin Moyu felt that he was getting closer and closer to reaching the great perfection of the Chaos Realm, just a little bit away. And his own realm also gained a lot of benefits. The 5 worlds, the Great Thousand Worlds, the Science and Technology Realm, and the Spiritual Realm have all grown. However, because he had too many realms, all the essence he obtained had to be divided equally among the 4 realms, which resulted in him being unable to truly enter the Chaos Realm. The benefits of having more realms are to lay the foundation for the future, which is something that others can't even ask for. Lin Moyu naturally understands the reason. Calculating the time, it has actually not been long since I achieved the Chaos Realm. It is a miraculous speed that I have reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm so quickly. If it were any other cultivator, it would take them millions or even tens of millions of years to move from minor success in the Chaos Realm to major success. Now he was only a little short of achieving the goal. As long as his realm became a little stronger, he would be able to steadily enter the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu was not disappointed that he had not reached the Chaos Realm. Looking at the Chaos Spirit Pearl that had been refined to its essence, he said, "You two can divide this thing." Hun Dunzi and Xiao Shu both wanted the Chaos Spirit Pearl. What they wanted was not the power within the Chaos Spirit Pearl, but its essence. Just now, he also saw in the memory of Luanlingzu that in ancient times, after a strong man was killed, his body would be divided up by other strong men. Especially the Tao, he devoured the corpses of many powerful people to make himself stronger. Dao appeared in the middle and late stages of that war. Before that, he had been hiding and secretly devoured the bodies of countless powerful people. When he appeared, he was already extremely powerful, and that's how he roamed the ancient chaos and was unstoppable. Not everyone has this ability, but there is no doubt that Han Dunzi and Xiao Shu have this ability. Han Dunzi was not polite at all and said to Xiao Shu, "Then let's split up." The little tree shook his head and said, "I don't want it." "You can take it." Han Dunzi was surprised and said, "Such a good thing, and you don't want it?" "Fatty tree, what are you thinking?" The little tree said, "His nature is different from mine. I don't want to devour him." The small tree itself is the Chaos Ancestral Tree, which controls time, space, and vitality. Its power is pure, and it is indeed different from the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The Chaos Child's true form is the Chaos Pearl, which evolved from the first realm seed between heaven and earth. The inner world contains all things and can also devour all things. Han Dunzi said, "Then I won't be polite." He really didn't bother to be polite with the little tree. He directly rolled up the Chaos Spirit Pearl and began to swallow and digest it. The little tree said, "Master, you've seen it." Lin Moyu said, "I saw you. You did participate in the battle." Xiao Shu hummed, "I guessed it, otherwise I wouldn't have disintegrated. I guess this thing is the same." Lin Moyu said, "That guy is very strong, it's not easy to deal with him." The little tree said, "I believe in you, Master. You will definitely succeed." Lin Moyu chuckled. "Then let's work together. After all, no one likes to have a knife hanging over their head that could fall at any moment." Xiao Shu said, "I didn't think too much about it on January 8th. Even now, I still don't understand why I joined the war. It's actually quite strange. Why are people so crazy?" Although Xiao Shu's memory was sealed, he probably wouldn't understand even if it was unsealed. Judging from the memory of Chaos Spirit Pearl, all living beings in the entire chaotic ancient wilderness became extremely crazy. Is it really just for that rare flower? Lin Moyu felt that it was unlikely. Among so many powerful people, there were always some who had no desires or demands. But in the end, no one was spared, and even the timid and cautious Luan Lingzhu went crazy when he saw the flower. Whether it is the problem with the flower or there is another reason behind it, this question is probably difficult to answer. Lin Moyu said, "Don't think too much, maybe there will be an answer in the future. Keep looking for the cracks in time and space. Let's go to the westernmost part." The Dewey boat continued to travel through the cracks in time and space, quickly moving towards the westernmost point. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and the Dewey boat had already traveled 2/3 of the way through the wasteland, getting closer and closer to the westernmost point of chaos. The Chaos Spirit Pearl was just like an episode on the road, causing only a slight ripple and bringing back stories from the past for Lin Moyu. The space-time rift saved Lin Moyu a lot of time, but compared to those perfect strong men, it was still too slow. In the ancient chaos, only the perfect strong can rely on the power of the realm to forcibly open the space channel and reach extremely distant places in an instant. Even in a place like Desolate Mark, the speed of a perfect strong man is far beyond the current Destiny boat. In fact, the existence of space-time rifts is very embarrassing. Perfect masters look down on them, and Chaos Realm masters find it too dangerous to use them. As for Chaos Realm masters, they don't dare to enter the Desolate Scar at all. Even Lin Moyu had to rely on the Dewey boat to dare to travel through the cracks in time and space. Lin Moyu, like the perfect strong men, also possesses a realm and can mobilize the power of the realm. Unfortunately, his own realm is not high enough. Even if he mobilizes the power of the realm 15, he cannot forcibly open the space channel and move freely in the chaotic ancient wilderness. In the 7th year after entering the wasteland, the Dewey boat emerged from a crack in time and space, bid farewell to the wasteland, and officially stepped into the westernmost part of chaos. The power belonging to Guhuan completely dissipated, leaving only the aura of the Great Tao and the chaos. The aura of the western extreme is different from that of the central region, but at least they are both the Great Tao. There is an ancient and desolate feeling without heaviness, and it is full of rules and not chaotic. Finally back. Lin Moyu's lips curled up slightly, and a gleam in his eyes flashed. So you were in the western extreme. The moment he entered the western pole, he sensed the location of the universe and the world of science and technology. Before, when he was in the central region and the ancient wilderness, he could only feel that these two realms were very far away and could not perceive their specific locations. Now he could sense it as soon as he entered the western pole, which meant that it was the presence of Huang Hen that disturbed his perception. He came to the western extremes mainly for the great formation left by the great lord of natural disasters, and also to go to the western extremes pure land to find the chaos divine water and accumulate new life. Now he has one more thing to do, taking the world and the scientific community with him. Among the four realms he owned, the main body of the universe and the main body of the science and technology world were extremely close, almost together. The five worlds domain is in the central domain, and the spiritual realm is inside the five worlds domain. This is the real side, which is the entity of the realm. Similarly, there are virtual attributes in chaos. This is not much different from the virtual and real in the realm, but it is not as obvious and clear, and the structure is more vague. In his soul world, each of the four realms has its own projection. The universe, the science and technology realm, and the spiritual realm are connected to each other, and they exist with the universe as the center. The five world domains are independent and do not interfere with each other. This is just like other perfect strong people, the projection of the realm follows them, and only they themselves know where the realm is. Of course, there are people like Jiozumzan who travel around with the realm body, but to do so requires some special conditions and means. This time, what he wants to do is to unify the real and the imaginary, bring the universe and the world of science and technology back to the central domain, and then separate the spiritual realm from the five worlds. In order to complete the unification of the virtual and real in the four realms, in addition, according to the layout of the great lord of natural disasters, he still has five other realms that need to be cultivated. The five world domains of Tianqiu, the fourth world, the third world, the second world, and the first world are a very important part of the layout of the great lord of natural disasters. By training them, you can own the nine-direction realm. When the 9 realms merge into one, I will find another realm, then I can surpass the Great Venerable and increase my strength to the 4th level. By then, combined with the Scepter of Natural Disaster, I will have enough strength to compete with Tao. If we don't do this, we are very likely to repeat the mistakes of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. As for the 10th realm, Lin Moyu has already thought of it, which is Chaosi's inner world. This is an extremely powerful realm, and its structure is much larger than that of ordinary realms. Lin Moyu had long planned to use Chaos Child's inner world as a foundation to integrate the other 9 realms into it, thereby breaking the limit. Because of this, when Hun Dunzi wanted to perfect his inner world, Lin Moyu naturally gave his full support. This is my own plan. Now that this plan is to be officially implemented, the first step is to bring back the world and the scientific community to achieve the unity of reality and illusion. Before that, he had to enter the Chaos Realm and achieve it with the help of the power of the small tree. Lin Moyu is always perfecting his plan. The great Lord of Natural Disasters only points in a direction, but he needs to walk the road step by step. If he makes a mistake on the road, he needs to correct it himself. Lin Moyu told Xiaoshu about his idea. After thinking about it, Xiaoshu felt that it was completely feasible. At least there was nothing wrong with bringing back the 2 realms. The westernmost part of the chaos is equally vast, and there are no time-space rifts or ancient desolate roads here. If one wants to quickly cross the void here, the best way for those who are not perfect and powerful is to use the teleportation array. The various forces in the westernmost part of the chaos obeyed the orders of the Great Lord and formed an alliance called the Divine Water Alliance. The Great Venerable took special materials from the pure land of the western extremes and placed them in various places in the western extremes. The Divine Water Alliance set up a large number of teleportation arrays to enable the creatures in the western extremes to travel back and forth. Most of those who use the teleportation array are below the perfection realm, but some perfect strong people will also borrow the teleportation array. Using the teleportation array only requires paying a small amount of chaos gold, which is affordable for almost all practitioners. This is much better than the central domain. But there is also another requirement: only the creatures in the western extreme can use it, and outsiders cannot use it. The avenue of the westernmost part is rather cold and gloomy, and unlike the practitioners of the easternmost part who are as irritable, they are relatively calm and will not rush to kill outsiders upon meeting them. But they also have no enthusiasm for outsiders. Outsiders want to use the teleportation array, but it is impossible. If it were before, Lin Moyu had no good solution and could only fly slowly for thousands of years before he would finally arrive. But now, Hun Dunzi gave him a perfect solution. In the past few years, Hun Dunzi devoured and refined the Chaos Spirit Pearl, and he possessed some of the Chaos Spirit Pearl's abilities. Although it cannot bewitch countless creatures instantly like the Chaos Spirit Pearl, it has changed Lin Moyu in the eyes of others. This change can be controlled by Lin Moyu himself, and even a perfect strong man would find it difficult to see. Lin Moyu can completely disguise himself as a creature from the western extreme and use the teleportation array in the western extreme to go wherever he wants. There are also humans in the western extremes. Although they are not a large tribe, there are still quite a few of them. As long as they disguise themselves as having the unique Dao attributes of the western extreme people, they would basically not be seen through. Lin Moyu felt that the appearance of the Chaos Spirit Pearl was great, and it just helped him a lot. The power of Chaos Sun flowed out from the inner world, enveloping the soul and covering it with a layer of chill. A road with blue flames emerged. The blue flames had no heat, but instead seemed extremely cold. Blue flames also appeared on Lin Moyu's body, and cold air spread throughout the boat. Xiaoping, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke up with a start. Unaware of the reason, he saw the blue ice flame and exclaimed, "Blue ice flame, isn't this the great road to the west?" In fact, there was only a little bit of blue ice flame on Lin Moyu's body, and the aura was very weak, but in Xiaoping's eyes it was extremely powerful. Lin Moyu was obviously an old and powerful man who practiced blue ice flame. This is the ability of the Chaos Spirit Pearl. It can disguise itself with slight changes while confusing others. The cost is small, but the effect is obvious. Even a perfect strong man would find it difficult to discover Lin Moyu's abnormality. In the eyes of others, Lin Moyu is just a Chaos Realm cultivator with a small success who has practiced blue ice flames for many years. The blue ice flame is a road unique to the westernmost part and does not exist anywhere else. Lin Moyu asked Xiaoping to search for information about Shiji. Through Xiaoping's description of Shiji, Hun Dunzi fine-tuned his own aura and finally concealed all the flaws. At the same time, Xiaoshu was searching for the nearest teleportation array. The Great Master in the Western Extreme had taken out a lot of materials from the Western Extreme Pure Land. After nearly 10,000 years of hard work by countless people in the Divine Water Alliance, nearly 1 million teleportation arrays were arranged in various places in the Western Extreme. Soon Xiaoshu found the nearest teleportation array, which was about 10 billion miles away, not too far. The Dewey boat slowly flew towards there and would arrive in a short while. As the distance got closer, Lin Moyu felt the breath of other living beings, and balls of soul flames appeared in the eyes of the undead. Soul flames vary in strength. The weak ones are only half a step into chaos, while the strong ones have reached the peak of chaos and are not too far from perfection. Lin Moyu put away the Dewey boat. It was too conspicuous. People who could cultivate to the Chaos Realm had good eyesight and could tell that the Dewey boat was a treasure. Lin Moyu didn't want to cause too much trouble. It was quite common for Xiaoping to become a mount again, as many people did the same in the Chaos. The Chaos Lone Peng race is not common in Chaos, and most people will not get it. Soon, Lin Moyu met the cultivators from the Western Extreme. Most of them were not human, but they transformed into human appearance. In the Chaos, The human race is known as the innate Tao body, which is most suitable for cultivation. While Lin Moyu met others, those people also met Lin Moyu. In their eyes, Lin Moyu, clad in blue ice flames, was a pure Westerner. They nodded slightly towards Lin Moyu as a greeting, and Lin Moyu did the same. Most people in the westernmost part of Daxia are aloof, and if they don't know each other, they basically won't talk to each other, and a nod is considered friendly. The closer he got to the teleportation array, the more people from Shiji there were, and soon Lin Moyu saw the teleportation array. A circular stone plate with a diameter of 100 meters and a thickness of about 5 meters floated in the void, and the teleportation array was set up on it. The stone that serves as the base of the formation is not ordinary. It is called the soul-clearing stone. It comes from the pure land of the western extremes and was personally taken and refined by the Great Venerable. The soul-clearing stone exuded a strange aura. It was the first time that Lin Moyu felt such a strange aura, a warmth mixed with the cold. While feeling the aura, Lin Moyu felt that the soul in his body suddenly calmed down. Lin Moyu asked Xiaoping, "Is this the aura of the Western Pure Land?" Xiaoping transmitted a message, "That should be the case. The aura of the Western Pure Land is very unique. It can directly affect the soul and is beneficial to the understanding of the Great Tao. An ancestor left a message in his bloodline that the Western Pure Land has some other effects, but he didn't specify. However, other ancestors have said that the soul-clearing stone is only a second-rate item in the Western Pure Land, not a treasure. Of course, it is not easy for ordinary practitioners to obtain the soul-clearing stone. That ancestor seemed to have tried to obtain the soul purification stone, but seemed to have failed. This is consistent with the style of the Chaos Lone Pun clan, who want everything but often fail. Lin Moyu looked around the teleportation array. Within 100,000 miles, a large number of creatures were cultivating with the aura of the Western Pure Land. Although there were many people, everyone was very quiet and made almost no noise. At this time, the teleportation array was activated, and accompanied by a ray of light, someone left on the teleportation array. Lin Moyu felt a spatial fluctuation, but it was not severe, which meant that the transmission distance was not very far. There are millions of similar teleportation arrays in the western extremes, and each teleportation array is not particularly far apart. If you want to go far away, you need to transfer through a teleportation array. Although the chaos gold required for each transmission is not much, even a cultivator at the half-step chaos realm can afford it, but if it is transferred repeatedly, the total amount is not small. Lin Moyu came to a place less than 10,000 meters away from the teleportation array, quietly observing the teleportation array and feeling the soul-clearing stone at the same time. Infected by the aura of the soul-clearing stone, Lin Moyu's soul became calmer than usual, and his speed in analyzing the formation was also slightly faster than usual. Perhaps it was because when he entered the Chaos Realm, the impurities in his soul were almost completely eliminated during the process of repeated sublimation, and his soul had become purer to a certain degree. The effect of the soul-clearing stone was only a little bit, which was better than nothing. Soon Lin Moyu saw the teleportation array clearly. This array was designed by the Great Master in the Western Extreme, and then handed over to the Array Master of the Divine Water Alliance to set up the array. Although the level of each formation master is different, the formation structure will not change. The formation level of the Great Master can be roughly analyzed from the formation structure. The level of formation of Great Lord Shiji is not bad, but not as good as that of Great Lord Tianzai, and seems to be a little worse than himself. The teleportation array was not connected to another teleportation array as previously thought. This teleportation array can only go in two directions, and the locations are fixed. They are two voids, which are a little distance away from the next teleportation array. You need to fly for a while to get there. Lin Moyu knew that this was for safety reasons. Even if it was damaged, it would not affect the operation of other teleportation arrays. In addition, there may be deeper considerations, which are the thoughts of the Great Master, and Lin Moyu is too lazy to guess. The disadvantage of doing this is that it will reduce some efficiency, but time is worthless to creatures in chaos, and no one cares about it. After seeing clearly, Lin Moyu put away Xiaoping and came to the teleportation array. There was a gap in front of the teleportation array. If you want to use the teleportation array, you have to put the Chaos Gold in it. The teleportation array will automatically absorb the power of Chaos Gold and then teleport. There are only two directions of transmission. Lin Moyu put in the Chaos Gold, and the teleportation array glowed faintly. Then he chose a direction and the teleportation array started. This transmission was not long, and it ended in less than an hour. A space channel appeared in the void, and Lin Mo flew out of the space channel. This is a void, about 9,000 to 1 trillion miles away from the teleportation array just now. This place is still 1 billion miles away from the next teleportation array, and you need to fly over these 10 billion miles by yourself. This is the way to travel in the West, through the teleportation array, transferring from one city to another, flying, and finally reaching the destination in the sky. Lin Moyu sensed the location of the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters, constantly adjusted the direction, and used the teleportation array again and again to speed up the journey. Finally, after 2 months of continuous travel, he approached the destination. A cold breath hit me in the face. Most places in the westernmost part are cold, but it is even colder here. Lin Moyu looked at the pale blue light coming from a distant land. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's actually coming from the westernmost part. The western Pure Land is still far away, but its unique glow and breath have swept over the long distance, like a light blue wind blowing on the face, passing through the soul, allowing people to clearly feel its uniqueness. Lin Moyu kept teleporting according to the location of the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters along the way. But he did not expect that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters would actually set up the formation in the Western Pure Land. The Pure Land of the Western Extremes is no ordinary place. It has a special status in the Western Extremes and is a holy place in the hearts of many creatures in the Western Extremes. Even some creatures living around Luxajai Pure Land regard it as their obstacle. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the Western Pure Land, he will be against countless creatures in the Western Pure Land. The Western Pure Land is also a holy place for many perfect and powerful people to practice. There are quite a few perfect and powerful people in it, and it is hard to guarantee that some of them have special abilities that can see through their disguises. Once people discover that you are an outsider and have entered the Western Pure Land without permission, you will inevitably be hunted down by countless people. You must be careful with every step you take in the Western Pure Land and not expose yourself. However, Lin Moyu always thought positively, I have to go to the Western Pure Land to find the Chaos Divine Water anyway, and now the formation is also there, so I don't have to run around. Xiaoping, Xiaoshu, tell me all the information about the Pure Land of Brazil. The Western Pure Land existed a long time ago, even in the time of the Little 140 Tree. However, the information about the little tree is old, and it should have changed a lot over the years. Only by combining the information from the two can we better see the Western Pure Land. Listening to the two people's descriptions, Mo outlined the general situation of the Western Pure Land in his mind. The Western Pure Land is extremely large, and its entirety is like a flat, round continent. Lin Moyu observed it from a great distance and roughly estimated that the thickness of the Western Pure Land is about 1 billion miles. Its diameter should be more than 100 trillion miles. It is so large that Lin Moyu cannot estimate it accurately. Moreover, there should be spatial materials in the Western Pure Land. Spatial materials will distort space and affect judgment. The real Western Pure Land will only be larger than what you see, and not just a little bit larger, but many times larger. Judging from the area alone, a small or medium-sized domain can be compared with it, but if one domain is smashed into the Western Pure Land, the Western Pure Land will not be harmed, while the other domain will be smashed to pieces, and at most only some waves will be splashed. According to Xiaoping, there was indeed a realm that flew here and collided with the Western Pure Land, and then the realm shattered. The little tree also said that his roots had spread across many realms in the chaos and had also reached the Western Pure Land, bed, but he could not enter its central area. According to its characteristics, the Western Pure Land is divided into 2 layers, inner and outer layers, and a central area. Anyone can enter the outer layer. Even creatures that have not yet reached the half-step primal chaos realm can practice and live in the outer layer. Many chaos races would send their people to the outer layer for training, using the special abilities of the Western Pure Land to speed up their training. The closer to the inner layer, the higher the cultivation requirements. Only those in the chaos realm can enter the inner layer. Continue walking inside and you will reach the central area. Only a few top-notch masters are qualified to enter the central area of the Western Pure Land. Ordinary masters cannot withstand the pressure in the central area. When the little tree wanted to enter the center, it was stopped by an invisible force. It was not because the little tree was not strong enough, but because there was a powerful creature in the Western Pure Land at that time. Xiaoshu didn't want to conflict with the creature, so he didn't force his way in. But now, that creature should be gone. The Chaos Divine Water is located in the central area of the Western Pure Land. Occasionally, some Chaos Divine Water can be found in the inner layer near the central area. In Lin Moyu's opinion, apart from the top perfect masters, the central area should be the territory of the quasi-human lord and the Great Western Lord. However, the formation left behind by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters is most likely in the central area. With my own strength, I definitely cannot enter the central area, but I have the Dewey boat, and with the help of the Dewey boat, I have a chance to get in. Besides, he was not going to the western region to cause trouble, so he would not attract the pursuit of all the powerful people in this region. The key question is how to hide from the attention of those top powerhouses. Lin Moyu thought of a plan. Xiaoshu, when the time comes, try to use the power of time and space to cover the Dewey boat and try to hide it. Xiaoshu Dao, doing this can at most reduce the chances of being discovered. If the distance is too close, you will still be discovered. Lin Moyu naturally knew this, but this was the only solution. He couldn't just go in with such a high profile, as that would be too conspicuous. The abilities Hun Dunzi obtained from the Chaos Spirit Pearl were limited, and he was unable to disguise the Dewey boat. Hun Dunzi said, "Master, I suggest you go to the Western Pure Land later. As far as I can remember, I once entered the Western Pure Land, and besides the creature Fatty Tree mentioned, there were other dangers there. You are almost able to refine enough pure water. Why not wait until you have resurrected a quasi-great lord before going? That way you will have a better chance." The quasi-great master in Hun Dunzi's inner world cannot leave the inner world for the time being. If he encounters a strong enemy, he must find a way to bring the strong enemy into the inner world. But after all, he is a quasi-great master and can still help Lin Moyu a lot in some aspects. And with the support of a quasi-great master, he would be more confident. Now he is just one step away. In a dozen years at most, Lin Moyu will be able to refine enough pure water to resurrect a quasi-great master. Fat Tree said, "What he said makes some sense. If we can do this, then the chances of success will be much better. If the master is not in a hurry, we can indeed wait a little longer." Lin Moyu understood what they meant. If that's the case, then let's wait a little longer. But we can't wait here. If we have to wait, we have to go to Zhejiangtu. I'll take a look around the outer layer first, and then enter the inner layer after resurrecting the quasi-great venerable. Hun Dunzi and Xiaoshu both agreed with Lin Moyu's decision. The Western Pure Land looks very close, but in fact the distance is not short, and there is no teleportation array. Lin Moyu flew for more than a month before he truly entered the Western Pure Land. When the ice blue color filled his vision, Lin Moyu passed through an invisible barrier and officially stepped into the Western Pure Land. The chilling air enters the body and penetrates into the soul. It is either icy or chilling. The soul became quieter under the blowing of the cold air, and Lin Moyu's expression also became cold, as if he didn't want anyone to come near him. It's not just him, most of the creatures in the Western Extremes are like this. They are all affected by the aura of the Western Extremes. In the Western Pure Land, Lin Moyu saw many creatures, including people of various races and practitioners from the human race. There aren't many humans in the Western region, unlike the Central region where they are in a ruling position, but their strength is not weak. Creatures of various races practice here. They are very far apart from each other, and early warning formations are set up between each other, as if dividing their own areas. The Great Master of the Western Extremes issued an order prohibiting fighting in the Western Extremes Pure Land, so it is very quiet here and everyone practices their own cultivation without affecting each other. Lin Moyu measured the Western Pure Land, circling it again and again, each circle moving closer to the inner layer. Soon he saw a huge pit. From within it emanated the scent of numerous soul-clearing stones. Outside the pit, countless people were cultivating, carving out their own territories, leaving no room for vacancies. Lin Moyu saw the big pit where the great Lord Shiji had taken the soul-clearing stones. Looking from outside the pit, there were still quite a few soul-clearing stones left. There were a large number of practitioners outside the pit, but no one entered the pit to take the soul stone. Lin Moyu observed for a while and saw the clue. In addition to the aura of the soul-clearing stone, there was another force in the pit. This force seems weak, but it is actually extremely powerful, like a thin film covering the surface of the pit. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Lin Moyu sneered secretly. This power came from the great Lord Shiji. With it, no one else could enter the big pit. If you try to forcibly take away the soul-clearing stone, you will be attacked by Shiji Great Lord. In the Western Extremes, the Great Lord of the Western Extremes is supreme, and anyone who dares to provoke him will die. Shiji Great Master must have his considerations for doing this, there must be other reasons behind it. After entering the Western Extreme, he walked along the way and found that the people in the Western Extreme were very non-competitive and everyone seemed to have no desires or demands. The reason for this, in addition to the special environment of Shiji, is probably also related to the Great Lord of Shiji. Around the big pit, a large number of practitioners have divided up their territories. The aura of the soul-clearing stone is very strong here, and the effect is much better than outside the teleportation array. Lin Moyu watched for a while and was about to leave when suddenly a roar sounded from his soul. The invisible aura emitted by the soul-clearing stone suddenly swirled wildly, and the breeze turned into a gale blowing through the soul. The soul shuddered, feeling waves of chills, followed by a sense of restlessness. Lin Moyu moved his mind, wiped away the restlessness, and made his soul calm again. The creatures sitting around the big pit all had painful expressions on their faces, as if they were enduring some kind of torture. When any kind of power reaches its extreme, it will undergo a qualitative change and evolve towards another extreme. The aura of the soul-clearing stone can calm the soul, make the mind clear, and make it easier to practice the great Tao. However, this wave of impact made the soul become manic, and all the living beings here were affected. They were obviously resisting the mania coming from deep inside the soul. This kind of mania varies from person to person. Some people can withstand it, while others are unstable and show madness between their brows. Ah! The roar broke the tranquility of the place, and someone could not bear the madness in his soul and fell into madness. His eyes were red and he had obviously lost his mind. But just as he roared, a huge hand suddenly appeared from the pit and slapped him in the body. He was slapped and sent flying on the spot, blood spurting from his mouth, and his body was covered with wounds. This blow caused him serious injuries, but it also shattered the madness in his soul. After flying backwards for hundreds of miles, he stopped, saluted in the direction of the big pit, and then turned and left. Then roars were heard one after another, and people kept failing to resist and fell into frenzy. But without exception, as long as someone shouted, a big hand would appear and put out his madness. Those who were blown away by the big hand would regain their composure, salute towards the big pit and leave. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1/3 of the originally occupied seats were vacant, making room for new people. Lin Moyu watched the whole process and vaguely understood the reason. After Shiji Great Venerable took away the soul-clearing stone, he used some means here to suppress some of the soul-clearing stone's aura. When these auras are continuously compressed to the limit, a qualitative change will occur, from a force that calms the soul to a force that makes the soul manic, and then it will explode. If one's heart is not firm in the Tao and cannot withstand the violent power, he will fall into madness and be blown away by the great Lord Shiji. It is equivalent to these people being eliminated and needing to go back to hone their Tao heart again, and they have lost the qualifications to practice here. Lin Moyu was not sure whether it was a permanent loss or a temporary loss. After rounds of elimination, the group of people with the strongest faith in Taoism can be picked out. These people are undoubtedly geniuses. In terms of cultivation, the heart of Tao is extremely important, even stronger than talent. As long as your heart is firm enough, your final achievement will not be bad. Shiji Great Venerable is selecting talents. It's a good method. It's gentle, but very effective. Lin Moyu was evaluating this in his mind. Judging from the layout here, Shiji Dazuin should be a relatively gentle and calm person. Xing Zebulu came up with this method. Even before meeting the great Lord Shiji, Lin Moyu already had a general impression of him. He continued walking in the Western Pure Land, feeling the differences in each area of the Western Pure Land. In the next few months, several more large pits were seen. They were all left by the great Lord Shiji when he took the soul-clearing stone, and without exception, they all had the same layout. He transformed these large pits into a paradise for cultivation, and also a good place to hone and test one's Tao heart. In the 6th year after entering the Western Pure Land, Lin Moyu finally walked around the outermost part of the Western Pure Land. In the past 6 years, he has seen billions of creatures practicing here. This is only the outermost part of the Western Pure Land. If he goes further in, there may be even more creatures. Please give me flowers. But no race lives here. They just practice cultivation, not living, and have not set up any territory. The Western Pure Land has different areas, each of which has different functions and is suitable for different practitioners. Overall, the Western Pure Land is indeed a huge treasure land. I have a pot of tea, would you please have a taste? Suddenly a voice sounded in his ears. Lin Moyu looked down and saw someone sitting on a big rock making tea. This person has cold eyes and seems to keep strangers away, but most people in the Western region are like this, so it is not surprising. His tone was gentle and he was looking at himself. He is a human, with the cultivation level of Chaos Realm. In this area, he is a world apart. 0. In recent years, it seems that many of the cultivators here are not even in the Chaos Realm, and there are many Tao Masters and even cultivators below the Tao Master level. Occasionally, one would see people in the Chaos Realm, but they were just passing by and heading deeper into the realm. It's strange to see a Chaos Realm Master making tea here. Lin Moyu descended from the sky and bowed slightly, meeting fellow Taoist. He pointed with his finger and said, "My name is Xingqiuan." Fellow Taoist Lin, please be polite. Please take a seat. Lin Moyu asked, "What does fellow Taoist Xing want to see me about?" Xing Quan smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. 6 years ago, I saw fellow Taoist Lin enter the Western Pure Land from here. Seeing fellow Taoist Lin again 6 years later is also a matter of fate, so I thought of inviting fellow Taoist Lin for a cup of tea. I think that in the past 6 years, fellow Taoist Lin has already made a complete journey around this Western Pure Land." Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of vigilance. Xing Quan quickly said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't follow you. When I first entered the Western Pure Land, I also went around in a circle, and it took me about 6 years. So when I met fellow Taoist Lin this time, I saw my own shadow in him. Fellow Taoist Lin is well aware that we, the people of Shiji, are not good at socializing. I just wanted to invite you for a cup of tea, just as a small opportunity to meet you." Lin Moyu could tell he wasn't lying, and his frown gradually relaxed. It's indeed fate. This is my first time entering the Western Pure Land, and I'm very curious about this place. Xing Quan said, "The Pure Land of Western Extremes is the origin of our Western Extremes. It is natural for anyone from Western Extremes to be curious about it. I wonder if, after fellow Taoist Lin came here, he has experienced the feeling of being a wanderer who has long returned home and is no longer satisfied with his country." When Xingqiuan spoke, there were some obvious changes in his slightly cold eyes. He might really have this feeling, but Lin Moyu would never have it. He is not from Shiji at all, so how could he have such a feeling? However, Lin Moyu was somewhat curious about what Xing Quan said about the Western Pure Land being the origin of the entire Western Pole. In the era when the little tree was there, chaos had already been divided into 4 poles and 3 domains, and there was also net pressure in the west. If the Western Pure Land is the origin of the Western extremes, then Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi must know it, but neither of them said so. Unless something happens later. Lin Moyu said, I wonder if the origin that fellow Taoist Xing described is the same as what I know. Xing Quan forced a smile and said, Friend Lin is right. There are many different theories about the origin of the monastery. They differ in some ways, but they are all roughly the same. Lin Moyu picked up the teacup and took a sip. This tea is indeed good. Fellow Taoist Xing is very tasteful. If fellow Taoist Xing doesn't mind, perhaps you could tell me the origin of this tea. Xing Quan said, It's okay to talk about it. It is said that there was a great war in the chaos. At that time, the entire chaos was almost broken apart. Our West Pole was also beaten to pieces. At that time, there lived a powerful creature in the Pure Land of the Western Extremes. He was called the Western Extreme Divine Water Beast and was the master of the Pure Land. Unfortunately, he also perished in that battle. He used his last strength to. It unleashed the full power of the Western Pure Land, forcibly repairing it and allowing it to once again nurture life. That's why a stable and powerful Western Extreme was formed. Therefore, the Western Extreme Pure Land is the origin of the entire Western Extreme. This is the version I know. I wonder what version Lin Daoling knows. Lin Moyu said, What a coincidence. The versions we know are almost identical. Xing Qiuan said, That's a coincidence, it's worth a toast. Lin Moyu said, Fellow Taoist Xing, what you said doesn't sound like drinking tea, but more like drinking wine. Xing Quan said, If there is wine in your heart, then tea is wine. Not bad, it's worth a toast. Lin Moyu raised his teacup, and the two of them drank a cup, using tea as wine. Xing Quan put down his teacup and continued, I see that fellow Taoist Lin is going to the inner layer of the Pure Land, or even the center of the Pure Land. Fellow Taoist Lin has no need to deny it. Xing Mao is not wrong. Xing's eyesight is not bad. Fellow Taoist Lin is not an ordinary person. Entering the Pure Land Center is not a problem. However, fellow Taoist Lin still needs to be careful in the Pure Land Center. He spoke with conviction, absolutely certain that Lin Moyu would go to the Pure Land Center, and did not give Lin Moyu a chance to deny it. Lin Moyu did not give any explanation for this, as too much explanation would only cause trouble. Xing Quan said to himself, There is chaos divine water in the center of the Pure Land. Some of the chaos divine water is spiritual. If you encounter the spiritual chaos divine water, you should avoid it. Secondly, it said that the Pure Land divine water beast still has some lingering obsession. If you encounter it, fellow Taoist Lin, you must be extremely careful. Finally, it said that there's a special area in the center of the Pure Land. Even the Great Venerable can't enter. Many people have tried to enter, but the results haven't been good. Fellow Taoist Lin, you can take a look, but don't force it. He mentioned a few things that surprised Lin Moyu. Fellow Taoist Xing, have you ever been to the Pure Land Center? Xing Qiuan shook his head. I just heard it. It shouldn't be false. He obviously didn't want to say it. Lin Moyu understood the implication of his words and stopped asking. He offered tea from the Holy Grail to express his gratitude. Regardless of whether what Xing Qiuan said was useful or not, right or wrong, he thanked him. The two chatted for half a day and talked about some interesting things in Shiji. Most of the time, Xing Qiuan was talking and Lin Moyu was listening. Occasionally, Xing Qiuan would tell some stories about the origin of Shiji. In his words, they were all legends, things he heard from other places. But many things in it matched what Lin Moyu knew. Lin Moyu remained calm and just listened quietly. Xing Quan said with a smile, Don't blame me, fellow Taoist Lin. I don't usually like to talk, but once I start, I can't stop. Lin Moyu slowly shook his head. Fellow Taoist Xing, what you said has broadened my horizons. I can't thank you enough. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up from the depths of the Pure Land, exploded in the air, and turned into bridges of light that appeared in the air, which was very beautiful. Xing Quan said, "The Pure Land Rainbow Bridge has appeared, and the inner layer has been opened. Fellow Taoist Lin can take this opportunity to enter the inner layer, which can save a lot of trouble. On ordinary days, to enter the inner layer from the outer layer of the Western Pure Land, one needs to pass through a barren area. It is said that the desolate areas are scars left over from a great war. These scars were left by countless powerful people, and after a long period of evolution, they turned into monsters. These monsters rely on the Western Pure Land and cannot be completely killed. Although they are not too strong, their constant harassment is very annoying. Moreover, it is difficult to tell the direction in the desolate areas, and it is easy to get lost. It is normal to stay in the desolate areas for hundreds of years. Every once in a while, the inner layer of the Western Pure Land will burst into a radiant glow, forming a Pure Land Rainbow Bridge. At this time, by entering the inner layer through the Pure Land Rainbow Bridge, you can avoid the desolate area." Xiaoping and Lin Moyu had talked about the Pure Land Rainbow Bridge. He didn't expect to encounter it just 6 years after entering the Western Pure Land. This is a good opportunity and can save him some trouble. Lin Moyu asked, "Friend Xing, aren't you going?" Xing Quan shook his head. "I'm here to train with the little ones in my family, not to enter the inner realm. Fellow Taoist Lin, please go quickly. I wish you a smooth and successful journey." Lin Moyu was not polite. He stood up and saluted, then flew straight towards the Pure Land Rainbow Bridge. Xing Qiuan was still there drinking tea, watching Lin Moyu leave. Only after Lin Moyu completely disappeared from sight did Xing Quan reveal a hint of a smile, his tone becoming grave. "I've said everything I need to say. I hope you can succeed. This plot has been going on for countless years, and I don't know what the final outcome will be." The sound gradually disappeared, and Xing Qiuan's eyes became confused, which lasted for more than 10 seconds before he regained clarity. "What happened? I'm obviously practicing in my family. Why am I here? I feel like I just had a good sleep. How could I fall asleep out of nowhere? This tea." Xing Qiuan was full of confusion. He had no idea what was going on, why he was here, and why he was making tea here. He was clearly practicing in seclusion at home, and it seemed like he fell asleep at the time, and found himself here when he woke up. The whole thing was so strange that I have no memory of this part. Besides feeling strange, Xing Quan also felt a chill. He was a 1.4 cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm. With just a little analysis, he could roughly know what had happened. The most likely reason for this is that there is a terrifying existence that is silently controlling me. But who has this ability? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed, and Xing Qiuan didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lin Moyu flew towards the Pure Land Rainbow Bridge. After flying quite far, Xiao Shu suddenly said, "Master, that person just now was not simple. It's really not easy." Lin Moyu had the same feeling. He realized this halfway through the conversation. What Xing Quan said was definitely not something that a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm could know. The legend he was talking about was not just a legend, it was something that really happened. Lin Moyu whispered, "He's probably not the real one. Controlling a Chaos Realm Master, there's probably only one person in the Western extremes who can do that. There is only one answer, and that is Shiji Dazuan. The Great Lord of Natural Disasters is a group of people, the number of whom is unknown, but it must not be too small. Now it seems that Shiji Dazuan is also one of them." Lin Moyu already had the answer in his mind, and muttered to himself, "I just don't know if the name Xing Qiuan is Shiji Dazuan's real name, or if he borrowed someone else's name. But this is not important. The Great Lord of the West used this method to tell himself what to pay attention to in the Western Pure Land. At the same time, he also told himself indirectly the location of the formation arranged by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. The Great Formation is at the core of the Western Pure Land. There is not only the Great Formation but also other dangers. If you want to find the formation, you have to survive those dangers. The danger comes from the Western Pure Land itself and the obsession left by the Chaos Divine Water Beast. According to the description of Shiji Great Lord, the Chaos Divine Water Beast is the origin of Shiji. If there were no Chaos Divine Water Beast, Shiji, which was already riddled with holes at that time, would not have become what it is today. At the same time, the Western Pure Land is also the hometown of all Western people. As an outsider, Lin Moyu doesn't see it that way. He didn't think that under such a harsh and cruel environment, the Chaos Divine Water Beast would be so kind as to sacrifice itself to repair the West Pole. When he asked this question to Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi, their answers confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was not a kind man. At that time, he was powerful and brutal, and had a strong sense of territory, and was not easy to mess with. Analyzing in this way, if he really did this, there must be a deeper reason. At the same time, Lin Moyu could also analyze the reason why the Great Lord of Natural Disasters placed the formation in the core of the Western Extremes, because the Great Lord of Disasters wanted to utilize the power of the Western Extremes Pure Land. There is no doubt that the Western Pure Land possesses enormous power. When these powers are gathered together, the destructive power that erupts is naturally unimaginable. Moreover, over the years, the formation has continued to operate, secretly absorbing an unknown amount of power from the Western Pure Land. I'm afraid even the Great Lord Shiji is not quite clear about this. After all, that formation is not something that can be entered casually. Apart from the Great Lord of Natural Disasters himself, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can enter. In the outer area of the Western Pure Land, Lin Moyu had no obstacles and arrived in front of the Pure Land Rainbow Bridge in just a few days. The Pure Land Rainbow emits charming light, like a rainbow erected in the void, connecting the inner and outer layers of the Western Pure Land. When he arrived, there were already many people, many of whom wanted to enter the inner layer through the Pure Land Rainbow Bridge. Everyone entered the Rainbow Bridge and did not move. The next step was to waiting for the Rainbow Bridge to take them to the inner layer. More and more people come to Hongqiao. All of them are above the Chaos Realm, with the majority being minor achievers, followed by major achievers, and there are also a few powerful and perfect achievers. From them, we can clearly see the characteristic of the creatures in the Western Extremes, that is, tranquility. Everyone was surprisingly quiet, almost no one spoke, and everyone kept a proper distance from each other. After waiting for nearly 10 days, the Rainbow Bridge shrank inwards along with the glow of the sunset glow, and at the same time, it took everyone on the Rainbow Bridge with it. The speed of Hongqiao's contraction went from slow to fast, and the whole process was easy and smooth without a single ripple. When passing the separation area between the outer and inner layers, Lin Moyu saw the so-called barren area. It was a pitch-black area, filled with fog, like a huge scar on Zijijing. From a distance, this scar runs along the Western Pure Land, almost breaking it apart. Lin Moyu seemed to see a scene from ancient times. A ring-shaped magic weapon fell from the sky and hit the Western Pure Land, forming a scar like this. This scar. Lin Moyu looked at it with some confusion. He saw some lines on the edge of the barren area. If he zoomed out, these lines seemed to be somewhat similar to the lines on the Seeking Cause ring. A thought suddenly popped up in my mind. Could it be that Zunyin Huan smashed it? When this thought came to mind, Lin Moyu felt that his guess had come true. The pattern on the Seeking Cause ring is very special, one could even say it is unique. If it was the Seeking Cause ring that fell into the Western Pure Land, it is not impossible. Xiaoshu, do you think this barren area was destroyed by the Xuanin ring? Lin Moyu asked casually. Xiaoshu said, it's very likely. I haven't fought with Zunyin Huan, but I know he was very strong in the past. He manipulated the power of cause and effect and was invincible. But unfortunately, he died in the end. Zunyin Huan is dead, and what remains is his body. He has lost his intelligence, but his abilities are basically retained and are still extremely powerful. One can imagine how powerful he must have been in his heyday. The power of cause and effect was strangely powerful, and he could attack and defend. It was one of the strongest forces in the world, even surpassing the little tree's power of time and space. But he still couldn't defeat Dao and couldn't get the flower. Whenever talking about what happened, Xiao Shu was always cautious and didn't dare to say much, but at the same time he sighed strongly. The Seeking Cause ring suddenly appeared automatically, vibrating gently on Lin Moyu's wrist, making a sound that only Lin Moyu could hear. Lin Moyu felt that the Seeking ring seemed to resonate with the desolate area below, and then he heard a roar like muffled thunder. The rainbow bridge shook with the roar, and a huge aura rose from the desolate area, turning into a giant fist and smashing heavily on the rainbow bridge. A large number of Chaos Realm warriors cried out in surprise. At this moment, their strength was obviously suppressed and they could not use their strength. The same was true for Lin Moyu. He felt that he was under the influence of some powerful force and his soul was suppressed. However, the immortal avenue in his body was running alternately, and the power of life and death was converted, instantly eliminating the external influence. At the same time, the small tree burst out with the power of time and space, dispelling the pressure on the soul. Everything happened in an instant, and Moyu returned to normal the next moment after being affected. But the others were not so lucky. Those who had achieved minor success in the Chaos Realm were suppressed and could not move. As the rainbow bridge vibrated, they fell to the ground one by one. As Chaos Realm experts, they probably haven't tasted this kind of feeling for many years. Even those who have reached the great perfection of the Chaos Realm can only stand with difficulty, and their movements become slow motion. Only a few powerful and perfect warriors could move freely, but they were also affected and their strength was far less than usual. These people looked a little panicked, not knowing what had happened. Pure Land Rainbow Bridge has existed for so many years and has never experienced such a serious incident. The other Pure Land Rainbow Bridges in the distance seem to have encountered the same situation. In the desolate area where the inner and outer layers were combined, waves of power broke through the fog and turned into giant fists that slammed into the Rainbow Bridge, almost breaking it into pieces. If the Rainbow Bridge breaks, it is conceivable that most of the people on it will fall into the desolate area. A roar came from the depths of the western Pure Land. A giant beast suddenly appeared in the void, flying with its feet on the silver-white water. In an instant, a silver rainstorm fell from the sky. The rain seemed to have eyes, falling all over the desolate area. The fog was dispersed by the rain, and endless water vapor rose. The desolate area shrouded in fog was completely revealed, and Lin Moyu saw clearly that the entire desolate area was covered with strange patterns, which were exactly the same as those on the Seeking Cause ring. He was 100% sure that the Zhouwu area was created by the Xuanin ring. What is that? Suddenly someone pointed at the deserted area and shouted. Hearing the sound, Lin Moyu saw a black shadow. The fog in the desolate area was dispersed by the rain, revealing its true appearance for the first time in countless years. The ravines are intertwined and bottomless like huge canyon cracks. Those ravines are like a maze, emitting strange power. Coupled with the fog, it is easy for people to get lost in it and difficult to find the right way out. The reason why the barren area is called barren is that apart from these gullies, there is almost no grass growing in it and it is completely lifeless. Apart from the maze of ravines, the lifeless area has evolved into lifeless monsters. No one knows why these monsters were born, but everyone knows that they cannot be killed. Even if you kill it, it will regenerate after a while. Fortunately, the monster is not strong, but it will be very annoying to be inside. Monsters constantly harass you through the fog, keeping you on edge. Furthermore, fog can affect judgment and even one's mind, which is why desolate areas are so annoying. Now, everyone finally saw the desolate area clearly and its true appearance, and its mystery was completely revealed. The monsters wandering at the bottom came into view clearly. Then people saw a giant monster crawling there like a wild beast. Chains as transparent as crystal bound it tightly, preventing it from escaping. There was a red light in the monster's eyes, and it stared at the giant beast walking in the air, as if it was looking at an enemy. But in fact, it was not like that. Lin Moyu saw hatred in his eyes, but desire and greed. Looking at the pitch-black giant beast in the desolate area, I felt something was wrong. Although this pitch-black giant beast looked different from the Chaos Divine Water beast in the sky. But Lin Moyu felt that they were the same. No matter how their appearance changed, their essence was the same. It seems that only Lin Moyu can feel this strange feeling. Someone shouted, "This is the Chaos Divine Water Beast." When he shouted, everyone woke up in shock and discovered that the giant beast that was walking on water in the air, bringing down heavy rain and dispersing the fog, was none other than the legendary Chaos Divine Water Beast. In the Western extremes, the Chaos Divine Water Beast is the totem of many races. Many creatures believe that they are descendants of the Chaos Divine Water Beast, and they all declare to the outside world that they have the bloodline of the Chaos Divine Water Beast and are proud of it. Now, they saw what looked like the Chaos Divine Water Beast and became excited all of a sudden. Some even knelt down and kowtowed on the spot. It was quite amusing to see a powerful Chaos Realm warrior who went against the will of heaven actually bowing down to an illusory giant beast. But Lin Moyu saw something more. As they prostrated themselves, strands of the power of faith emanated and converged towards the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Lin Moyu suddenly understood, this guy wants to be resurrected. Xiao Shu also responded, yes, this guy wants to resurrect through the power of faith. The one below is his resentment. I roughly know what's going on. Hun Dunzi also interjected, I know too. They have all stood at the top of chaos, and can understand many things at a glance. The two of them talked at once, trying to keep it as brief as possible and not mention anything that Lin Moyu could understand on his own. They were still very careful, for fear of stirring up cause and effect and attracting the attention of Tao. Although it was not explained very clearly, Lin Moyu already understood what was going on. The Seeking Cause ring smashed a deep pit in the western Pure Land, forming the present desolate area. This attack also killed the Chaos Divine Water Beast from that year. However, the blood and resentment of the Chaos Divine Water Beast were not completely extinguished, but instead evolved into a monster, which was imprisoned here. The fog in the desolate land is brought by the cause-seeking ring. It is a cage and shackles. However, the Chaos Divine Water Beast's obsession and part of its soul still exist in the western Pure Land, barely maintaining its immortality with the help of the Chaos Divine Water. Before his death, he used his last strength to activate the enormous power in the Pure Land of Western Extremes, thereby repairing the broken Western Extremes. From then on, his legend spread throughout the Western Extremes, and all creatures in the Western Extremes called him their ancestor and would continue to contribute their power of faith. The power of belief is a very magical power, different from the Tao, but its magic is even greater than the Tao. The Chaos Divine Water Beast maintains its indestructible divine consciousness, everlasting obsession, and resentment taking shape, then uses the magical power of faith to try to resurrect. With such a set of procedures, the possibility of resurrection exists, but it is difficult. Now there is finally some clue. The Chaos Divine Water Beast has taken shape again. Although it is still just an illusion, it has finally taken a big step forward. The Chaos Divine Water Beast's consciousness has not yet recovered, and it is only acting on instinct. This time, my arrival and the existence of the Seeking Cause ring attracted the attention of the Chaos Divine Water Beast's resentment, which caused such a big commotion. The Chaos Divine Water Beast extinguished the fog in order to help the resentment escape. Unfortunately, the power of the cause-seeking ring is too strong. Those transparent chains are composed of the power of cause and effect, which lock the resentment tightly and prevent it from escaping. Moreover, the ravine is full of the power of cause and effect, and the Chaos Divine Water Beast dare not enter even with the help of the Chaos Divine Water. He still has a long way to go before he can truly be resurrected. The Chaos Divine Water Beast and the resentful spirits in the desolate area kept roaring. The sound was deafening, and the giant beast in the desolate area seemed to be very anxious, and kept attacking the Rainbow Bridge. Unfortunately, his strength was still limited. Although the Rainbow Bridge was shaking and trembling, it did not break. He couldn't speak, couldn't express himself, and could only continue to roar. The Chaos Divine Water Beast in the air seemed to understand the meaning of the resentment, and its eyes searched the void, finally falling on Lin Moyu. To be precise, it fell into the cause-seeking loop. The murderous intent rose, and the Xuanin ring was the culprit that caused all this. Now that the Xuanin ring was in Lin Moyu's hands, Lin Moyu was the biggest enemy. He stared at Lin Moyu, but in the eyes of others, it seemed like he was staring at everyone on Hongqiao. What is Chaos Divine Water Beast going to do? He's not going to kill us, is he? Oh my God, I feel murderous intent, he really wants to kill us. The Chaos Divine Water Beast's killing intent is so strong that it creates an illusion for people. Only Lin Moyu knew that he only wanted to kill himself. Only by killing himself and taking away the Xuanin ring could they be resurrected faster. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get rid of those chains alone. The murderous intent became stronger and stronger, and large dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning snakes rolled in the clouds, and a thunderstorm was about to fall at any time. The dark clouds are composed of Chaos Divine Water, which is of extremely high level and has a wide range of uses. It can also be used as a weapon. Be careful, he's about to move. That's the Chaos Divine Water, run away. Different voices suddenly rang out from the crowd, and Hongqiao, good wine good, was thrown into chaos. Chaos Child glowed with rosy light, and the aura of Lin Moyu surged in all directions. For a moment, everyone thought that the Chaos Divine Water Beast was going to attack them. It's not just their rainbow bridge. Hun Dunzi used the bewitching power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl to spread this power to other rainbow bridges, affecting more practitioners. When those cultivators saw the Chaos Divine Water Beast, they all felt that it was going to attack them, and for a moment most of the rainbow bridges became chaotic. These two shouts were made by Lin Moyu and Xiaoping respectively, with the purpose of creating confusion. Faced with the choice between life and death, everyone chose life and gave up their so-called faith. In the face of life and death, it doesn't matter whether you are an ancestor or not. Hongqiao was in chaos, and countless people used various means to leave Hongqiao and head in all directions. Those who had achieved minor success in the chaos realm were unable to move, and they could only worry. At this time, branches flew out, picked them up and threw them far away. Lin Moyu simultaneously spread out his wings of chaos and flew away. Chaos Child deceived everyone, and almost 99% of the people on the Rainbow Bridge thought that the Chaos Divine Water Beast was going to attack them. Xiaoshu threw out all those guys who were unable to move and had reached the minor stage of Chaos Realm. At that moment, countless creatures flew out like raindrops. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to spread his wings of chaos and flew away among the crowd. He saw the astonishment in the eyes of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. It was obvious that this guy was also shocked by the chaos on the Rainbow Bridge. They were clearly only targeting Lin Moyu, so why were these guys running away? He now had some weak intelligence, but it was mostly based on instinct. How could he know that this chaos was created by Lin Moyu himself? By the time he reacted, the situation was out of control. Even he was affected by Chaos Child, and for a moment it was difficult to find Lin Moyu's whereabouts in the crowd. In his opinion, everyone seems to be Lin Moyu, and everyone has the cause-seeking ring. If he were in his prime, even if Chaos Spirit Pearl came in person, it would not be able to seduce him. But he has just taken shape and is far from his prime. At most, he is only slightly stronger than an ordinary perfect warrior, so he will naturally be affected. He was anxious and angry. Amidst his angry roars, heavy rain poured down and bolts of lightning fell on the Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, screams rang out, and 140 creatures in the Tianqing Chaos Realm who had achieved minor success were killed by thunder. The rainstorm was formed by the condensation of the Chaos Divine Water. When it fell on the body immediately began to melt, melting along with the soul. If it gets soaked too much, there will be no trace of the body left. Those who have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm still have the strength to move, and they all take out their magic weapons and use various means to fight back. But they were also unable to withstand the attack and ultimately had to find a way to escape. The powerful and perfect ones were in the best situation. They knew it was difficult to fight against them, so they took out their flying magic weapons and fled. The Chaos Divine Water Beast couldn't tell who was Lin Moyu and who was wearing the Seeking Ring, and launched an indiscriminate attack. Little did they know that Lin Moyu had escaped early. After flying out of the crowd, Lin Moyu directly boarded the boat and left. In the distance, a shadow slowly emerged. He took a photo stone and recorded everything that happened here in detail. Then, as soon as he thought about it, a formation was activated, and the image in the photo stone was instantly copied into countless copies. There was a smile in his eyes, and he seemed very satisfied with what was happening. The Chaos Divine Water Beast indiscriminately slaughters all living things in the western extremes. How can such a creature be worthy of being a totem? The birth of the creatures of the western extreme is the result of self-evolution, conceived by chaos. What does it have to do with this Chaos Divine Water Beast? As a cultivator, I go against the will of heaven. I shouldn't respect heaven and earth. I should constantly strive for progress and use myself as a totem. Why should I worship others, let alone such a mindless and cruel beast? His voice was cold and contained a strong warning, which was transmitted to the minister in the picture. After doing these things, he waved his hand, the void twisted, and men in black appeared in the void, kneeling respectfully in front of him. These men in black exude a powerful aura, and all of them are powerful and accomplished. Spread these image stones around so everyone in the West can see them. At a command, the men in black took the photo stones and left through the void. He muttered to himself, "Want to be resurrected? No way. Without the power of faith, I want to see how you can be resurrected. Haha, old man Xingqiuan, you finally figured it out for me." Suddenly a light laugh was heard. A faint light flickered, and an old man in a green robe appeared not far away. Xing Quan didn't even turn around. "Old man Boyang, what are you doing here?" The great Lord Boyang, who was wearing a green robe, said with a smile, "Come and see what's going on." The great Xingqiuan said, "Everything is proceeding according to plan. The Seeking Cause ring has indeed lured out the Chaos Divine Water Beast, allowing me to seize this opportunity." Venerable Boyang said, "This is not what you wished for. After this battle, regardless of whether the Chaos Divine Water Beast is suppressed again, it will be impossible for him to be resurrected." The great Xingqiuan said, "It is not difficult to suppress him, but how to change people's hearts is difficult." Boyang Daozuan laughed and said, "You old fellow, you just don't want to be involved in cause and effect. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. Once the plan succeeds, the chaotic order will inevitably be restored, and the previous cause and effect will probably be erased." Star Power Great Lord's tone was icy. "BHCF, that's easy to say, but no one can guarantee this plan will succeed. What if it fails? After countless years of planning, we've only waited for this one opportunity. No one is completely sure. Tianzai once said that he was only 60% sure at best. Otherwise, we old guys wouldn't have to hide behind." Great Venerable Boyang shook his head. "You didn't say Brother Tianzai's exact words. His original words were that if he made a wrong judgment, the success rate would only be 60%. If he made a correct judgment, the success rate would be over 90%. Great Xingqiuan said, "Even if it's over 90%, there's still a possibility of failure, and we only have this one chance. If we fail..." Grand Master Boyang said, "If you fail, this old man and fellow Taoist Baizhong will naturally take the blame, and you won't be held responsible. You can still be at ease as your Grand Master and take charge of the Western Extreme." Xing Quan said, "If I really fail, I will find a way to rescue you in the reincarnation. Thank you in advance." Great Venerable Boyang laughed and looked at the Western Pure Land in the distance. At this time, the Dewey boat had already flown into the inner layer of the Western Pure Land and left the attack range of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was still under the influence of Chaos Child and did not stop attacking. At this point, at least more than 100,000 Chaos Realm cultivators had been killed, most of whom were at the minor success stage of the Chaos Realm. They came from various tribes in the westernmost part, and their death was a great loss to each tribe. After all, cultivating a Chaos Realm is not an easy task. In the boat, Xiaopeng asked curiously, "Father, why didn't you just kill the Chaos Divine Water Beast?" He knew that Lin Moyu had this ability. The remaining 4 chaotic corpses alone were enough to kill the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Lin Moyu shook his head. "There's no rush. Besides, even if we kill him now, we won't be able to truly kill him. His roots are the obsession he left behind. As long as that obsession remains, he will be resurrected like the monsters in the desolate area. If you really want to kill him, you must first clear your obsession. Xiaoping said, but how do I get rid of this obsession? Lin Moyu smiled and said, actually, someone has already told me a method. The real gathering place of obsession is in the center of the Western Pure Land. I need to get there first and then find a way to eliminate it. It is not easy to eliminate obsession, especially the obsession left by top powerhouses, which is deeply rooted in the Western Pure Land and is even more difficult to eliminate. Even if the Great Lord came in person, it would take all the effort to remove this obsession unless the entire Western Pure Land was shattered and refined. But Lin Moyu has a way, and more than one. Hun Dunzi's clean water can clear away obsessions, but the amount of clean water is insufficient to cover the entire Western Pure Land. Another method is the fire of burning the world. The fire of burning the world can refine the world and burn souls, including obsessions. Burn it with the fire of the world, and no matter what your obsession is, it will be burned away. So Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He would wait until he got close to the central area and actually encountered the obsession before taking action. He was still refining the pure water, and it was almost done. Far away from the desolate area, they have truly entered the inner layer. Lin Moyu put away the boat, restrained his breath, and flew towards the center of the Western Pure Land on Xiaoping. It's still quite a distance from here to the center, and it will take a while to fly there. However, Lin Moyu did not plan to go in immediately. He had almost finished refining the purified water and would be able to produce enough purified water in another 2 years. Then I can try to resurrect a quasi-great master, and then my strength will increase dramatically. The quasi-grand master said that he could not enter the chaos to take action, but Lin Moyu had a way, and this method was a two-pronged approach for him. He could no longer sense the presence of the Chaos Divine Water Beast here, and he had no idea how things would turn out at Hongqiao. He had witnessed the collapse of the Rainbow Bridge with his own eyes, and estimated that many people would die. But no matter what the result was, what did it have to do with him? The one who killed people was the Chaos Divine Water Beast, not Zio. This is what cultivators are like. If they go against the will of heaven, they are in danger of falling at any time. If you can't even figure this out, then don't practice cultivation. It would be better to just hide at home every day. Several months after the Chaos Divine Water Beast killing incident, the scene at that time, along with the voice of the Great Star Power, spread throughout the entire Western Extremes. Everyone in the Western Extremes saw the scene of the Chaos Divine Water Beast slaughtering people at will. For a moment, countless people were furious and wanted to come to the Western Extremes Pure Land to look for the Chaos Divine Water Beast. But some people hesitated because of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. After all, in their minds, the Chaos Divine Water Beast is the origin of the Western Extremes and is also their totem of Taoism, so they still have a glimmer of hope for the Chaos Divine Water Beast. But the voice of Shiji Great Lord that followed shattered their hopes. As the actual person in charge of Shiji Dazuin's words also have a great influence. At this point, the totem myth of the Chaos Water Beast was shattered. Not all people no longer believed in the Chaos Water Beast, but at least more than half of them no longer believed in it. The power of faith that the Chaos Divine Water Beast had received was instantly reduced by half. It wanted to use the power of faith to revive itself, but unfortunately, this path was blocked. Resurrection is a very difficult thing. The Chaos Divine Water Beast, relying on its own special features and the support of the Western Pure Land, has already helped him go most of the way. Unfortunately, he failed in the end, as the Great Master in the Western Extreme plotted against him. The power of faith was getting less and less, and the Chaos Divine Water Beast became uneasy. He was not very smart, and his instinct told him that he was in trouble. In 1 year, Lin Moyu met many practitioners from the Western Extreme. Among the inner layer, most of them were at least practitioners of the Chaos Realm. Moreover, the closer to the center, the higher the practitioner's cultivation level. On several occasions, Lin Moyu took the initiative to go over and say hello and ask what happened on Hongqiao Bridge that day. The people of Shiji seemed aloof and didn't like to talk, but they were still quite polite. When Lin Moyu asked politely, they would answer well. From them, Lin Moyu learned what happened in Hongqiao later. The death toll exceeded 100,000, which was not a small number. The Chaos Divine Water Beast went on a killing spree that day. Although it was not the murderer, the consequences would more or less be attributed to it. Having too many causes and effects was a headache, but there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't the best time to fight against the Chaos Divine Water Beast. After the Rainbow Bridge incident, the Western Pure Land became unstable, and a large number of practitioners from the Western Pure Land came here. Basically, those who came were powerful and perfect warriors, and they were extremely powerful and perfect warriors. These people were obviously here to find the Chaos Divine Water Beast. They were all murderous and not easy to provoke. Lin Moyu guessed that among those killed by the Chaos Divine Water Beast, some were their descendants. He didn't guess that some of them were subordinates of the Great Lord of Western Star Power. Lin Moyu didn't know that after they entered the Western Pure Land, they did not enter the center. They did come to find the Chaos Divine Water Beast, but they did not come to kill it. Instead, they drove it away and drove it into the central area. During the expulsion process, they fought with the Chaos Divine Water Beast many times. The powerful aura spread far in the void, and Lin Moyu caught their breath several times. And several times, Lin Moyu heard the roar of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. For the last time, the Chaos Divine Water seemed to be about to return to the central area. From this, it can be judged that the Chaos Divine Water Beast does not seem to be a match for these people. In the 8th year of entering the Western Pure Land, Lin Moyu came to the dividing point between the center and the inner layer. There is no barren area here, only a layer of membrane shimmering with water. This layer of membrane contains the power of the Chaos Divine Water, which will block those who are not strong enough. Lin Moyu could already feel the immense pressure here. Based on their strength, a Chaos Realm Master could barely stand here. A Chaos Realm Master like Lin Moyu couldn't even reach this point. As for entering the center, that is something that only the perfect and powerful can do. Some weak perfect people can definitely get in. The power of the Chaos Divine Water fills the central area. Once you enter it, you will be under tremendous pressure at all times. This pressure will continue to accumulate, eventually exceeding the limit and crushing most practitioners. Please give me flowers. Lin Moyu knew about this problem early on and had a way to deal with it. Lin Moyu's soul entered Han Dunzi's inner world, holding a ball of pure water in his palm. It's almost done. This ball of clean water is not much. If it is separated, there will be only about 100 drops. But it is barely enough to cover the Quasi-Great Lord and digest the self-awareness generated by the Quasi-Great Lord. Han Dunzi brought the corpse of a Quasi-Great Master wrapped in clean water to Lin Moyu and said, "I'll remove the clean water, and the rest is up to you, Master." Lin Moyu nodded. "Just keep an eye on it and make sure nothing unexpected happens." Han Dunzi flattered him, "Master is so powerful, there won't be any accidents." When Han Dunzi removed the clean water, the body of the Quasi-Great Venerable immediately burst out with a powerful aura. With the strength of a Quasi-Great Master, as long as there is no suppression from the pure water, it won't take long for him to give rise to his instinctive will. 0-0. It doesn't have much intelligence, but it can sense danger and perform some basic actions. Just like the giant beast killed by UN2, its body was too strong and its instinctive will was born at an extremely fast speed. This time Lin Moyu was well prepared. He was at least 90% sure that he could turn this Quasi-Great Master into a resurrected one. With a wave of his hand, the clean water in his hand flew out and turned into a thin layer that covered the corpse of the Quasi-Great Master. Infinite summoning. The immortal flame flew out and landed on the body of the Quasi-Great Master. Both the pure water and the immortal flame belonged to Lin Moyu, and there was no conflict between them. Lin Moyu felt the information of change brought back by the undying flame. The Quasi-Grand Master was too strong, and the changes that belonged to him were very slow and took time. The pure water suppressed the Quasi-Great Master's body, preventing him from giving birth to a new consciousness. It's just that the amount of clean water I control is too little, and the degree of suppression is not enough. Chaos Child also cannot control the pure water to come to help, as that will conflict with the undead summoning and ultimately cause the spell to fail. Lin Moyu used all his strength to control the immortal flame to speed up Xiaosheng. This quasi-great master has been dead for who knows how many years, and it has become very difficult to reunite his soul. Fortunately, he is a quasi-great master in the inner world of Chaos Sun, and his soul is scattered in the inner world after his death, and will not be eaten by the wild shadow insects. After the immortal flame lasted for half a day, a trace of soul flame finally appeared in the body of the quasi-great master. The moment he saw the soul flame flicker, a smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips. It worked. Hun Dunzi whispered, "Master, I will suppress his original will." Lin Moyu nodded, "Be careful, your soul is still very fragile." Lin Moyu had never felt that creating a resurrected being required such troublesome and delicate manipulation. In the past, people would just throw the undead flame, start the spell, and wait for automatic resurrection. I have encountered failure many times, but failure is failure, and it doesn't matter. But this time, he was doing delicate needlework like a show of flowers. The soul of this quasi-great master is slowly reuniting. Time has passed too long. Fortunately, this is the inner world of Chaos Child. After the soul dispersed, the mark is still there and it was not devoured by the wild shadow insect. Just be patient and take your time to reunite. The real trouble is the original will in the soul of the quasi-great master. To become a resurrected person, it is necessary to suppress his original will and let the magic change his original will. The original will of the quasi-great venerable was too strong, and Lin Moyu's own realm was not high enough, so it was difficult to suppress it. Therefore, the help of Chaos Z's 300 is needed in the process. Chaos Z uses the power of his inner world to suppress it. Chaos Child is also facing the same situation, that is, it has not yet recovered to its peak, and it is also difficult to suppress it. Another problem is the physical body of the quasi-great master. The physical body of the quasi-great master is very strong and will produce new wool in a very short time, which needs to be suppressed by pure water. The amount of purified water that Lin Moyu refined was limited, and suppressing it was also difficult. Lin Moyu multitasked, controlling the overall situation, controlling the techniques, and maintaining a steady rhythm. Hun Dunzi and Lin Moyu worked in perfect harmony. Although the whole process was difficult, it was relatively smooth thanks to their concerted efforts. The immortal flame burned for more than 10 days, and the soul of the quasi-great master was finally reunited. Remove the suppression and remain vigilant. Lin Moyu said to Hun Dunzi that the suppression could be removed, but they still had to remain vigilant. If anything goes wrong, clean water will be provided. The soul flame began to burn fiercely after it was no longer suppressed, and it was extremely hot in Lin Moyu's eyes. A quasi-grand venerable is a being comparable to a grand venerable. Although he is not as powerful as a grand venerable in all aspects and is almost perfect, he still surpasses the perfection of the chaos realm and reaches another level. The soul flame quickly swept through the whole body, and the first thing the soul did after reuniting was to regain control of the body. Any new will in the body would be wiped out by the soul flame at this moment. The purified water refined by Lin Moyu completed its final mission, was dispelled by the soul flame, and returned to Lin Moyu's hands. After a few days of consumption, only half of the purified water that Lin Moyu had refined remained. The quasi-grand master slammed his body, slowly opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze returned like a knife. At this moment, Lin Moyu and Hun Dunzi became even more vigilant. Not only them, but Xiao Shu was also on full alert. It seems that the quasi-great master has become a resurrected person, but no one knows whether he will suddenly go berserk. The quasi-great master's gaze first fell on Hun Zuozi. He seemed to recognize Hun Zuozi, and then looked at Lin Moyu. He slowly bowed his head and saluted Lin Moyu, saying, "Yi Yangyin greets the master." He called Lin Moyu his master, but did not kneel on the ground like the other resurrected ones. Quasi-great masters have their own pride. They neither kneel to heaven nor worship the earth, and they only believe in themselves throughout their lives. They were like this during the heyday of Hun Dun-zi, obeying Hun Dun-zi's orders while also maintaining their own ideas. Now that he can call Lin Moyu master, it proves that the magic is successful. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Your name is Yi Yanyan? Yi Yanyan nodded slightly. Hun Tian World, the ancestor of the Yi family. The Huntian world is the name of Hun Dun-zi's inner world, and this name was given by Hun Dun-zi himself. Back when Hun Dun-zi was at his peak, his chaos heavenly world also gave birth to a large number of living beings. Although it was not as big as the real chaos ancient wilderness, it was much larger than an ordinary realm. According to Hun Dun-zi, his inner world is actually 80% similar to the ancient chaos, and many of the rules and principles in it come from chaos. Even some of the creatures inside were obtained by him from the ancient chaos. In the ancient chaos of that time, the human race had already appeared. The human race rose very quickly. Although the number was small, there were already a large number of strong people among them. There is a similar situation in Hun Dun-zi's inner world, and Yi Yanyan is one of them. He founded the Yi family and became the ancestor. But unfortunately, as Chaos Child disintegrated and the inner world collapsed, the Yi family naturally perished. Because Yi Yanyan is strong enough, his physical body has been preserved to this day. Yi Yanyan suddenly said, Master, I have a request. The Quasi-Great Venerable is different from other resurrected people and still has his own ideas. Lin Moyu is not surprised by this. Go ahead. Lin Moyu wanted to see what he wanted to ask for. This was the first time a resurrected person had made a request. Yi Yanyan said, I want to rebuild the Yi family. As the ancestor of the Yi family, he still has an obsession with his family, which will not disappear even if he becomes a resurrected being. Lin Moyu said, You should know your situation. Yi Yanyan said, I understand, but rebuilding the Yi family and re-establishing the Yi family bloodline does not necessarily require traditional methods. Although I am dead, after passing through the hands of my master, I am half alive. The vitality in my flesh and blood is immortal. I can use my flesh and blood to revive the bloodline of the Yi family. This requirement seems reasonable, but it is not easy to do in reality. Moreover, judging from Hun Dun-zi's current condition, he has not yet fully recovered, and the Huntian world is not yet suitable for nurturing living beings. While Lin Moyu was pondering, Hun Dun-zi said, Master, I think this is feasible, but do not propagate the Yi family bloodline in the Huntian world. Bring him to your realm and propagate him there. Besides, he is a resurrected being. Even if he reproduces the bloodline of the Yi family, he will still be your servant. Besides, if his bloodline can be integrated into the chaos, he might be able to enter and exit the chaos freely in the future, or even attack from within the chaos, which would be a great help to you. Hun Dun-zi knew very well that his own Hun Tian world was still imperfect and could not be compared with the real Hun Chaos ancient wilderness. If Yi Yanyan's bloodline could enter the chaos, Yi Yanyan would be able to use his bloodline to make some moves in the chaos. This will be a great help to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. This time he also wanted his wife to return to his civic. He said to Yi Yanyan, I can agree to this request on 5.7, but not now. Once I find the realm, I will place your bloodline in it. Yi Yanyan's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, Master. By resurrecting a quasi-great master, Moyu has an extra trump card. Although he couldn't take action in the real chaotic ancient wilderness, it was not a problem for him to borrow some momentum. Moreover, if he really had to fight to the death, he could do so, but he would be discovered and killed by the Tao. By using the cause-seeking loop, it is not impossible to cut off the cause and effect and escape. Yi Yanyan is an extremely useful trump card that can be used well. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. It's time to enter the central area, Xiaoshu. It's up to you. The small tree hummed and stretched out its branches to wrap around Lin Moyu's waist. The power of time and space surged, forming an invisible defense in an instant. Lin Moyu took a step forward, passed through the diaphragm, and entered the central area. The chilling coldness penetrated straight into the soul, and the coldness of the westernmost part was materialized at this moment. This kind of coldness will not freeze the soul, but it can kill the soul. This is the center of the Western Pure Land, a place where even Chaos Realm Masters dare not enter. Lin Moyu looked around. There was white mist in the space, with faint water ripples in it, and there were mountains and rocks in the distance. There is no life here, it is just a vast expanse of white and desolate. But this is also a holy place for cultivation, a holy place for cultivation that only belongs to a few perfect and powerful people. Here there is the Chaos Divine Water, the extremely cold avenue, and the extreme characteristics, which allow those who also practice the extreme avenue to gain great benefits. The Chaos Divine Water has a special effect. It dissolves everything with its cold power. If one can withstand the Chaos Divine Water, there is a chance to comprehend the great Tao from it. This avenue is called the Chaos Extreme Yin Avenue. It is the top avenue unique to the Western extremes, but not many people can truly comprehend it. In addition, the central area is also filled with the obsession left by the Chaos Divine Water Beast. This existence is regarded by many as the totem of the Western extreme. His obsession also contains the Great Tao at 18, which is a huge opportunity if it can be comprehended. The Chaos Divine Water, the Divine Water Beast's obsession, and the Chaos Extreme Yin Avenue merged together, transforming into boundless pressure that blocked most people. Lin Moyu was operating in the center area, and Xiaoshu used his own power of time and space to block most of the pressure for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu can bear the rest by himself. Lin Moyu can feel the enormous power contained in the earth. This power is difficult to be utilized by humans, but it really exists. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this power is about to surpass the Great Tao and is almost the same as the power of origin, reaching the 4th level. The Chaos Extreme Yin Avenue and the Chaos Divine Water are both derivatives of the Western Pure King. It is precisely in such a place that the Chaos Divine Water Beast can be bred. Some people think that it was the Chaos Divine Water that created the Western Pure Land. Only when you get here will you know that this is putting the cart before the horse. Whether it is the Chaos Extreme Yin Avenue, the Chaos Divine Water, or the Divine Water Beast, their root is actually King Wensi Jigging. It's a great place. I don't know where this Western Pure Land came from. No one could tell Lin Moyu the answer to this question. When the Little Tree and Hun Dun Zi were just conceived, the Western Pure Land already existed. In Lin Moyu's view, this question is as inexplicable as where the Scourge Scepter came from. But one thing is certain, it is precisely because the Western Pure Land contains enormous power that the Great Lord of Natural Disasters set up the formation here. He used a large formation to absorb the power of the Western Pure Land and turned it into a means to deal with the Tao. The central area is sparsely populated, and those who can enter here are top-notch masters, so it is no longer as easy to meet them as outside. Lin Moyu had been here for 3 days and hadn't met anyone. He moved forward in the central area, heading towards the very center of the Western Pure Land. At this moment, Lin Moyu had the illusion of returning to a small world. In the small world, there was a special space called the Eternal Battlefield. At the beginning of his cultivation, he ventured into the ancient battlefield. Now it seems that the ancient battlefield is really child's play. The so-called ancient times are just a blink of an eye for me now. I thought of the ancient battlefield, and then thought of Meng Anwen and others. I don't know what's happening to Bai Yuan, Meng Anwen, and Yin Guangsheng, my 3 enlightenment teachers. Lin Moyu believed that they were all still alive. When the small world disappeared, they were taken away by the old man in green robe. As long as the old man in green robe is here, they will not die. There are still some relics of the Great War in the big world, and these relics are also telling him that Meng Anwen is still alive. Now that I think about it, these relics are unusual. They seem to have been placed there artificially for the purpose of conveying some information to myself. And his wife, her cultivation should be very strong now, maybe even surpassing himself. But it doesn't matter. What I am looking at now is not the present, but the future. I believe that in the future, I can reach the pinnacle, surpass Qing Pao, and surpass the former Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Then all the mysteries will be revealed. Suddenly, Lin Moyu felt a chill in his heart, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. What happened to me? The memories that suddenly emerged were very abnormal, and Lin Moyu felt that his Tao heart had been affected unconsciously. It was the special environment in the Western Pure Land and the influence of the Chaos Divine Water that made him like this. I can only say that my faith in the Tao is not firm enough. The Western Pure Land is not only a place for cultivation, but also a place to hone one's Tao heart. Lin Moyu did not resist, but accepted his memories calmly, getting used to the shocks to his Tao heart, and gradually making his Tao heart stronger. Practitioners go against the will of heaven, do not submit to anyone, but must face their own hearts. The heart is higher than the sky, and the heart of Tao is the foundation. Without the heart of Tao, nothing else can be discussed. Lin Moyu measured the Western Pure Land. He walked slowly, feeling the changes in himself. Before he knew it, a month had passed since he entered the central area. Lin Moyu's cultivation had not changed much, but he could clearly feel that his Tao heart had improved a lot compared to before. In 1 month, although I didn't walk fast, I still walked quite a distance. Walking through the fog, I didn't see the Chaos Divine Water, nor did I see a single person. There was nothing in my ears except the sound of my own footsteps. The mountain was vaguely visible in the fog. I walked for a month, but it was still the same, with no sign of getting closer. This place is even more desolate than the deserted area. It is also in this situation that it is easier to sharpen one's heart of Tao, but it is also easier to shatter one's heart of Tao. Over the course of a month, the pressure continued to accumulate, but fortunately the little tree was strong enough to continue to absorb the pressure. Time passed day by day. Lin Moyu kept walking, without stopping, and finally 100 days after entering the central area, he saw a small pond. The small pond is only 2 meters in diameter and less than half a meter deep, so it can only be called a pool of water. Lin Moyu paused at the water's edge, his expression neutral. Over the past few months, his Tao heart had been constantly tempered, becoming much stronger than before. He knew full well that, given enough time, obtaining the Chaos Divine Water was inevitable. Lin Moyu said calmly, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Xiaoshu, do it. All right, the little tree shouted excitedly, and stretched its branches into it, sucking up the chaotic divine water in the blink of an eye. Hun Dunzi's voice came, fat tree, give me some. Xiaoshu ignored him. Hun Dunzi became obviously anxious and kept shouting, but it was useless. For Lin Moyu, the Chaos Divine Water only meant the number of times he was reborn, and it had no effect on his Tao. For Xiaoshu, it can make his Chaos Divine Soil stronger. As the Chaos Divine Soil becomes stronger, the small tree will also benefit. Chaos Child needs Chaos Divine Water to perfect his inner world, which is the foundation of Chaos Child. The small tree absorbed and refined the Chaos Divine Water, and the number of its rebirths increased by hundreds on the spot, which was equivalent to several years of accumulation. If he could get more Chaos Divine Water, his number of rebirths would probably skyrocket, and Lin Moyu could also use it to strengthen himself. Hun Dunzi didn't get any benefits and was arguing with Xiaoshu. Lin Moyu ignored them. This kind of thing had happened too many times and he was used to it. He was continuing to move forward when he suddenly looked up in one direction. Looking through the mist, I saw a silvery white layer. The cloud is composed of chaotic holy water, and a soul flame is dancing in it. Spiritual chaos holy water. Xingqiuan once said that the central area is a place where you need to pay attention. Some of the Chaos Divine Water has given birth to spirituality, so if you encounter it, it is best to avoid it. Lin Moyu did not retreat immediately. He did not doubt what Xing Quan said, but he also wanted to see whether the spiritual Chaos Divine Water was consistent with what he had imagined. In his opinion, the reason why the Chaos Divine Water gave birth to spirituality was either due to its own reasons or external forces. The reason itself is that the Chaos Divine Water is too strong. If this is the case, then all the Chaos Divine Water in the Western Pure Land will gather together to form a whole like Zhou Xiaoshu's 10 kinds of source soil. The external cause should be related to the Chaos Divine Water Beast. The Chaos Divine Water Beast's obsession was integrated into the Chaos Divine Water and eventually formed spirituality. Lin Moyu thought it must be due to external forces, and now seeing the chaos divine water flying over, his judgment was confirmed. The soul flame leaped in the silver water cloud, and the aura it emitted was somewhat similar to that of the chaos divine water beast. Lin Moyu whispered to himself, the chaos divine water beast not only wants to be resurrected, but also wants to merge with the chaos divine water and become even stronger than before. The former Chaos Divine Water Beast could manipulate the Chaos Divine Water and use it as a weapon or magic weapon, but it was unable to fuse the Chaos Divine Water. He and the Chaos Divine Water are two independent entities. After his death, he not only plotted to be resurrected, but also wanted to go one step further and merge himself with the Chaos Divine Water to surpass his former self. He has great ambitions, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, his ambitions are still a little short of expectations. Lin Moyu scoffed, instead of integrating the Chaos Divine Water, it would be better to think about how to swallow up the entire Western Pure Land. That way, you can truly surpass yourself. Xiao Shu said, he probably doesn't have this ability. Lin Moyu said, having the ability is one thing, but he doesn't even have the desire. Even if he successfully merges with the Chaos Divine Water, he'll still be living a miserable life, and there's a chance he'll be wiped out by it the moment he's resurrected. Only by integrating with the Western Pure Land can the group truly have a chance of survival. The little tree sighed, yes, it's no accident that the Western Pure Land survived. Only by doing this can there be a chance of survival. Lin Moyu said, he will die sooner or later, I will just give him a ride. Xiao Shu, go ahead and do it. Without dodging, avoiding, or retreating, Lin Moyu waved his hand and the fire that burned the world flew out. At the same time, the wings of chaos spread out, and curses fell towards the Chaos Divine Water. The curse targets the soul in the Chaos Divine Water. The soul comes from the obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. In fact, it is not very powerful, but it is protected by the Chaos Divine Water, so ordinary people can't do anything to it. This situation is just like the giant beast in the source soil. It has a body close to that of a great master, but does not have a strong soul. As a result, its soul was directly wiped out by Yuan Sheng. The Chaos Divine Water is its physical body. The physical body is strong, but the soul is weak. Lin Moyu's curse can directly affect the soul, and the little tree's power of time and space can also penetrate the body and directly attack the soul. The Chaos Seed glowed faintly, and the Chaos Divine Water that had just flown over was immediately confused, spinning in the void with a silver glow. Hun Dunzi used the power of Chaos Spirit Pearl to confuse him. It is estimated that Xingqiuan Daozuan did not expect that Lin Moyu had so many methods targeting the soul. If he saw this scene, he would only think that his warning was complete nonsense. The roots of the small tree penetrated the Chaos Divine Water, carrying the power of time and space, and the souls in the Chaos Divine Water were rolled up. Perhaps because the little tree had just refined and absorbed the Chaos Divine Water, it was not afraid of the Chaos Divine Water's dissolving properties at all. The small tree not only wrapped around the soul, but also absorbed and refined the Chaos Divine Water. Hun Dunzi was so angry that he yelled, "Stinky fat tree, damn fat tree, you are so immoral, stealing food again." Hun Dunzi cursed as he unfolded his inner world, evolving a vortex to absorb the Chaos Divine Water. However, his efficiency was far inferior to that of the little tree, not even half of it. But it's better than nothing. If you don't grab it, you won't even be able to drink this soup. Spiritual Chaos Divine Water, nothing more than that. Lin Moyu waved out the world-burning fire with some disdain. The world-burning fire was the best choice to deal with the soul. Moreover, this was the obsession from the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Although it was weak, its essential level was not very high. For the fire of the burning world, it can also be a good meal, and perhaps even become stronger. In the central area of the Western Pure Land, Great Star Power watched this scene, his mouth twitching slightly. This fire is actually in his hands. At this moment, he felt that his previous warning was unnecessary. Lin Moyu has far more secrets than he thought. Standing beside him, Grand Master Boyan chuckled and said, "This is a desperate game. We must give him all our cards. If we fail, we can just give up." The great star power whispered, "The stakes are high." Boyang Dazuan said with a smile, "Only those who dare to fight can win. Besides, can you use this fire?" The great star power did not say anything. His actions had already given the answer. It was time to destroy him. Boyang Dazuan said, "That's it, you can't use it, I can't use it, and Brother Tianzai can't use it either, but he can." The great star power's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "Who is he?" Boyang Dazuan shook his head. "How would I know?" "If you want to know, go ask the Lord of Destiny." The star power great lord's expression changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, "Get out!" The old man of destiny mentioned by great venerable Boyang had died long ago. Where could he go to ask him? Isn't this just cursing him? Boyang Dazuan laughed out loud. "Don't get excited, I was just joking." Grand Master Xing Quan shook his head. He had no intention of joking with Grand Master Boyang. This boy is no ordinary person. Boyang Dazuan said, "Of course he is not simple, otherwise we would not have chosen him. This is not our choice, nor is it the choice of fellow Taoist Tianzai, but a destined choice." He looked at the great star power and said, "I feel we can win. Do you believe me?" The great Xingqiuan said, "So what if I win?" Great Venerable Boyang said, "I don't know, but I do know that I must win first, no matter what. At our level, we've long lost our desire for power and wealth. I simply don't like others being on top." The great Xingqiuan said, "But there will always be people above us." The implication is that if Lin Moyu wins, Lin Moyu will also stand above him. Boyang Dazuan said, "Not necessarily. No one can say for sure what hasn't happened yet. Let's just talk about the present." The great star power said nothing more, but just looked quietly at Lin Moyu in the distance, and at the blazing burning world of the north. The world-burning fire refined the Chaos Divine Water Beast's obsession, causing the obsession to emit an unpleasant scream, but the scream soon became weaker until it disappeared. The world-burning fire caused him great harm. His instinct told him that he could not hold on for long. However, due to the influence of the small tree's power of time and space, coupled with Chaos Child's world power and the curse cast by the wings of chaos, he had nowhere to escape. The only thing they could do was scream and cry out in pain, watching their souls being burned and refined. Only half a day later, the Chaos Divine Water Beast's obsession was burned out. Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi were still trying their best to snatch the Chaos Divine Water, but unfortunately Hun Dunzi could not win over Xiaoshu. The number of new students is skyrocketing, and Lin Moyu's eyes are filled with joy. The death of obsession was like a fuse, instantly igniting the central area of the Western Pure Land. Pieces of brilliant silver rose up into the sky like a waterfall, flying towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, a roar resounded throughout the central area, and the entire Western Pure Land shook and roared. Lin Moyu heard the roar and felt the vibration of the Western Pure Land. He remained calm, not at all flustered. "It seems you sensed it. You came just in time, saving me from having to look for you again." The spiritual Chaos Divine Water contains the obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. The obsession is scattered in the Western Pure Land. It seems that each of them is independent of each other, but in fact they are connected as one. A single trigger can move the whole body, and when he burns a little bit, all his obsessions become intense on the spot. For a moment, in the Western Pure Land, countless obsessions rushed towards Lin Moyu with the Chaos Divine Water. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Water Beast, which had already condensed into shape and was halfway on the road to resurrection, also rushed over with a roar. Pieces of silver light appeared in the sight, each piece was Chaos Divine Water. Some of the Chaos Divine Water gathered together to form illusory Chaos Divine Water Beasts. The unity of obsession makes the soul stronger. But for Lin Moyu, none of this matters. After refining enough Chaos Divine Water, the little tree could already ignore the Chaos Divine Water's dissolving properties. The tree roots pierced through the void, blocking the Chaos Divine Water outside and giving them no chance to get close. Chaos Child unfolded his inner world and tried his best to devour the Chaos Divine Water. He would take advantage of the opportunity when Xiaoshu was working to suck as much as he could. If he waited until Xiaoshu was free, he would not be able to snatch it away. The Chaos Divine Water formed into the form of giant beasts, roaring and radiating a silver glow. Their bodies transformed from liquid to solid, instantly transforming into giant silver beasts. 677 solidified body, emitting a silver glow, sealed off space and time, preventing the small tree from directly striking its soul. The branches hit the giant beast, making a sound like hammering iron, clanging nonstop. When the strongest dissolving property of the Chaos Divine Water was restrained, its threat was greatly reduced. Although the small trees were unable to smash them to pieces due to their high level, they also found it difficult to cross the line. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and a handful of world-burning fire flew out, turning half of the sky into a sea of fire. The fire that burns the world reaches directly into the soul, no matter how strong the body is. The soul faintly heard screams as these silver beasts rolled in the flames. Their souls were burned, and they struggled in pain and lost control of their bodies. The burning world fire is the nemesis of the soul and has never let Lin Moyu down. In the face of the world-burning fire, the obsession left behind by the Chaos Divine Water Beast could not cause any waves. More and more obsessions rushed over under the cover of the Chaos Divine Water, but they were blocked by the world-burning fire and could not get close. Looking at the increasing amount of Chaos Divine Water, Lin Moyu controlled the fire, keeping it at a moderate level. If it's too big, it will scare these guys away. If it's too small, it won't stop these guys. Lin Moyu is waiting, bide, and after all the obsessions arrive, he will catch them all in one fell swoop and let the burning world destruction have a good meal. The central area of the Western Pure Land is vast, and it takes time for the obsession to come over, so Lin Moyu is not in a hurry at all. He continued to burn the first obsessions that came over, and the obsessions continued to scream in a way that only they could hear, constantly arousing the anger of the other obsessions. The obsession had become somewhat spiritual, knowing that these flames were terrifying. They could only stand outside and dared not approach, but they were also unwilling to leave, surrounding Lin Molian and the others. These obsessions were not completely inactive, their auras merged into one, manipulating the Chaos Divine Water to bring down enormous pressure. The pressure Lin Moyu endured was more than 10 times greater than normal, but after the little tree devoured and refined a large amount of Chaos Divine Water, it had developed a certain immunity to the Chaos Divine Water. Although the pressure is great, it is not impossible to go back to Xiaoshu. The unusual movement here attracted some people's attention, and some powerful people from the western extreme rushed over. They did not get close, but just watched from afar. The Chaos Divine Water posed a threat to them, and they were all shocked to see so much Chaos Divine Water gathered together. He was especially shocked when he saw the Chaos Divine Water was blocked by flames. What kind of fire is this? Chaos Divine Water is actually useless. How bizarre. This fire should target the soul. The Divine Water Beast's obsession cannot withstand this fire, so it cannot get close. This person's aura is a bit strange. It seems that he is only at the minor stage of the Chaos Realm, yet he is able to remain safe and sound here. When they met Lin Moyu and saw his cultivation level, they felt even more surprised. After watching for a while, someone suddenly shouted, "The Divine Water Beast is coming." In the distance, a brilliant silver light flashed, and the Chaos Divine Beast came stepping on the Chaos Divine Water, emitting a peak of murderous intent. Wherever it went, heavy rain poured down and the chaotic divine water fell like a waterfall. Lin Moyu also spotted the Chaos Divine Water Beast from afar and whispered, "The real master has finally arrived." After the great battle that year, the Chaos Divine Water Beast was seriously injured and dying, its soul almost annihilated. In the end, it had no choice but to disperse its soul in order to save its life. Although the soul is scattered, it is not completely gone. It leaves behind seeds, laying the foundation for rebirth. At the same time, the unwillingness and anger in one's heart formed resentment and obsession. Being imprisoned in the desolate area is the resentment of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. This is the result of searching for the cause and effect of the cycle. Obsessions are scattered in the central area. As time goes by, the imbalance of obsessions will combine with each other, forming clusters and acting independently, and they are everywhere. Eventually, the obsession gave rise to spirituality, which enveloped the primal chaos divine water, creating a situation in which the primal chaos divine water became spiritual. Another point is the seed left behind by the divine water beast. With the power of faith, the chaos divine water, and the power of the western pure land, the seed condensed into the chaos divine water beast again. He officially embarked on the path of rebirth. But now the road to rebirth has been cut off by the great star power, and there is no chance anymore. Rebirth is inevitable, but if he can gather all his obsessions and resentments together again, he can still recover some strength. Even if it is not as good as before, it can still be stronger than some of the perfect realm. At least it's half resurrected. Lin Moyu's burning of his obsession was equivalent to shaking his foundation. Coupled with the seeking ring on Lin Moyu, seeing Lin Moyu was like seeing his mortal enemy. He wants to kill Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu is waiting for him. This karmic relationship should also come to an end. Whatever the seeking cause ring left in the western pure land should also be retrieved. Killing him is not the goal. The goal is to take back the power that Zunyin Huan left in the western pure land, which is the desolate area. When seeing the desolate area, the Xuanyin ring had some unusual movements, and Lin Moyu learned that part of the Xuanyin ring's power remained in the desolate area. If it can be taken back, the power of the cause-seeking ring will become much stronger. In this case, how could Lin Moyu miss it? As for the Chaos Divine Water Beast, this blocker, he could only let him die. The roar resounded through the void, and the Chaos Divine Water Beast came in the rain, and the Chaos Divine Water fell like a waterfall, as if to extinguish the destruction of the burning world. It's a pity that he underestimated the fire of burning the world. In front of the Chaos Divine Water, the fire of burning the world still burned fiercely. Not only was it not extinguished, but it burned even more violently. Lin Moyu pointed his finger and said, "Explode." With a loud bang, the world-burning fire exploded violently, and the range instantly expanded 100 times, covering all the obsessions squatting there. The power also increased by more than 100 times, burning the obsession to the point of screaming. Lin Moyu didn't want to play with them anymore and directly pushed the power of the burning world fire to the extreme, wanting to refine them in the shortest time possible. Obsession shouldn't exist. Upon seeing this, the Chaos Divine Water Beast roared repeatedly and pounced towards Lin Moyu covered in waterlight. "It's time for you to truly fall." Lin Moyu snorted coldly and pointed with one finger. Corpse explodes. Accompanied by the loud explosion, the Chaos Divine Water Beast screamed incessantly. There was more than one explosion. This piece of chaotic corpse flesh contained the flesh and blood of at least 5 perfect strong men, and could explode 5 times in a row. Imagine 5 perfect warriors self-destructing inside the body. Unless the Chaos Divine Water Beast is at its peak, it can withstand the destructive force. He couldn't do it now. Amidst screams, he only managed to hold back 4 explosions before being blown to pieces. The physical body that was finally condensed through the power of faith shattered on the spot, mixed with the Chaos Divine Water and scattered from the air. The rainstorm stopped, and a huge amount of chaotic divine water fell to the ground, turning into a huge lake. Lin Moyu waved his hand and pushed the world-burning fire to its extreme. He did not let go of this area. If the Chaos Divine Water Beast still has some willpower left in it, we must eradicate it completely. Lin Moyu has rich experience in this area. The fire that burns the world seeps into the chaotic sacred water. The two sides do not interfere with each other. There is fire in the water, which looks very harmonious. After the death of the Chaos Divine Water Beast, its remaining obsession seemed to weaken a bit, and was constantly burned by the fire of the burning world, and no longer existed in the world. The next thing is simple. Lin Moyu can use the fire of burning the world to burn the entire central area and burn away all the remaining scattered obsessions. By the way, I can also find enough Chaos Holy Water. The powerful Chaos Divine Water Beast was killed so easily by Lin Moyu that the powerful and perfect warriors who were watching were all shocked. They were astonished at Lin Moyu's strength. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was far stronger than any of them, yet it was killed so easily. How could Lin Moyu's combat power have reached this level? He is clearly just a junior who has achieved minor success in the Chaos realm, so how could he have such means? At the same time, the Chaos Divine Water Beast is the totem beast of the Western Extreme. Now that it has been killed, these creatures in the Western Extreme are inexplicably angry. If they hadn't understood Lin Moyu's method of killing, they would have taken action long ago. Several people looked at each other, with murderous intent in their eyes. This guy killed the Chaos Divine Water Beast. He is unforgivable. Kill him and use his flesh and blood to irrigate the Pure Land. He actually wants to take the Chaos Divine Water. How audacious. Their words stopped abruptly, their expressions changed drastically, and fear was revealed in their eyes. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from Lin Moyu's body. The aura turned into coercion, like a huge hand pressing firmly on them, as if they were shackled with an extra layer of shackles, making it difficult to speak. Great honored. He's not a Grand Master, he's a Quasi-Grand Master. This guy is a Quasi-Grand Master. Lin Moyu looked at them with cold eyes. Facing the pressure from the Quasi-Great Venerable, none of these top-notch perfect powerful ones dared to look directly at him. They never imagined that this little fellow who seemed to have achieved a small success in the Chaos realm was actually a careless person. No wonder he could easily kill the Chaos Divine Water Beast. The Quasi-Grand Venerable was an existence of another level. With the title of Grand Venerable, he was not comparable to those in the Chaos realm. When it comes to fighting against the Quasi-Great Master, all of them combined are no match for him. Roll! The low roar exploded in their ears like thunder, and without hesitation, these powerful and accomplished people turned around and left. As for revenge for the Chaos Divine Water Beast, let others do that. They need to stay alive first. The longer you live, the more afraid you are of death. To deal with the Quasi-Grand Master, only the Grand Master can take action personally. What can they do? After they left, Lin Moyu's aura gradually faded. Hun Dunzi laughed and said, "Master, we should send them all off immediately." Lin Moyu borrowed Yi Yangyan's aura. Although Yi Yangyan couldn't take action, it was no problem for him to release some pressure. With the Chaos Divine Water Beast killed instantly in front and the Quasi-Great Venerable's pressure behind, these perfect strong men would definitely be scared away. This was all within Lin Moyu's calculations. No one was watching, and the surroundings became quiet, with only the fire of burning the world burning fiercely. The obsession was almost burned out, and the fire of burning the world had a good meal and began to spread in all directions. The sky, the earth, the east, the west, the north, and the south are all its targets. The small tree stretched out its roots and plunged into the Chaos Divine Water, beginning to devour it. Chaos Child's inner world was always open, and even in the battle just now, he had not stopped devouring it. But compared to the little tree, his speed is much slower. He screamed in panic, but it was no use. The little tree ignored him. Lin Moyu looked at the increasing number of new students, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Grand Master Xing Quan watched the entire incident from a distance. He actually has a Quasi-Grand Master protecting him? Bozhong Dazuan shook his head. His protector did not take action. The great Qingquan asked, "What happened just now?" Bozhong Dazuan chuckled, "How should I know? You can go ask him yourself." Great Venerable Qingquan naturally wouldn't ask, but Great Venerable Boyang probably didn't say anything nonsense. He really didn't know. Dazuan Bozhong continued, "Perhaps this is his own opportunity." When fellow Taoist Tianzai was planning the plan, there were many unpredictable things. Fate will also have many unexpected deviations in the process of rotation. "Please give me flowers," Great Qingquan said, "so what you and fellow Taoist Baizhong need to do is to correct the deviation." Bozhong Dazun shook his head. "Minor details can be modified, but the major principles remain unchanged. In most cases, we will not interfere." Lin Moyu didn't know that he had not only deceived these perfect powerful people, but even a great master like Xing Quan was deceived by him. He continued to burn his obsession. After countless years, the obsession no longer existed only on the surface of the Western Pure Land. Even under the earth, the obsession of the Chaos Divine Water Beast existed. Fortunately, the fire that burns the world is pervasive, and even the land of the Western Pure Land cannot stop the fire that burns the world. But Lin Moyu felt more and more strange. If these obsessions were to seep downward from the surface, the deeper they went, the less obsessions there would be. But for some reason, as the fire of burning the world burned deeper into the pure land of the westernmost part, the obsession not only did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. It seems that the underground is the source of obsession. Could it be that the Chaos Divine Water Beast isn't completely dead? An idea popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. This is not impossible. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was once a top-tier existence. In those days, the Chaos Divine Water was even stronger than the human lord. For such beings, even if they are dead, it is quite normal to seek a way to survive. And it is possible that there are not just one way to survive, but many. The burning world fire continued to penetrate deeper, and Lin Moyu carefully felt every bit of information coming back from the burning world fire. As his obsession grew stronger, Lin Moyu felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from beneath the earth of the Western Pure Land. The cry was so piercing that Lin Moyu felt his soul roaring and almost fainted on the spot. Master, heart! The Chaos Divine Water Beast is not dead. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi shouted at the same time. Lin Moyu reacted extremely quickly, almost beyond instinct, and put away the world-burning fire. But it was too late. Countless chaotic divine waters rolled up in the air, gathered into clouds in the sky, and then fell down with a loud noise. The Chaos Divine Water not only fell on the central area, but also on some inner areas. Countless practitioners were drenched by the divine water, their bodies dissolved, and they fled screaming. I don't know how many people will die from this alone. This was not what Lin Moyu wanted to think about. Above the void, the shadow of a terrifying beast slowly appeared. The Chaos Divine Water Beast really doesn't have a death pill. The sudden appearance of the phantom told everyone that the Chaos Divine Water Beast was not dead. He roared in the void, and terrifying pressure swept across the Western Pure Land. The ground in the central area cracked, and terrifying forces rose from the ground. An extremely huge soul flame rose from the crack. Lin Moyu had only seen this ball of soul flame a few times, the most recent one being the Chaos Wild Creature. Lin Moyu suddenly understood what was going on. At the same time, the voices of Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi came from deep within his soul. Master, be careful. He's coming. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in my ears. Concentrate your breath and pretend to be dead. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. The voice belonged to the old man in green robe. He couldn't have heard it wrong. It was too familiar. Without saying a word, he restrained all his aura. At this moment, Lin Moyu was like a dead person. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi also restrained their breath and began to pretend to be dead. The enormous pressure of the Western Pure Land fell on Lin Moyu. Lin 160 Moyu could only bear it. It was very painful and big cracks appeared in his body, but there was no other way. He had to hold on. He had no choice. He already knew who was coming. There was only one person in the entire ancient chaos wasteland who could scare Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi and make the old man in green robe warn him personally. In the distant void, a big eye slowly emerged. The entire Western Pure Land was reflected in this eye, time stopped flowing, and space was completely still. Lin Moyu's body became unable to move, only his soul consciousness could move. Everything in the Western Pure Land was suppressed by an invisible force, and Lin Moyu's body no longer had to bear the pressure of the Western Pure Land, but felt better instead. The Chaos Divine Water Beast, which had been so majestic a moment ago and announced its return to the world, now showed fear in its eyes. He was obviously struggling, and his soul flame was beating violently, but it was of no avail. Under the suppression of that big eye, he could not escape. A ray of light shot out from the big eyes and landed heavily on the Pure Land in the west. F***K me. Lin Moyu cursed. The indiscriminate attack from Big Eyes almost covered all the living beings in the Western Pure Land. It is true that he was targeting the Chaos Divine Water Beast, but he was not targeting any other birthdays in the Pingxi Pure Land. No matter what realm you are in, no matter whether you are a perfect strong man or not, at this moment, you are treated equally by the Tao. The 4 words "the great way is fair" are fully reflected at this moment, but the way of expression is a bit cruel. Lin Moyu watched with his own eyes as his body and soul turned into smoke and dust in the light, and then a purple light flashed. Lin Moyu tried his best to delay the time of rebirth. 2 seconds later, purple light flickered, and Lin Moyu was reborn. The first thing he did after being born was to look into the distant void, but the Big Eye had disappeared. The Tao came quickly and left just as quickly, taking only 1 or 2 seconds at most. But what he did? The Western Pure Land became quiet, as if it had lost a lot of vitality. The Chaos Divine Water Beast had disappeared. He was targeted by the Tao, and almost 90% of the attacks fell on him. Not to mention that he has not yet been fully resurrected. Even in his prime, he cannot withstand the attack of Tao. Back then, before Tao obtained that rare flower, he was already stronger than him, let alone now. He was only resurrected for a few seconds before dying again, this time completely. At the same time, in the Western Pure Land, countless people were buried with him. The cruelty of the Tao was fully revealed in less than 2 seconds. The Eye of the Dead opened, and Lin Moyu saw several soul flames. The powerful consummate warriors who had been watching earlier had withstood the Tao's attacks. After all, the Tao was not targeting them, they only needed to endure the aftermath. After all, they were top-notch masters. They used all means possible and barely survived at the cost of serious injuries. As for others, I'm afraid they are not so lucky. Hun Dunzi's voice echoed in his soul. I was scared to death. That guy was so scary. Xiaoshu also said, he is stronger than before. Hun Dunzi said, nonsense. Now that he has that flower, he's definitely made a big leap forward. If I had gotten that flower back then, I would have been just as powerful. Xiaoshu snorted, stop talking nonsense, be careful, he might hear you. Hun Dunzi was so frightened that he immediately shut up. The Western Pure Land was obviously affected by the previous attack. The pressure dissipated and it is now slowly recovering. The small tree continued to stretch out its branches, using the power of time and space to help Lin Moyu block the pressure. The chaotic divine water that originally surrounded them was completely blasted away by the Tao. Lin Moyu slowly flew up to midair and looked at the earth. The earth was covered with cracks and devastation. The blow of the Tao almost shattered the Pure Land of the West. From some cracks, the Chaos Divine Water is slowly seeping out. As long as the Western Pure Land still exists, the Chaos Divine Water will not dry up and it will only take some time to recover. Lin Moyu arrived at a huge pit. That was where the Chaos Divine Water Beast had just rushed out, and it was also where the Tao launched its attack. The pit was bottomless, and there was a faint silver light in the pit, as if the Chaos Divine Water had appeared. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu used the flying layer towards the pit. The surface of the pit is extremely smooth, like a mirror. This is the masterpiece of Tao. There is no trace of the Chaos Divine Water Beast here anymore. All traces of its existence have been completely erased, and nothing can be seen from it. But after what happened just now, Lin Moyu roughly knew the whole story. In order to survive, the Chaos Divine Water Beast activated the power of the Western Pure Land and repaired the broken Western Pure Land. At the same time, he disintegrated, and part of his essence and blood remained in the deepest part of the Western Pure Land. The reluctance in his heart emanated from his essence and blood, forming an obsession. This was also the reason why he became stronger the deeper he went underground. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was originally born from the Western Pure Land. With the power of the Western Pure Land, he retained the last bit of hope and sought rebirth. The reason why the power of the Western Pure Land is used to repair the Western Pure Land is to become a totem and collect the power of faith. As time became unbalanced and years accumulated, the power of faith grew stronger and stronger, and with the power of the Western Pure Land, he was finally resurrected. But resurrection is just coming back to life. It is still a long way to go to recover to the peak. He separated some of his strength and condensed a clone, which appeared in the world and continued to collect the power of faith. He continued to hide underground and recover. He may not be smart enough and his memory may be sealed, but he certainly knows that he cannot be too ostentatious, otherwise he will bring disaster upon himself. However, his clone was killed by 1.9 Lin Moyu, his obsession was destroyed, and the power of his belief was cut off by the great star power, and his resurrection was hindered. For a moment, hatred took over his mind. He was born, and was discovered by Tao. Then the Tao descended and wiped him out directly with absolute power. Not only him, but the entire Western Pure Land suffered, and countless lives were buried with him. When he reached the bottom of the pit, Lin Moyu saw countless cracks all around him, and the cracks extended further into the distance. This is the outbreak point of the Tao's attack, and what he endured was just the aftermath of the aftermath. Even now, a terrifying atmosphere still permeates this place. Lin Moyu chose one of the cracks based on his feelings and walked in. That was the direction where the power of Tao was the strongest. The roots of the small tree stretched out in advance, exploring the way ahead. This journey lasted for more than a month, without seeing the sun, and it seemed there was no end. Finally one day, the sky ring began to make a buzzing sound. There was movement in the Xuanin ring, and Lin Moyu knew they were getting closer and that he was going in the right direction. Now that the Chaos Divine Water Beast has been discovered, it is difficult to hide it from the Tao. In the desolate area where the inner and outer layers meet, there is a beast of resentment trapped by the power of cause and effect. In the eyes of the Tao, it is also an incarnation of the Chaos Divine Water Beast. He will definitely be treated favorably. An attack will be launched, killing the Chaos Divine Water Beast's body, and then it will explode in all directions, destroying all obsessions in the earth. A large part of the power will rush into the desolate area and kill the guy made of resentment. Lin Moyu moved along the rift with the strongest remaining power, eventually leaving the central area and emerging from underground into the desolate area. He was not afraid of taking the wrong path. The desolate area was a ring, circling the Western Pure Land. No matter which direction he went, he would eventually reach the destination. The vibration of the Xuanin ring became stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu passed through the crack and came into the canyon. This place used to be a desolate area, shrouded in fog, but after the attack of the Tao, the fog has completely dissipated. Lin Moyu saw several broken chains of cause and effect. The place he arrived at was exactly where the resentful clone was trapped before. The resentful clone has been killed, and the Chaos Divine Water Beast has been completely wiped out from the world. Lift up the cause-seeking loop, activate, and see the result. There is effect but no cause. In the Western Pure Land, all 19 of those who belong to the Seeking Cause ring have returned. He established the result, and the only way to use the cause-seeking cycle is to plant the fruit. Lin Moyu waited for the backlash to come, but strangely, there was no backlash this time, and the fruit was planted successfully. The Xuanin ring automatically flew up, emitting a rosy glow. The entire canyon began to glow, and a large number of gullies and lines appeared. Looking closely, these grooves and lines contain a large number of strange runes, which correspond to the runes of Ring H. The power of Tao is very strong, but it does not target this canyon, allowing it to remain intact. The ravine runes in the canyon seem to come alive, flying up and drilling into the Seeking Cause ring. The aura of the Seeking Cause ring was gradually getting stronger. At the same time, a memory surfaced in Lin Moyu's sea. In the void, the Seeking Cause ring continued to expand and fell towards the distant earth. This piece of land is the ancient Western Pure Land. The Xuanin ring became extremely huge and smashed heavily on the Western Pure Land, creating such a big hole. At that time, the Chaos Divine Water Beast was in the Western Pure Land and was seriously injured by the Xuanin ring. Part of its soul was also captured and imprisoned by the Xuanin ring. The Chaos Divine Water Beast tried to take back the soul at the last moment, but he failed and only got back part of it. The souls imprisoned by the Xuanine ring are basically composed of resentment, and do not have much impact on the Chaos Divine Water Beast. However, this attack also proved that Yin Huan was stronger than the Chaos Divine Water Beast. At that time, part of the power of the Xuanine ring remained here, imprisoning the resentful clone of the Chaos Divine Water Beast until now. Lin Moyu got this memory, but looking back it was actually of no use. The final result that year was that Zun Yinhuan's body survived, but his spiritual intelligence was wiped out. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was seriously injured and tried to revive, but was killed again less than 2 seconds after its resurrection. They are all losers, and for losers, there is actually no point in discussing the past. Now that the cost-seeking ring is in my hands, what I should do is to make good use of it and enhance my own strength. There are several benefits to oneself after the cost-seeking ring becomes stronger. The backlash force will become weaker, and the number of times one dies will decrease for the same result. In this way, you can grow stronger fruits while paying the same price. You can also be bolder and plant some fruits that you didn't dare to plant before. Of course, it can't be too outrageous. If it is too outrageous, it will be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Moyu probably figured out the limit of the seeking cause ring. His limit was the Tao. He could not go beyond the Tao. He could only slightly surpass the Great Tao and almost reach the level of the Quasi-Great Venerable. The light in the canyon gradually faded, as all the power left by the ring was withdrawn. After retracting the seeking ring, Lin Moyu flew out of the canyon and headed towards the central area again. From now on, there will be no more barren areas in the Western Pure Land. The inner and outer layers will be connected as one, and there will be no distinction. This canyon will disappear soon. Not only that, under the attack of the Tao, the membrane in the center of the Western Pure Land was also shattered. In the future, as long as you enter the Western Pure Land, you will be under pressure. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, even the outermost areas of the Western Pure Land require a Tao Lord realm to enter. In ancient times, the Western Pure Land was a whole, with no regional divisions, and it would remain so in the future. The Western Pure Land is still a holy place for cultivation, but the threshold is a little higher. Lin Moyu didn't see anyone along the way. Under the attack of the Tao, all the people who had been in the Western Pure Land died, except for a few strong men, and Yuan survived. Lin Moyu did not lament this. This was the world of cultivators. No one knew which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. The sight of the devastated Pure Land of the Western Extremes was like a ruin. More than a month ago, this place was a holy place for cultivation in the Western Extremes, but now it was like a ruin. He is repairing himself, but it will take time. He will not be able to recover to his original state for at least the next 1,000 years. However, all these changes occurred in less than 2 seconds. However, if this situation happened in Xiaoshu's era, it would be just a trivial scene. Xiaoshu said, "The fact that the Western Pure Land has survived to this day is truly miraculous. I believe there must be some hidden secrets within it." Lin Moyu said, "Even if there is, it is beyond my ability to explore now." Lin Moyu knew his own limitations. If the Tao hadn't intervened, it would have been difficult for him to deal with the half-resurrected Chaos Divine Water Beast. Even if he used up all the remaining 3 portions of mixed corpse flesh, Lin Moyu couldn't guarantee that he could kill it. If even the corpse cannot explode, there will be some trouble. If possible, he didn't want to expose the 927th staff of natural disaster power. Yi Yanyan's existence may no longer be concealed. I also realized the gap between myself and those top-notch beings. My own realm and strength are just hardware, and even if I have thousands of methods, sometimes it is useless. I remembered what the great Lord of Natural Disasters said, that one should not rely too much on external things, especially when facing an existence like Tao. External things may not necessarily keep one alive. This experience taught Lin Moyu a lesson and strengthened his resolve to return to Daxia. In the void outside the Western Pure Land, Great Star Power's expression was not good. "There is nothing I can do." His tone was low and filled with anger, but he suppressed it tightly and didn't let it burst out. His whole body was trembling slightly, and invisible murderous intent was spreading. The great venerable Boyang, dressed in a green robe, said, "Yes, there is nothing we can do. We have become great venerables, but when facing him, we are like children." The great venerable Xingqiuan said in a cold voice, "I, a great venerable, am like a piece of trash." Grand Master Boyang said, "Who isn't? We've experienced this kind of thing before, and fellow Taoist Tianzai has paid too much for it." After a long pause, Great Star Power sighed deeply. "I was also mistaken. I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Water Beast to be hiding beneath the Western Pure Land and that most of it has already been resurrected." Grand Master Boyang said, "This is actually nothing. Even if he were to resurrect, he wouldn't cause any trouble. After this incident, do you still think our plan was wrong?" The great Xingqiuan said nothing more, and the silence at this moment was deafening. Lin Moyu returned to the center area. The diaphragm had been shattered and would no longer exist. Lin Moyu only made judgments based on the pressure. The recovery ability of the Western Pure Land was still beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. A large amount of Chaos Divine Water continued to gush out from the cracks, and small puddles had accumulated in some places. As long as the Western Pure Water is not destroyed, the Chaos Divine Water will always exist. The little tree began to absorb and devour without hesitation. This Chaos Divine Water is better than the previous one. Hun Dunzi also said as he inhaled, "That's right, there were too many impurities before, but this time it's much better." The previous Chaos Divine Water was more or less affected by the Chaos Divine Water Beast's obsession, and some impurities appeared, making it no longer pure. Now that the Chaos Divine Water Beast is gone, the newly produced Chaos Divine Water has become much purer. This is the real Chaos Divine Water. The Chaos Divine Water has many uses, including refining medicine and weapons, and comprehending the Great Tao. Although the Western Pure Land suffered a disaster this time, it may not be a bad thing in the long run. This is how the world is. Good and bad fortune are interdependent and never go alone. The number of new births began to increase again, faster than before. The little tree's aura was slowly improving, and the Chaos Divine Water was also doing it some good. With the addition of the Chaos Divine Water, the Chaos Divine Soil became stronger, and the small tree naturally became stronger as well, and it became stronger in essence. Sucking it in bit by bit, wherever there is Chaos Divine Water, there is the shadow of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu controlled the general direction and was getting closer and closer to the formation set up by the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. Although the previous attack of Tao was powerful, Lin Moyu believed that the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters would definitely be able to withstand it. At most, it would be damaged but not shattered. After mastering several large formations, Lin Moyu has a full understanding of the formation of the Great Lord of Natural Disasters. If the Tao had not descended before, his own body would have exploded and failed to kill the Chaos Divine Water Beast. Lin Moyu's only thought was to enter the formation and use the formation of the Great Disaster Master to deal with him. At this moment, as they got closer to the formation, the connection between Lin Moyu and the formation became clearer. Boom! A clear sound rang out, penetrating directly into the soul, and then Lin Moyu felt that the entire Western Pure Land was shaken. Huh? Lin Moyu looked over when he heard the sound and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Not far ahead, there was a lake, and a ball of red light appeared in the lake. The red light was jumping up and down, and the sound came from there. Lin Moyu felt a trace of vitality, and the eye of the undead even saw a ball of soul flame. Suck it up! Lin Moyu immediately ordered Xiaoshu and Hun Dunzi to devour the lake. As soon as the little tree took a sip, he said, "This lake is unusual." Hun Dunzi also exclaimed, "It's indeed different. It's too pure to be the Chaos Divine Water." Xiaoshu said, "If the previous one was the Chaos Divine Water, then this can be considered the Divine Water's essence." Lin Moyu said, "Analyze it and find out what else is different besides its purity." The little tree sensed it and said, "Besides purity, there is also a vitality." This vitality. Hun Dunzi suddenly shouted, "I know. This is the place where the Chaos Divine Water Beast was born." After the Chaos Divine Water Beast died, the Western Pure Land began to breed new creatures. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was born from the Western Pure Land, but since then, the Western Pure Land has not given birth to any new creatures. Until the Chaos Divine Water Beast died, the Western Pure Land began to give birth to new creatures. What on earth is the Western Pure Land? Lin Moyu developed some interest in the Western Pure Land, which could breed top creatures such as the Chaos Divine Water Beast. It was also said that many creatures and practitioners in the Western Pure Land were attracted by it. The Chaos Divine Water Beast can also use his power to repair the entire Western Pole. The Western Pure Land is definitely more than just a holy place for cultivation. Xiaoshu and Han Dunzi didn't know the origin of the Western Pure Land, but it had always been there. The water in the lake was almost sucked away, and a ball of red light was completely revealed. A heart was wrapped in the red light and was beating continuously there. Lin Moyu came to the heart and stretched out his hand through the red light, but did not touch the heart immediately. He felt his soul, but there was no warning of danger coming from it. Only place your hand on your heart after you are sure there is no danger. With a slight sound, the heart exploded and turned into countless bloodlines that penetrated into the body. Lin Moyu did not resist. He had a feeling that these bloodlines would be beneficial to him rather than harmful. The bloodline was cold, and a thin layer of ice flowers suddenly formed on Lin Moyu's body. The bloodline kept moving in the body, and then drilled into the soul world and went towards the soul. Lin Moyu's eyes were shining. After the blood entered his body, except for the initial chill, his whole body felt extremely comfortable afterwards. Wherever the bloodline passed, the strength of the physical body was significantly improved, and then even the soul power began to increase. The effect was similar to the essential changes brought about by rebirth. The realm has not changed, but the strength has increased significantly. Lin Moyu had an illusion that although he was still at the small success stage of the Chaos Realm, in terms of strength, he had already surpassed all those at the small success stage of the Chaos Realm and was comparable to those at the great success stage of the Chaos Realm, and this was true for both his soul and body. As the power grows, the degree of the law also increases. The strength of a technique is not only related to the realm, but also to the strength of one's own power. The same technique, when used by people at the same level, will have different powers. This is the difference in power itself. Power is a very illusory concept, but it exists in reality. Blood continued to flow through Lin Moyu's body and soul, increasing his strength. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Water came and Lin Moyu bathed in it. The Chaos Divine Water's ability to dissolve everything seemed to have disappeared at this moment. On the contrary, waves of vitality followed, forging the foundation of Lin Moyu. The scenes from the past reappeared in my mind, memories of the Western Pure Land. In the picture, the Western Pure Land is like a huge and perfect gem, floating in the chaos. There are countless chaotic holy waters in the Pure Land. 10 powerful slaves were born from the holy waters. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was born with the ability to control Chaos Divine Water. Its own realm and strength were very strong, but in that era when strong people were everywhere, it was at most average. As the first living creature born in the Western Pure Land, the Chaos Divine Water Beast firmly occupies the Western Pure Land. Later, the Western Pure Land began to give birth to living beings again, but each time it was born, it was devoured by the Chaos Divine Water Beast before it could take shape. The strength of the Chaos Divine Water Beast became stronger and gradually reached the top position among Zhao Ma's creatures. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Water Beast's desire grew stronger, and he began to think about occupying the Western Pure Land. After years of hard work, he did achieve some results, but he didn't go into detail. The scene changed, and a war broke out. The Chaos Divine Water Beast was injured, and its blood and essence hid in the Pure Land. It even forcibly stimulated the power of the Western Pure Land to repair the Western Pure Land, and disturbed the foundation of the Western Pure Land in an attempt to resurrect itself. Countless years later, the Western Pure Land slowly recovered, but no new life was born. The foundation of the Western Pure Land has been damaged and is difficult to recover. Not until the Chaos Divine Water Beast was killed and his power returned to the Western Pure Land did the Western Pure Land recover its foundation and give birth to life again. The present Western Pure Land may seem severely damaged, but it is actually much better than before. That heart was the new creature conceived in the Western Pure Land countless years later, but it was absorbed by Lin Moyu before it took shape. The result is that the Western Pure Land regards itself as a living being that it is nurturing. When I realized the situation I was in, I was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The Western Pure Land regarded itself as the living being it had given birth to, and by some unintended consequence, it had gained a mother. He could feel that the relationship between himself and the Western Pure Land was changing. An inexplicable sense of intimacy was growing from the depths of his soul and becoming stronger and stronger. After giving birth to the Chaos Divine Water Beast, the Western Pure Land once tried to give birth to more living beings. It seemed that its mission was to give birth to living beings, but the Chaos Divine Water Beast devoured the living beings it gave birth to time and time again. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Water Beast often chooses to devour living beings when they are about to be conceived. To the Western Pure Land, it is like having its own children killed again and again. And the person who kills his own child is also his own child. Fortunately, there is no wisdom in the Western Pure Land, otherwise it would definitely be painful and desperate. But the Western Pure Land seemed to have a hint of instinct, which told it not to continue giving birth to living beings and should stop. Until the war broke out later, the Chaos Divine Water Beast was seriously injured and completely stimulated all the power of the Western Pure Land. It also devoured a large amount of the essence of the Western Pure Land to save its life. By doing so, he was actually dragging the Western Pure Land into a desperate situation. The Western Pure Land was severely damaged and no longer gave birth to new lives. Until a while ago, the Chaos Divine Water Beast was forced to revive prematurely, and the Tao descended and killed the Chaos Divine Water Beast. After the Chaos Divine Water Beast died, the essence it had devoured, including all the remaining power, was not given to the Western Pure King. The Western Pure Land seemed to have been seriously injured, but it was actually in much better condition than before, so it began to give birth to life again. The creature had just begun to be conceived when it was punctured by itself, and its flesh and blood were connected. As a result, the Western Pure Land regarded itself as the creature it was conceiving. However, the real reason that made Lin Moyu laugh and cry was something else. After his connection with the Western Pure Land became closer and closer, he finally learned that the so-called Chaos Divine Water was actually the water used by the Western Pure Land to nurture life. Its function is almost the same as amniotic fluid in the womb of other living creatures. The dissolving property is used to remove all foreign substances that should not exist, ensuring that the creatures born are more powerful and have pure power attributes. The Western Pure Land has another name, the womb of the causal land. In the entire ancient chaos, only he knew this information, not even the great masters knew it. The Chaos Divine Water Beast might have known this before, but it did not make good use of the mother womb of heaven and earth. The real function of the mother womb of heaven and earth is not to give birth to living beings for him to devour. This is the most despicable way. The true purpose of the mother womb of heaven and earth is to fuse and transform, to fuse living beings and allow them to adapt to various environments, which is also called secondary gestation. He wanted the mother's womb to be nurtured a second time according to his needs, which required refining the mother's womb of heaven and earth, but refining the mother's womb of heaven and earth was not easy. At the beginning, the Chaos Divine Water Beast had not found a suitable method, so he devoured the creatures born from the mother womb of heaven and earth, deepening his relationship with the mother womb of heaven and earth, and seemed to be able to control the mother womb of heaven and earth to a certain extent. But doing so is not refining. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu came up with a solution. Just wave your hand and be healthy. This lake of Chaos Divine Water had been almost completely sucked away, so Lin Moyu decided to try his own method first. If successful, there would be an inexhaustible supply of Chaos Divine Water in the future, so he wouldn't have to worry about such a small gain or loss. Hun Dunzi shouted, "Let me suck some more." Xiaoshu picked up the Hun Dunzi and said, "Stop talking nonsense and listen to the master." With the wings of chaos spread out, Lin Moyu flew towards the true center of the Western Pure Land. Although he knew that the Western Pure Land was actually called the Mother Womb of Heaven and Earth, Lin Moyu still called it the Western Pure Land. It's enough for him to know this kind of thing himself, there's no need to tell others. Moreover, he has not yet become the master of the Western Pure Land. When the day comes when he takes the Western Pure Land away, he can call it whatever he wants. The great Lord of Natural Disasters had placed the formation at the very center of the Western Pure Land. This location was only the very center, not the essence of the Western Pure Land. The essence was previously occupied by the Chaos Divine Water Beast, and even the great Lord of Natural Disasters could not find it. As the Western Pure Land recovers, the pressure will become greater as you get closer to the center, and only great or quasi-great masters can set foot in the very center. But now there is another Lin Moyu. The Western Pure Land regards Lin Moyu as a living being it has nurtured. Lin Moyu can move around in it as if he were at home, without any hindrance. In just a few days, Lin Moyu had reached his destination. The real central area, where the great formation arranged by the great Lord of Natural Disasters is located, looks no different from other places. There is a lake here, which contains a large amount of chaos holy water. There should have been more before, but Dao's attack almost wiped out all the chaos divine water. The chaos divine water here was regenerated recently, and the amount is much less than before. The formation was in the lake, and Mo Moyu plunged in without hesitation. Entering the lake and being enveloped by the chaos divine water, Lin Moyu felt as if he had returned to his mother's body. The chaos divine water, which was obviously extremely cold, seemed very warm to him. I went all the way to the bottom of the lake and saw a tiny crack. The crack is as thin as a hair and less than the length of a palm, so it is extremely inconspicuous. Even if others come here, it is difficult to find it. Just like the formation in the ancient wilderness, the great Lord of Natural Disasters used a chaos rune that belonged only to him to seal the entire formation. Only by unlocking the runes can one enter. If a great master uses brute force to break it, the formation will self-destruct, and the power of the self-destruction is enough to kill the great master. This is also what Grand Master Xing Quan said before, that even the Grand Master cannot enter. For Lin Moyu, this chaos rune was easy to crack, as he had cracked it several times. If it had been a bit troublesome to do it in the chaos divine water before, it is much easier now. He drew runes in the chaos divine water, and the chaos divine water transformed into water dragons that danced around him. Pure power was generated from the chaos divine water and injected into the runes. Lin Moyu can now control the power of chaos divine water just like the chaos divine water beast. A complex rune quickly formed and rushed into the crack with a splash of water. The crack suddenly expanded, and a large formation appeared before their eyes. A thin film enveloped the formation, isolating it from the chaos divine water. At the same time, there are countless tiny whirlpools on the film, constantly absorbing the power of the chaos divine water. The dissolving properties of the chaos divine water were perfectly resolved. It can only be said that the methods of the great Lord of Natural Disasters are indeed beyond imagination. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu drew the rune again. He opened the formation and entered it with familiarity. Wisps of water vapor can be seen in the formation. The water vapor is the essence of the chaos divine water. It is filtered and absorbed by the formation and gathered in the formation. Part of it is used to maintain the operation of the formation, and the other part is preserved and gathered together, waiting to be used. For countless years, no one knew how much power of the chaos divine water this formation had absorbed. Lin Moyu could sense an astonishing amount, but he couldn't tell exactly how much. Lin Moyu walked around the formation for a while, reaching its center, and then drew a rune to enter the true core of the formation.